battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary under siege, time to show our mettle. Coolie crew and DFC, we the chosen few. Fight of the night, Thursday night, that's what we do. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring the heat, fight of the night, we ain't backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring the heat, fight of the night, we ain't backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight, assemble your might, we ready to fight, Diablo's domain, we bring the pain, it's a birthright. No fear, no retreat, we stand tall and strong in this war zone. We the Lord, we gon' do the root wrong. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring the heat, fight of the night, we ain't backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown.
Hello? There you guys are. I knew I'd find you down here. In the deep depths of hell. This is where they say the spirit of ARPG PvP has gone. But luckily, we're here to find it and to bring it back up to the surface. But I'm gonna warn you, that's gonna take a lot of violence on behalf of me, on behalf of you. But together, we can bring YouTube and all of the internet the sense of digital violence that it deserves. Are you guys ready? It's fucking hot down here. Let's get out of here. Come on in. Come on in. How's everybody doing? It's Thursday. Welcome to it. It's the DFC. Man, been waiting all week for this. Hope you guys are as geared up as we are. We've got some crazy shit, man. Not gonna lie to you. It's been a week between setting up the new card. We've lost Arena GL / gamer.xyz. It's unfortunate, but you know what? When you're in here and you've got enough spirits to get you through anything, well, then you know that it's going to be fine. It's going to be all right. Everything's going to work out. Let's take them over to it, man. You guys want to see the card? I say we at least check it out, because this one's going to be a zinger. Gonna be some savages live up in here. This is the card. All right, look. Bill threw this together. Looks like he did it in a fucking Excel sheet or something. What the hell? What is this? What are we paying this guy? All right, we're either gonna have a better card up here next week, or we're gonna have a better better stagehand. All right, but if you can get past the absolute shit of how this thing looks, then we can at least have a pretty savage night. We may not get to see the title bout here, which is Shank versus Gators tonight. It all depends on a lot of things. Shank, as you guys may know, suffered a injury to his Achilles heel in training. So that may, Doc said he can only compete on light duty, which is gonna be LLD. We might get to see that in his fight tonight versus Nightfall for the interim title. We haven't seen ASD in a number of weeks now. It's time to throw this title back up for grabs, start getting some interim champs. Same could be said for Mr. Krieger. Ever since that death went, ever since the death rune word was thrown out of the arena, Krieger seems to have gone out with it. We haven't seen him in a few weeks here, haven't heard from him, so it's time to start thinking about crowning a new champ. And it's looking as though Green Lungz may be the fear. He may be the boogeyman of the melee division. This guy was surviving, knocking at the door, even with death being on the table. Right, this guy was he was knocking down the best of them, stacking them deep and selling them cheap. And now we're gonna see if this guy's got what it takes to take down the legendary contender, the guy that's just in and out with those jabs, with those jabs, with those Amazons. We're gonna see if he's got what it takes to take down Bonkai, to see who will next week unify the belt, whether the champion returns or whether we have the most savage opponent we can possibly find for Green Lungz and or Bonkai, whoever comes out on top. Same for Nightfall versus Shank. These guys popping in, LLD throwing down. We've also got GVN versus Polytheist on Shaman versus Hybe Sin. This could potentially be a problem for Polytheist, but we're gonna see. He's been known as the Sin Killer, but can he take down GVN, who's pretty savage on the Sin, as we've seen in recent history? This guy's multifaceted, multi-talented on a lot of different classes. We do have Serenity versus Jammy Jams in what was scheduled as a VTPK. I hope we get to see that. These guys were talking about doing some NVD fucking snooze fest fucking NVD shit. I suppose if we have to, we'll see it. But nothing beats the din v din violence that is VTPK. We don't get to see that often, man. So that's actually pretty exciting when we do. So I hope we get to see it. I just saw the message as we're getting going here that these guys were interested in going NVD. God, I hope they change their mind and they focus on the true spirit of online gaming, which is the Paladin in Diablo 2. I hope they come to their senses. GG, Dazer's ready to throw down. Speak of this guy, Javito versus Dazer's going down. Speaking of dins, right? Javito's going to be throwing down on an H-din versus Dazer. Right here. This is a pretty epic one. Right here. And oh man, I can't wait to see it. There's some tricks, there's some junk fuckery that Dazer's gonna have to pull off, because Javito, if he's quick on it, man, we have learned in the past that even though you don't have that grief in Zon versus H-din, you don't really need it, man. The smite does a lot of damage and it kind of forces the Zon to get out of there, or forces him to have an answer. And then we have a similar matchup right here. If I could have put the same thing on this card for the same rules here, I would have. I think this is a fair rule for Zon versus H-din. No impale, no grief. I think it's pretty much been under the table sort of rule in the division, but it's a really fun matchup to see as long as neither one of these things happen, right? I think we could easily extend this to all matchups tonight. No Impale, no Grief. Just because it's so cool to watch those, right? Yeah, it's been a gentleman's agreement, exactly. But yeah, looking forward to Muchez versus Sound as well. We've also got me versus Mesa. I don't want you guys to get your hopes up, all right? You don't need to start rooting for Mesa like he's gonna start climbing these ranks and shit just because, you know, I'm on a barb. I'm probably gonna be on the brawler tonight, man, and that's what he does. He brawls, and it makes duels look like they're just not even fair, not even close. So yeah. Oh, Mesa is GG. Well, I guess we'll just see about that. I'd be surprised if he could take a round. Yeah, not gonna lie. Would be surprised. We'll see what he does versus 400% life leech, huh? See how good of a druid he is then. I don't know if that's even possible, but you know, we're gonna try to get it. We're gonna try to get there. All right, and that being the case, this is a pretty good looking card though overall, man. We've got our boy Primo back up in here on a trap sin. Dude just hit 99 on that sin, should be insane. Dio versus Clint. Man, Primo's that match is actually going to be sick tonight, man. He's going up against the Savage VT and Sogi. So even though technically the trap sin might have the advantage here, it's only a slight one. And especially from what we've seen in recent DFC history, this is a pretty fair back and forth matchup. And it's going to be a challenging one either way. So Primo's going to have his work cut out for him, I think. Sogi is a savage. It would be impressive to see Primo step up and absolutely ace this on a sin. But I think it's gonna be hard, man. It's gonna be hard. Good luck to you, Primo. It's pretty even with Warrior and DFC Sword Brawls. Yeah. We haven't seen Ki Sufri in a while, man. We haven't seen him. We need him back though. We need this boy back. That's what we need. All right, boys. I do see that Mr. Dazer is jamming and slamming in here. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cut over, man. Let's get this arena cleaned up. Yeah, let's get it cleaned up. Let's have the stagehand be shutting this stuff down. And once we get this all cleaned up, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut right over to Mr. Dazer in his matchup versus Jito PVP. Let's give her a good old look, shall we? And here we go, man. In this corner, we've got Dazer on his Zon. Wow, I gotta say, man, it's impressive to see this guy on a whole new class coming to the DFC. It's like as soon as he got the title, this dude really started letting the creativity fly. That's what it was. He started letting it fly, man. And now he's on a whole different class, trying different things, experimental digital drugs, if you will. That is the dopamine high of slaying players on the Zon. And we're gonna see how he does. All right, here we go. Round one. These guys ain't messing around. These guys ain't messing around at all. Dazer's opponent tonight is Jito PVP, the rising din of the DFC. This guy has for so long, I would say, gone unrecognized for the true talent that he is. And tonight, look at this. He's landed a big shot already versus Dazer. Doing a great job at getting in there actually landing some shots. And it looks like Dazer has gone full walks on. And what I can really appreciate about this, especially whereas Dazer's going full walks on here versus Jito PVP on the Hammerden, is that Jito PVP's also got himself a little bit of a gentleman's agreement here. He's not overly abusing Smite, although I should say he might want to have to be using it more here real soon, because holy shit, man, look at this. Dazer's just working him down, walking him down right into this corner, and now Jito's got limited angles he can approach from, but he's still finding very creative ones from which to cut off these expectations of Dazer and approach him from these weird angles that he doesn't expect. That's going to be pretty crucial in this duel right here. And look at this, the clone, the clone, the Amazon decoy, just paying dividends here, dude. Nice stomps here from Jito. The Amazon decoy has for so long been one of the most powerful tools in PvP. In PvM, sure, it might be able to draw out monsters, but the monsters aren't fooled. They always know where the player is. It isn't like you're tricking some PvM with this bullshit, right? But in PvP, sometimes it can be hard to tell exactly which one your opponent is, especially if they sit there on the approach and let you try to decide. You know, sometimes it can be hard to tell. And there it is, man. Dazer gets round one. It's now 1-0 in favor of the Days. Now, what I think we're going to see here from Jito, what we certainly need to see from Jito, what he's going to need to do to really put the pressure on Dazer and to really make him think twice, is get in there and land a smite, right? Get in there, use the Hodo side, land a smite, and that's going to put the swirlies over Dazer's character's head. Not only does it make it a lot easier to see, where the decoy is, but additionally, it really just sets him up for some digital violence. Once you land the smite, you get those swirlies above the head just like that. Now you're seeing him with the 3-piece here. He's throwing down the FOH, and thank God for dodge, avoid, and evade here, because Dazer, that just saved him. That just saved him from 2 clutch hams there with the smite FOH telly stomp combo. Yeah, I love this matchup. It's so quick, man. It's a real fun one. But so far, Dazer 2-0. Jito trying to get in there. Now, here's the other thing. Here's what people don't want to talk about in this matchup, which come to find out is pretty good. Regardless of if you have grief, and this is why, for all matchups tonight, we've sort of under the table, quote unquote, banned it. Even if you don't have grief, smite actually does a lot of damage in this matchup, especially if you have items on such as like Gore Riders or something that has the crushing blow, the open wounds, all of that, right? Like you get that residual damage, but smite, if you've maxed out Holy Shield on your, or you put your remaining points into Holy Shield on your Hammerden, actually still just does a lot of damage. It's still gonna probably do most of the damage, most of the devastation in the matchup. The hammers are good if you can set them up, you can get yourself a good angle. But man, that smite is actually just pretty savage. I was gonna say what I would do is just, yeah, there we go. Like I would get in there just like that as Jito and really force Dazer to fight at close range like that. If you get in there and you start trying to use that smite, even on Hodo side quite a bit, what's going to happen is that Dazer is going to be forced to either, stay at this close range combat just like that, or he's going to be forced to start walking down and chucking those jabs. We see this stuff from Muchez all the time. When Muchez goes up against H-Tins, you ought to see those walk skills, man. Like he'll make you chase him, right? He's going to make you chase him. And it might even be hard to land a smite at close range. I think Dazer in that round right there took a few too many smites. I think he thought he was too safe with those smites and allowed those swirls to build right up overhead there. Jito landed quite a bit of damage with the smite. I would say probably about 10%, which when you think about the fact that there's no real damage in that attack in this, that's a pretty good amount, right? Just sitting there, going toe-to-toe, trading with Dazer. But the most important part there is he put the swirls over his head, ended up landing a pretty nasty telly stomp combo. Again, dodged, avoid, evaded from the Zon, but it got Dazer thinking. It got Dazer worrying about that smite to the point where Jito cut him off and just landed a couple hams. Man, that was beautiful. yeah. Yeah, the attack speed, the attack frames look pretty good from Dazer here. And Dazer's really good at swapping back and forth between this walk down guided arrow right here and then immediately right back to the multi-shot when his opponent's on the outside. That's going to be pretty vicious. Yeah, and now there it is, man. Now it is. We have Javito trying to work his way on the inside and to land these smites. It's exactly what he's doing, trying to set up this combo. He's going to need to go back in and do it again, though. He landed a couple of smites, and look at this. Already 10%. And oh, man, this could be a smite finish, man. He could get in there and potentially finish with Hodo for a smite, but will he do it? He's going to need to either land a couple of smites or one big ham. And now Javito's life total's getting pretty low. The clock is ticking on this matchup. Constant poison damage coming down from Dazer. What a back and forth neck and neck duel between two absolute savage duelers in the DFC. These guys going at it. Javito looking for his opportunity, looking for the lock. Dazer trying to find him with those arrows, and he gets there. Now 3-1 in favor of the previous champ, Dazer. Epic matchup so far. And the arena is open, boys. Here we go. 5th round, 3-1 so far. Dazer is up, but now Javito has a feeling for how this is going to go. He's got a feeling. He's got a read on his opponent here. Yeah, I would really love to see him get in there more, just use that smite. Some might consider it cheesy, but I'm telling you, a good Zon knows how to deal with it, man. A good Zon knows how to walk down out of that, especially when you're dealing like 5% per hit, you know what I mean? Got to get in there. Oh, big hits from Dazer right off the bat. Great job swapping back and forth between jabs here. That's exactly what you want to do. Oh, man, and he catches a ham. Dazer in trouble. Oh, and there it is, man. Beautifully placed hammer from Javito. We now have a duel. 3-2, still in favor of Dazer. But it gets ever so slightly closer in this matchup. Man, this is a really cool matchup to watch. I'm not going to lie, man. Especially with the walks on, because the damage on the walks on, the reason she's, considered the walks on is because she doesn't have, she's not like a Telly Boa. She doesn't have Enigma that allows her to teleport away when she gets in trouble, when there's a lot of hammers flying around the screen, and when Javito just starts lighting up the screen with hammers, she doesn't have the ability to just teleport away, right? And increase the distance and reset, right? You kind of have to get good at dealing with the problems that are arising, the problems presenting themselves at close range, right? But it also encourages Javito to start those problems, right? To flood this screen with hammers, to look for that smite, to set up these combos. And that's exactly what he's doing. Tons of hammers flying around here now. He's looking to get in there. He might have taken a lot of damage, and Dazer didn't take anything. No smite set up from Javito, and that right there spelled his doom. He did a great job flooding the screen with hammers, though. Like, that was so beautifully done, but Dazer just dancing in between them like they don't even exist, doing the beautiful dance of hammered death around one of the most decorated Din players in the DFC. Yeah, let's see if Dazer will show it off here, man. I'm not sure if he's got the stream up and he's listening, but are these guys still going, or is that it? I thought it was, oh, okay, never mind. I think they're still going. Maybe we miscalculated the score. Maybe these guys agreed on something else. You never know. Maybe these guys agreed on an FD5 regardless. I actually just think this is a really cool duel to watch, man. They might still be going at it. This might still be legit. So I guess I'm going to have to assume it's now 3-2, maybe? Or maybe it's 4-2, and who gives a shit? We get to see more of this, man. Zon is certainly a good meta choice, man. There's it doesn't have many bad matchups, and then it has absolutely fail horrible matchups. Now Javito is in trouble, man. He's probably a multi-shot. Look at this. Dazer just stunting, just chucking those multi-shots out there. He knew it. He was waiting. He was waiting. He said he's one jab, one multi-shot. It's one tick of anything, he's going down. And that's what it was. Very beautifully done, man. Incredible performance here from Dazer on the Zon in a very fun matchup to be a part of, to watch. This is sick. Yeah, that might have been doing FT5 for fun. Yeah, I would agree, CJ. Like, just playing this the other day when I was jamming with Moochheads on stream, I was like, man, this is a fun one to do. GG. Welcome in, guys. Wow. Yeah, let's get that arena cleaned up, huh? Didn't take long. It was all poison. You know, you'd figure there would be a lot of blood and guts and violence all over the arena, but there was some poison in there, just a little bit of open wounds. You know, you can see it over there on the side. That's all right. We'll get Bill to clean that up. Should be no problem. Shouldn't be a big deal. All right. Point is, we're gonna get this cleaned up, get this ready to go. If this is your first time in the DFC and you're wondering what the hell to do, right? You know, how do I show off my screen and get on stream for a duel? It's pretty simple, man. Just hop into the Discord. You'll see a bunch of us chilling there in the Join the Stream channel. I do see Julvan in there. Our boy Julvan. I'm dialing into this now because it looks like he's live. And holy shit, this one could be epic. I say we check it out. What do you guys think? Let's bloody up this arena. I think it's a little too clean in there. I think it's a little too clean. All right, Julvan. Ooh, man. Julvan is on a barb. He's going up against Sawdust on a necro. This is going to be a tough matchup for Sawdust right here. I think this is going to be the true test of metal on Sawdust. He is allowed, I believe, 30% block in this matchup, but the thing is, most important piece is that you just want to be an evasive dueler in this matchup. If you're the Necro, you force that Barbarian to catch you. You shoot some Bone Spirits, you get to jamming, you get to slamming, and you force the Barb to catch you. You make him be a Barb, right? You make him address you. You want to be a Barbarian. Well, you gonna have to catch me. Oh, and there it is. Big hit early on from Sawdust. Yeah, we've got the game sounds cranked via the Discord, but there's only so high this can go, man. I love hearing the digital sounds of axes bludgeoning opponents. Beautiful spear there from Sawdust as well. This guy is stepping it up, man. This guy is getting better and better every week, and you see this. And this is how you know. When you see a Necro player like this that ain't scared to use these spears versus a Barb, ain't scared to get in there, try to get a name lock and use these spears. Spears are great because they're quick. They force your opponent to think fast. Big whirlwind there from Julvan. And the thing is, if you start launching a lot of these Bone Spirits, which is what, you know, typically what you'll see a Necros do in this matchup, run away, launch the Bone Spirits, right? Try to land that IBS, not irritable bowel syndrome, although it might feel similar if you're on the receiving end of it. The IBS is invisible Bone Spirits, the Bone Spirits that you don't see coming, right? They're all the way across the map, but so far, I gotta say, Sawdust has done a great job of not really doing that. Like, what he's doing is just getting in close, well, relatively close, not too close. Holy shit, because then that can happen. You see that one Zerk, man, one Zerk just 95%ed Sawdust, and now Sawdust is in trouble. He was getting a little too flat-footed, a little too comfortable in this matchup, and he was quickly reminded, quickly humbled by the big hitting power of the Barb here. He's doing great so far, landing some nasty magic damage with these Bone Spirits, getting in close enough where he forces the Barb to look for that name lock, but doesn't really give him a lot of time to capitalize on it. So again, I should be ready in the next 30 minutes. Sir, GG, man. Kyle, what's up, man? Has the idea of Royal Rumble format ever crossed your mind? Yeah, I'm actually trying to figure out a good way to... we were going to do teams this week, believe it or not, Kyle. We were actually going to try some of our first team duels, but then we lost gamer.xyz, so we had to rethink a lot of shit. Things were going to be very difficult to set up. Oh my God, beautiful finish there from Julvan. Gets in there, gets the name lock and the Zerk finish. As much as Bone Spears win fights in most duels, the Zerk in Barb v Necro wins duels in this matchup right here. That's savage, man. GG. But yeah, a reason we're trying to start up multiple formats like that, Kyle, is because I would actually love to do some sort of team style Royal Rumble. Well, Royal Rumble feel anyway, where it's basically BM and it's kind of like King of the Hill, where you get in there, you throw down, you kick some ass, and the winning team is just the team that stays alive longest, protects their area, and then if they do it for long enough, you go on to the next round. Eventually, I want to get to that. I think that's a very fun way to not only watch a duel, but to be involved in a duel. We've done this sort of passively in the Discord before, nothing officially, right? But we've just done these like BM style sort of free-for-all teams, and man, they've been super fun. Because when you die, the duel's not over. You just get back in. Get back in there and do whatever the hell you want. Like just win somehow, right? JWS. Just win somehow. And I got to tell you, it's actually a really fun way to duel. I would love to see more duels like that. I want to try to get those set up. But right now, we're just working on recouping from the Gamer.xyz loss of our incredible program that was responsible for, that basically empowered us to put on all of these matchups over the years, man. I'm pretty sure we've never done a DFC without Arena GL or Gamer.xyz, or at least it's been so long that I can't remember when the last time was. It was crazy, man. It was at least since like the first few DFCs. I think maybe season 1 of the DFC we didn't have it, but then it was around that time that those guys built up that site, and we were some of the first people they reach out to with it. And man, it's been crazy ever since. I mean, big digital round of applause and a big DFC thank you to those guys. That was one of the best tools, not only for DFC matchmaking, but it filled such an important role in all of the internet, I think. And that was setting up cards that were 1v1 matches. It was so wild, man. So rare to see that. By the way, Kyle, thank you so much for the 19 months, man. He says, nothing is more satisfying than a Necro death cry. I got to say, man, some of them, they nailed it, right? Some of them, they absolutely nailed it, and that is certainly one. So satisfying, especially if you're on the delivering end of it, right? That's the best part. All right, look, while these guys get set up, let's step out for a cigarette, shall we? You guys got one I can bum off you? Let's do it right. Yeah. Appreciate it. Let's go. Let's step out while these guys get the arena cleared up. Show some respect. Here we are outside the tavern. You see, every once in a while, you know, you'll come out here and you never know. Go Gators just might be out there dueling somebody right down on the dirt. We told him he's got to stop doing it inside of town like this. You'd figure, as the previous DFC champion walking these streets, you would think a lot of people just assume he's got a lot of respect for the common man. But nah, dude, we've seen him out here just telly stomping, telly lock. It's pretty violent, man. Everywhere you go around here, right? It's not. We like to confine it to the arena, but we can't make any promises. The only thing we can make for a promise is if you're gonna smoke any of that special stuff, and if that, you know what I mean, you gotta come out here. We can't be doing that. We can't be doing that inside. Right? We gotta at least be respectful of the tavern in there. They're starting to get pretty pissed. So let's go back in and see how these guys are doing, cleaning up the more and getting ready to deliver more of that digital DFC Diablo-based violence. Let's check it out. I think these guys might have switched servers a little bit. They might have done the gentleman's thing. Did some FT3s possibly on one server. I did see Julvan like leave and come back into the game. Yeah, now I don't know. He's got 31 ping, so someone's looking good. Yeah, big cheers to you, Kyle, man. That was awesome. Much appreciated, brother. I would agree. I would think the Barb needs to host here for sure. Well, I would. I don't know, man. It's it's a tough call, really. Probably. I mean, probably the Barb for sure, but also it's theoretically a tough matchup for the Necro. Although I will say, I've been enjoying this match so far, man. I think these guys are throwing down the right way. I think these guys are doing it right. It's a very entertaining, very fun match to watch. Both of these guys back and forth, landing shots. The way that Sawdust duels is very, very good, man. It's easy to applaud this style of dueling. Not necessarily over abusing, you know, the invisible bone spirits from across the map. Although, I'll tell you what, if I was going up against such a savage like Julvan, I might do it a little more. But this guy gets in there, starts throwing those spears, starts chucking them. And he ain't afraid to close the distance and make it dirty, man. Gotta say, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. Barb Ping is looking pretty good, though. Barb Ping looking okay. I wasn't sure what it was in the last game. I didn't see it. Was it that high, Primo? Was it like 100 plus?
DFC has come along quite a lot. Love it.
Kyle. Hey, yo, man. Thank you so much for the 279 Canadian coins. Man. Brother. Big cheers to you, man. Yeah, it's we were able to because you know, because Kyle was so generous, we were able to put a down payment on all of Loot Go Lane, actually. Wasn't just the tavern anymore that we were confined to. We're now part owner of the entire town. So we're slowly kicking Lamp out, trying to evict him. Come find out, he was hiding in that town. We're trying to get him out of there and make Loot Go Lane great again, you know? Oh, word, okay, yeah. Oh, it was, so last game it was 63, 78, 110, yeah, okay. Yeah, so this might be a very different duel. Last time it was very close. Oh, now he's got 15 ping? What is this guy, Canadian? That's some Canadian ping, man. That's huge. Yeah, Sawdust better watch out now. These chain zerks be coming. This is wild. I gotta get, you know, if we get a break in the action, I gotta set my Barb up, man. I've allegedly, they say, got an opponent tonight that's allegedly pretty good, right? Allegedly. And, you know, whenever we have anybody that's pretty good, you know, we have to really bust out the top of the top skills. It's the only way to do it.
Why get good when we can get gay?
And what I mean by that is we need a lot of life leech. I'm talking, if anybody's got shit I can borrow that gets me somewhere close to like 300 or 400 life leech, I'm gonna be aiming for those pets. We're gonna be trying to take them out. We could say that we have like amp damage proc, but then might actually just swap to the Gavel of Pain and cast it. Yeah, and you know, then we'll see how good this guy really is, you know? See how good he really is. Man, big cheers to Kyle. Again, like I said, man, that's super generous of this guy. After the... Oh, my, and speak of the devil!
Cooley going wild, Maker. Cheese. Like the stream.
What? Who says I'm going to use Widowmaker, man? What do you think this is? Of course it's a Barb, man. He's got a lot of decks. Why? Of course I'm going to use Widowmaker. It's just a... What are you trying to say, Kyle? Let's all tip one back to this guy, man. 279 Canadian coins yet again. I told you, man. I'm telling you, this guy. Before you know it, we might actually just buy the whole town, and then we won't have to worry about the legalities or the amount of force that we actually use to kick people out of loot go lane. We won't have to worry about laws. When you make the rules, so, you know, it's hard to be BM when you make the rules, you know. That's been my motto for the DFC for a long time. I don't. We're basically, we run the same class that fellows on player. CJ, what's up, man? We're basically the same, man. My skill levels on my trans on is getting to be pretty good. My trans on is almost on par, I would say, like almost. Like few more years of practice, I would say, and you better watch out. There it is, man. Yet again, very close duel. Sawdust almost got there, got caught flat-footed for just a little too long. And Julvan gets in there with a whirlwind finish this time. He got a big hit early on with Zerk, and that's what wins this fight, man. No matter how much DR the Necro stacks up or anything, it's almost like you can't prepare for the Zerk. There's all of the defenses that oftentimes keep a Necro safe, right, are basically thwarted by a well-placed Zerk. And here's what I mean by that. The Necro has a lot of natural defenses, right? A lot of times he'll teleport around with an Oak Sage, with a Golem, with bone armor. The point is, there's a lot of things between the Necro and the hits of the Barbarian. Now, a very good Necro will start bone prisoning you as you get close, putting even more shit between your hits, right? Things in between himself to gum up those hits. But when the Barb looks for that name lock and starts zerking, not only does it negate and get around the Golem being there, any bone prisons, like you're going to be point blank range of those Zerks, the bone armor and any DR is also circumnavigated with such an attack, and here's why. When you Zerk, it's not a physical attack. Well, it's technically a physical attack, but all of that damage is getting converted to magic damage, which is why it always seems when you're on a Barb, if your opponent is prepared for you and they have all of that DR, that's why it always seems like that Zerk hits so much harder. It's because all of that damage is getting converted to magic damage, so all of the damage reduction, the bone armor, anything that absorbs physical damage is just throw it out the window. Doesn't matter anymore, man. It's no longer considered physical damage. Gets around all of it. Doesn't even, the bone armor doesn't even calculate it. It just goes straight to the life total, man. No absorption, no stopping it, no mitigating that damage. It's pretty insane. Because the Necro is powerful enough. Like, there's been a lot of changes in the rule sets to try to balance classes and make it so that we can actually watch matchups. So that's really like the spirit of the rules, right? Like, really any PvP rules. It's just the spirit of making balanced and fun matchups. Otherwise, you just have an arena full of BM and juck fuckery, right? But with the Necro is a very powerful class. So essentially, there's been 2 nerfs to the Necro over time. One of them has been Clay Golem in a lot of matchups. It's just not allowed. And additionally, block has been limited in just about every matchup because Necro doesn't need it. If the Necro had 75 block here, it'd be a snooze fest. The Necro could basically just sit there, launch Bone Spirits and Bone Spears at the Barbarian and not even move. Right? So now this makes it a very interesting duel where the Barb player has to chase, the Barb player has to close the distance, and the Necro has to pick his shots, right? It has to be quick. It has to be a caster, right? It has to fill the role of the caster. Get in there and hunt for those name locks. Oh yeah. Does he run a Necro as well? If so, I totally understand why he uses Old West rules and all of this, because the Necro's damage has improved so much. Like, it's not even the same as it was in LOD. It's like significantly more. So the magic damage is pretty busted. There's like some rule sets that limit the amount of points that you can put into Bone Spirit because the magic damage is so busted. And then, you know, So they have that buff ever since LOD in the days of like US West and US East and shit. But then they also just have the fact that they're, by the very nature of their skills and their attacks, they're just such a deadly class. You know, they can address players at great distance, at short distance. They can push the pressure when they need to, but they're also really good at just keeping the range, right? Making you chase them. And it's so deadly when you do. It's so deadly if you're chasing them and you mess up. It's just it's a big price to pay. Nice Zerk attempt there from Julvan, but he eats a couple of bone spirits for his troubles. Yeah, that's exactly why. That guy is just BMing everybody that he's saying he's GM dueling against. He's just BMing them all. The only reason he wants to run off these old rules and claims that he's such an old school player is because it benefits him to be that way. Oh my God, close duel between those two, but now it's 3-0 in favor of Julvan. Julvan after a savage start here. That was close. Damn, son. All right. Sawdust has got his back against the ropes here, man. I don't know what he's going to do. He's got his back against the ropes. Is Sawdust streaming? We get to see this from Necro standpoint. Let's see. Oh no, we got Gators live though. Oh shit, dude, I meant to say this, by the way. I think Gators was looking for a match, and I'm just catching some of these messages right as we logged on. And I know that CJ was also, or not CJ, Jin Shin, who ended up getting matched against CJ, those guys ended up getting matched against each other because Jin Shin was also looking for another opponent. Riz was apparently unresponsive or whatnot. He hadn't heard from him. So we just gave Jin Shin another match. But I was like, look, if CJ ain't around, or if one of those guys ain't around, I would love to see either CJ versus Gators or Jin Shin versus Gators. I think that'd be cool. I would love to see CJ versus Gators. I think that'd be a fun one, man. CJ coming back into the DFCs. He needs to get some rounds. He needs to get some rounds in there, man. Start racking them up. Start climbing those ranks. Primo's dueling Gators. Oh man, what's the matchup? Don't you tell me it's NVD. This had better be like Smiter versus Zon. With Gators on the Zon. That's what I want to see. Everybody's rooting for the underdog, Gators. We saw you out there in Loot Go Lane absolutely trashing on innocent citizens with chain locks and telly locks and digital violence. Barb v Trap. Oh, that should be a fun one to see, man. Yeah, Primo's on the Trapper tonight, man. We're gonna see what he's got. All right, 3-0 in favor of Julvan. Sawdust trying to climb back up. He's trying to pull out the biggest comeback in DFC history. Let's see if he can do it. You want to have a Vex or pull for cheap, trying to make Heart of the Oak. Oh, this is the trade channel. He's bouncing from 70 to 110 ping. I say jam it. When in doubt on a Necro, just jam and spam. Usually it's jam and slam, but if you're on a Necro and you're in trouble, jam and spam. That's what it is. Just get way on the other side of the map and just spam. That's what I would do. He's got his back against the ropes. He's gonna need to do it. Maybe he likes it. Maybe he keeps it active. Maybe he's there purposely, Shirley. Have you ever thought of that? Maybe the reason he has such a well put together barb is because this guy doesn't ignore the trade channels. Has that thought crossed your mind? Perhaps he's there purposely. Jam, spam, Alabama. That's right. That's right. And here we go. Sawdust back against the ropes, trying to pull out the biggest comeback in DFC history, and certainly one of the biggest comeback of the night if he can get it. He's going to have to keep the distance. He's going to have to force his opponent to catch him. He's going to have to force him to chase. He's going to have to force him to get those name locks. But how is he going to do it? Can he do it? Can he do it when the clock is ticking? We're going to find out. Julvan looking for the name lock. He's looking to get in there. And now this is exactly what Sawdust needs to do. He's increasing the distance, jamming, spamming, Alabaman. Ain't fucking around this time, man. He's landing big shots with those bone spirits and really forcing Julvan to get in there, look for the name lock and make it count. And now Julvan, for the first time in a long time, re-ups on the mana. He is dancing around now. He done chasing his opponent now, looking to get in there. Sawdust landing big shots. And now we've got Julvan trying to do some predictive whirlwinding here for the first time. He's trying to catch. He's really trying to cut off his opponent. Sawdust now catching on. Lands another shot from afar. Big bone spirit damage, man. And now we've got Julvan a little above half life here. These shots from afar really paying off for Sawdust. That's right, man. What Sawdust has to do, especially if he's going to increase the distance and start jamming and spamming these trains, right? He's doing a great job, and I noticed it right there, of keeping his cursor close to his character, right? You have to spam these very straight and consistent trains, but another very important piece of setting these up is keeping your cursor close to your character. That ensures that as soon as the barb comes up and closes the distance, that all of those bone spirits just turn around and start seeking out your opponent. He's doing a great job setting those up, and Julvan tries to punish him at the mana pool unsuccessfully. But that'll wake Sawdust up. He might be off to a good start, but Julvan's going to make him earn it. He's certainly going to remind him who's king of close range. Big shots there yet again from Sawdust. He's whittling him down. Now we've got Julvan at about 25% health, just taking big shots from the outside. Oh my God! An accidental town teleport, and from the brink of defeat, Julvan gets there, man. Incredible stoppage. Wow. This guy does it with that Canadian style ping, man. Look at that, 15. Whew. Man, what a close one. What a close one. Rip. He almost got there. Almost got there, man. I know. Everyone was rooting for the underdog. I know. Yeah, hopefully, we might get Julvan to show off his barb gear here if he's listening to the stream and can hear this. I think a lot of people, they love seeing it. And by the way, if you're dueling tonight, there's a lot of people that might be watching. You never know, for the first time PvP. This might be the first PvP event that they have ever seen in ARPG history, D2 history. So feel free, man. They might be curious as to how these builds differ from their PVM builds. We always love it when people show off their gear at the end of a match. If you feel so inclined, please do. We always love checking out gear. We love seeing everything from non-perfect gear, because honestly, I think that's pretty inspirational for a lot of people just trying to get into PvP. But additionally, we really love seeing the decked out gear too. There's almost nothing you could show us that wouldn't be impressive in some way. They live in the server farms? Oh yeah, 0 ping. That's the lowest I've ever seen. I didn't think it was possible, dude. Yeah, 0 ping on Canadian Wi-Fi in a hotel room, sitting right next to my opponent. But somehow, I don't know why, when I was dueling Shirley, I still lagged. Go figure. I don't even... It's like that F Cooley battle map button they must have over there at headquarters, man. Somehow, I still fucking lag. I don't know. Don't know what happened. Yeah, go figure. Strange Canadian internet. It's like good sometimes and big spikes. It's fucking weird. Weird country, you know? Third world almost with the internet sometimes. It's like great, and then is this even a developed country when I'm doing Shirley serious? Like, what the hell? By the way, what's up, Shirley? How you doing, man? All right, boys, let's cut over. We've got Gators. Gators throwing down versus Primo, I would guess. I would guess these guys about to throw down, about to jam, about to slam, about to Alabama and spam.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Jesus, I can't believe Primo accepted this duel right here between the previous DFC champion. Primo ain't scared of nobody. Primo says, good luck dying, chump. Look at this, the strategic shit talk. He's trying to get into the head of Gators. Gators trying to close the distance here. And he's dealing some damage here, man. He's dealing some big damage. Primo, early on, he's dealing some damage. He's managing to stay well out of the way of any big damage from Gators, too. And he's slowly whittling him down. He's got him for about 10% so far, and Primo gets clipped. But a little bit of a whirlwind clip there. Oh, and a big whirlwind clip that time. Beautiful chain from the previous champ. Beautiful chains, and this is a left-click chain lock there from Gators. You'll notice the difference whenever you see someone start doing that telly chain, right? They start doing that immediate, the immediate telly chain. They're chaining their opponent all across the map. They're probably set up on right-click chains, or at least in the middle of one anyway. But whenever you see them take that little step, boom, beautiful whirlwind there from Gators. Whenever you see them take that little step before they teleport, that's actually a very crucial piece of a chain lock when you're doing it via left click. When you start left click and trying to get the Zerk chain, if you're doing it on left click, you have to take a little step. I don't know what it is. I don't know why the game's programmed that way. Look, game sucks, all right? I don't know what to tell you. You got to take a little bit of a step. If you've ever tried to chain lock off from a left click before and it's failed, you haven't teleported, that's the reason. Is because if you start the chain with a left click and you try to swap over to the right click and teleport on top of your opponent, you can't just hold down the name lock and then right click when they teleport away. For whatever reason, you got to take a little bit of a step. You got to take like 1 or 2 steps out and then chain again. That's why a lot of times when you see Joby jamming and slamming, when he's catching those left click name locks and chains, you'll see him just taking a couple of steps before every teleport, and that's the reasoning behind it. It's a left click chain. Oh my God, bad teleport in there from Primo when he pays for it, getting clipped by a whirlwind. But he's doing some big damage so far to the previous champ. Big damage from those traps. Gators getting in there with some nice whirls, though. Yo, what's up, Jin Shin? And there it is, man. Beautiful lock there from Gators. Gators is so good, so quick, that when he closes the distance, whatever class he's on, whether it's the Druid, whether it's the Necro, anything he plays on, and now we're seeing him on the Barb, he's so good at closing the distance and just immediately hunting for that name lock, right? You see him mid-whirlwind just hunting his opponent down with his cursor, trying to grab that name lock, trying to close the distance. Beautiful shots there from Primo, but now he's in close range versus Gators, and man, he's taking some damage, though. Primo is piecing him up with these traps here. Gators is catching him, though, with a little bit of predictive whirlwinding. If you notice with a Barb, man, you never want to be, like, probably one of the most insulting situations when you're on a Barb, right, is when someone telestomps you and you're not whirlwinding. You weren't ready for it. You didn't grab the name lock. You didn't start Zerk and weren't whirlwinded. That is certainly something that we won't see from Gators here. This guy is always ready, doing some predictive whirlwinding when his opponent's in close and doesn't know where he's going to go. He's always doing those, but also when Primo holds down the name lock with Mind Blast there, one good way to escape the Mind Blast lock and to ensure that you're not getting perpetually stunned is to just keep whirlwinding. You can't get stunned. Whirlwind is basically an uninterruptible attack, right? Like, you can't get stopped mid-whirl. So if you're getting Mind Blast locked, you want to close the distance, you can actually just whirl towards your opponent. And there's nothing they can do. That Mind Blast ain't going to knock you out of there. It ain't gonna do the job. Beautiful Mind Blast there from Primo. He's slowly working down his opponent. Gators took a lot of damage from that Mind Blast lock there. Probably a couple of hundred. It's very, very consistent. Now that combined with some very good traps is definitely what Primo needs. That was a very close duel, though. 2-0 so far for Gators.
Good to see you.
I should say as much of a Mind Blast stun lock as you can get, AK. Mind Blast is still an annoying skill, right? It's still an annoying skill that will, if you've ever been closing the distance and trying to get in on your opponent and, telly stomp them, and then they just get in and they hold down Mind Blast right on top of you. Sure, you can't necessarily get locked out of it like you could before, but it's going to be practically impossible to time your attacks through it, right? Like, you have to get either really lucky or be very familiar with the action frames and animation frames of Mind Blast. Oh, man, big hits from the previous champ, but he's taking some damage. Took about 1,000 damage for his troubles there. Now he's chaining Primo, trying to stun on him. Oh, man, big hits for Gators. Primo in a lot of trouble, and down he goes. Man, look at this pressure. This shit was just, that was wild. Let's go back and check it out. That was insane. This is just stupid. We're going to have to go back to the spaceship for this. We need to travel quickly back into time to see just the absolute sheer pressure that Gators has put on his opponent here. Look at this. It's just constant. Always looking for the name locks coming in. A savage, an absolutely savage beatdown there. Wow, this guy is scary on every single class. What the hell is up with this guy, man? What's he doing? What kind of PEDs is he on? Someone's got to shut him down. This is getting wild. This guy is insane. Gators good on everything, man. Primo's got his work cut out for him. Not yet, dude. I haven't even checked it out. We're probably gonna have it, but yeah, I gotta check it out. Make sure that it's like linked up in the way that I want. Make sure it's like linked up with. I might have to. We're gonna have to do a lot of work. It's gonna be a busy week, man. Like literally, the second I'm done here, we gotta start thinking about that. But we'll announce it in time. Once it's like ready to go. Once you know, I'm sure it's practically ready to go. But like once it's all. I gotta look at it. I haven't even opened it yet, man. It's been a crazy week. I feel like I have to understand it, and then I'm like, you know, and then we'll throw it out there. But it'll be coming soon. I'll probably announce it and draw attention to it when we announce the next signups. And hopefully with that sheet though, and how that works is we can just set a perpetual deadline for signups. Like if they're done, they're done, and you don't get in. If you don't get in, you don't get in. And you just never have to post it. People just know you sign up for a DFC and there's just an automatic cutoff. I think we could easily set it up that way. Man, big shots there, big shots. And now Primo's got his back against the ropes. It's 3-0 versus the previous champion. He's climbing back up. He's trying to get himself into a good spot here, landing some big traps. But look at this beautiful chain from Gators. Oh, look at this. What a gentleman. What a gentleman. You see this? Gators not only delivering the digital violence inside of Loot Go Lane, inside of the Bloodmore, anywhere he goes, but also giving his opponent time to re-up on mana. What a savage. What a savage. Oh, man, he's so good at landing those shots. And now I would guess Primo is probably one whirlwind tick away. He's going to have to be very careful with where he places those whirlwinds, where he places those teleports. Make sure he doesn't get hit by those whirlwinds. Try to be as unpredictable as possible and always have those traps up because, yeah, he is very low. He's got a sliver of life left, and the previous champ punishes him for it, man. That is wild.
Yes?
Insane. Holy shit, man. Oh, shit. GG match. That's the kind of action right there that's insane to see. Yeah, nasty locks, nasty pressure from these guys. Most handsome too, he says. Stadium PK. He's all right, but I mean, if he isn't wearing a Widowmaker, I can't really have any respect for how his character looks and how handsome said character would be. I don't see him using a Widowmaker. So, you know, you figure it out. And you know who else is jamming? Let's see if Gators will show off this insane barb gear here. Let's give him a couple of seconds, see if he'll show it off to the people that might be seeing a barb for the first time and wondering what the hell to do in PvP versus such juck savagery. Maybe he'll show it off. Maybe he'll give us a peek. Or maybe, look at this, he's hiding behind the post right there. Maybe he won't. Maybe he doesn't want anybody to see. Maybe he wants to keep his barb secret. Oh, no, he's going to show us. Oh, look at this, man. He's got that's a very nice helm, man. 222 open socket with base life, and he's got a cham and a low in that for like, oh, that's Primo's. That's actually Primo's helm, he says. That's nuts. High Lords is just the way to go. Stadium PK once said, very good dueler, he once said, if you're switching off the High Lords, you're probably doing it wrong. Very nice Grief and Beast combo. That's typically what you'll see on these barbs here, with a beautiful 5.5 point ring and an inventory full of matching charms. 3 XX20s, 3620s, just beefing up that attack rating, the max damage. The charm inventory here for most barbs is just utility. You can see him with some faster hit recovery charms in there, trying to make sure he's got his break points. Yeah, very good. Thank you for showing that off, Gators. That's awesome, man. Hell of a guy. Hell of a guy. All right, boys, let's kick over. Mr. Green Lungz, man, this guy is ready to throw down in melee. And he has been quite the savage himself. He has been quite the savage in melee. And he's going up against Bonkai. A win here for Green Lungz is going to be huge. If he can shut down Bonkai, he's basically shut down the entire melee division. And at this point, he's certainly knocking on the door of the title. And if we're not going to see the champion, we're going to have to award one. And Green Lungz is looking real good. Big comeback there from Green Lungz after some savage hits early on from Bonkai.
Greetings.
This barb right here is so inspirational for a lot of reasons, man. Green Lungz has done so well in the DFC melee division. And the great and most inspirational thing about this barb is, I shit you not, there was a time in history where we saw this barb have MF charms in his inventory because he had not yet acquired max damage AR lifers. And there it is, man. Again, 2-0 so far for the Green Lungz. This guy is so good at realizing what he needs to use against just about every matchup he finds himself in. I know, dude. CJ's rooting for you. He's just rooting for a fellow Zon player. There's like some Zon tribalism going on here. I can smell it. You think I'm blind to the tribalism? Nah, man, we see it. But yeah, the point is, this guy, Green Lungz, we've seen him rise up so much, not only in the quality of his items, but just in his ability to make the most intelligent swaps in any matchup and just shut his opponents down, man. And he's off to a good start with that today, man. 3-0 versus Bonkai. Bonkai looking to, he might go for a swap. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what he does here, man. You'll notice that Green Lungz has these little sparkles around him, right? It's like, what is this going? Is this just a really shiny armor he has? No, that right there is the inner sight from the Amazon. The Amazon is allowed to cast inner sight before the duel. Mainly because it's difficult to stack up AR on an Amazon along with damage and all of these other breakpoints that you need to hit. So it's one way to sort of even things out for the Amazon and make their targets a lot easier to hit. But man, when you're going up against such a savage, heavy-hitting barb like this, man, oh man, does that get wild. And it looks like, the interesting piece here is it looks like Green Lungz has some attacker takes damage, which that in and of itself is really interesting. You can stack up some of that, right? And if you have a good handful of it, right? If you have like, you know, between 20 and 50, somewhere in that range, believe it or not, that damage actually benefits, I believe, I'm like 99% on this, that damage benefits from enhanced damage, right? So like when that damage is returned, it benefits from enhanced damage, which is why you see all of these hits actually ticking down, actually ticking Bonkai down like quite substantially. Needs to get in there and land some shots, but man, there's such a price to pay for landing them. Yeah, that's just simple attacker takes damage. Yeah, hard to stack up a lot of it, and it doesn't, I mean, you have it on just about anything. I'm pretty sure the Storm Shield have it. Like there's oh yeah, he really stacks it up on the Demon's Horn Edge. That's what he's going above and beyond there. Yeah, he's certainly keen on that. And this is what I mean, man. Green Lungz just knows what to wear versus any matchup, and you can see it doing some big damage. Like, I say big, it's not really a lot of damage, it's just consistent damage over the course of this entire duel, right? But these are big hits from Bonkai. Bonkai trying to make a big comeback, and there it is, man. His first win in the matchup. Whatever he's doing now, needs to keep it up. Jesus. There it is, man. 5-1 so far in favor of Green Lungz, the reigning, defending, scary, potentially interim champion here, if he keeps this up. But if Bonkai keeps bringing us more of that, it's gonna be a quick night. It's also a big win for Bonkai. Bonkai, we see him kind of in and out of melee, right? But whenever he shows up, he makes a statement. A win versus Green Lungz is huge because Green Lungz is just an established, very well put together, very thoughtful and intelligent melee dueler. So a win versus him is huge. And there it is, man. 6-1 so far in favor of Green Lungz, but that was a close one. Bonkai is allowed Iron Maiden charges. Tell Bonkai is allowed Iron Maiden charges. No, they can't use Demon Limb. They can't like pre-buff with it. No pre-buffing with the exception of battle orders. Like battle orders, battle command, shout. Could do that. Yeah, and just the look of this barb too, man. It's a really good looking barb. Like just the color of like, I mean, and you'll see this happen a lot in melee duels. It's like people really focus on the look of their character. Big hits from Bonkai. Can he get there? And he does. Now 6-2, still in favor of Green Lungz, but now Bonkai really getting there. See, I think he was a victim of just some nasty RNG right off the rip, right? Like, you know, you see Green Lungz just landing these big shots and landing them far more than you would expect him to either. Like, you know, the Zon is so hard to hit. They've got the max block, the DR, but they've also got dodge, avoid, and evade. As you guys know, the Zon is extremely hard to hit in any format, and melee is no exception. Big hits from Bonkai early on. So far, this has all been attacker takes damage. This is nuts. Barely any shots landed. 2 big shots landed, but that's going to be it right there. Big ATD finish. Holy shit. The FT30? No, FT10. DM you the game, Cooley, whenever. Oh, GG. All right, man. Hold on. I didn't get a chance to find all my life leech. I'm gonna need. Do you have any items like 400 life leech that I could borrow for, you know, just for a little bit? Now that was a big hit early on from Green Lungz, and this guy trying to get there now, looking real good. Bonkai's gonna have to get real lucky with what he lands here. Boom, and there it is, man. Poison Nova finish from the BOTD right after that. Chance to cast Poison Nova after skill, now advancing the score to 8-2 in favor of Green Lungz. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. I think this is actually the first time we've really noticed this and the power of attacker takes damage in a duel. And leave it to Green Lungz, one of the most creative VAR players in Melee. Landed big shots from both players early on. This is the guy that showed us this Barbarian having 50,000 defense at one point. Man, oh man, and there it is, a 9-2 so far in favor of Green Lungz. Bonkai says, oh Lord, what a savage, man, what a good dude. What a good sport up in here, man. It's got to be frustrating. It's got to be frustrating going up. I didn't even expect that attacker takes damage stuff, man. That's wild. That's nuts. This guy's he's just a champ.
Help me. Help.
Oh man, there it is. He's asking for help from the RNG gods, and it's paying off, man. He's landing shots. He's asking for help from the RNG gods, but can he get there? Is it going to be enough? It sure is. It sure is. That time he asked, you could hear his character actually, and you might have been wondering why the Zon was saying, help me there. That is basically a melee prayer to the RNG gods. I'm not even making this up, man. I'm not. It sounds like this is some random thing I'm saying on stream, all right? But you wouldn't believe how common this is in melee duels. You wouldn't believe, man. Yeah, see, there it is. He even takes a little pause. He takes a little pause to pray.
Help me!
Calling down the luck of the RNG gods, but will RNG smile upon him today? And he will! Bonkai mounting a nasty comeback here. I'm telling you. You see, you wonder why this shit works. You wonder why people do it in Melee, man. You start praying to the RNG gods and shit starts happening. All right. And here we go. Bonkai trying to mount a big comeback here. He even pauses. He paused, but yeah, there it is. There it is. So pause for pray. Pause to pray. And it's paying off. He continues to pray throughout the match, but will it be enough? Oh, man, what a close duel. 10-4 over and out. What a savage duel, man. That one was very close. Green Lungz went down to like 150 life on that one. That was crazy. Yeah, I would love to see the makeup of this bar. Both of these characters here. These guys going into trade, showing off their gear. This is really cool to see. So he's got the BOTD, the signature weapon of Green Lungz. This guy uses it so much, and he's got a tooth throw, F-upped tooth throw there. Very good armor. Man, the Storm Shield in combination with, this is the first time I've ever seen this, the Demon Horn helm right here be used, or whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called. It's so rare to see it. Like this, that thing is savage, and he uses it for the attacker takes damage. Yeah, and there is some attacker takes damage on the Storm Shield Monarch. Looks like he put a skull in there for even more. Yeah, this was certainly his strategy, man. Like, it's not even like F-up zotted. It's just straight, like, man, he has really gone. That is a perfect double F-upped tooth throw right there. That's really cool. This guy has really thought out this matchup and has said, all right, this is going to be my strategy, man. I'm not going to hit nearly as much as this Zon, and these hits are going to hurt. But, man, he's going to take a little bit of damage every time. And what an incredible way. What an incredible way to design your character for this matchup. Some beautiful items here, too, from Bonkai. Bonkai, pretty easy to convert a lot of the stuff that he has on his pretty decked out HLD Zon and put that right towards a melee dueler. I mean, a lot of the inventory fits in quite similarly. Very happy to see this guy in melee. An incredible duel. Incredible duel between these guys. Wow, GG, man. GG. Insane. Good duel, guys. Wow. He says, knew I wouldn't hit you. Had to plan on it somehow. Wow. All right, here we are. Let's get this arena cleaned up. Allegedly, Mesa thinks that this is going to be, probably he thinks it's going to be an easy night, but man, he's got another thing coming, because this arena back here, we've got some bills to pay, you know, and the only way to do it is to win some fight of the night bonuses. Pretty sure that's the only way to do it. So hate to be on the delivering end of such digital violence on the brawler, but that is what's about to happen here. Let me get in. We're dialing it up behind the scenes. We're making sure. We're just gonna go take care of Mesa real quick. Should be easy. Everybody says he's good. You think I'm gonna take that seriously? You think I'm gonna bring the 94 bar to prove a point here. All right, we're just gonna bring the 94 bar. Hold on, we gotta make sure we've got enough life leech for this. I gotta pop in. We're gonna try to we're gonna try to make sure that we have the right setup. All right, I'll show you guys what I'm doing. I'll show you what we're looking at here, okay?
Just take this lovely bonus.
Holy shit, Turbo with the 30 Canadian coins. My God, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. That's huge. Yeah, we'll put it right towards it. We got, I guess we'll pay the cleanup bill and a lot more with that. Holy shit, man. Big cheers to Turbo. That's huge. Thank you so much, man. All right, we got to have DR with this. DR, Life Leech. Yeah, this should be, that's only 8. I'm going to see if I can find some more. We got 4 Life Leech here with some cold res. That's probably good. Yeah, probably that's about all we need. We probably are going to need to stack up some poison. I mean, look, I don't want to hear nothing. You got to make this shit count, man. If you're not making your hits count, what are you doing? You know? Fuck are you doing? Make sure we've got the right shit here. All right, yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. All right, let's get over to this game. Let's get over to it. Let's make sure we can pop in. Game is called easy, which that's good, man, because something tells me it's probably going to be an easy night for me. Probably, I'm not even worried. Not even worried in the slightest. Yep, jam it. Where's that music, Bill? Give it to me. All right, this is the barbarian that you guys have all been waiting for. Yeah, I know you've been wondering where the brawler's been at, wondering when he's going to get busted out again. Oh, here he is. Champion shit is about to go down. We start the long and arduous battle back to the top here. What is it? What is this shit? Look at this ping. The Bill. What is this? Are you seeing this? 62 ping? 94 ping? Oh, string of ears is a good idea. Do I have one? All right, hold up. I tried to type, but we're all chat bugged. Hold up. I'm gonna message him. We gotta go find a string of ears. I think that's smart. That was smart, CJ. Look at that, just right ready to go. All right, a little bit of an odd map. Godly ping. Yeah, it's not even much better, but yeah, we don't have much cast here. We're gonna have to make it work. Jamming and slamming, man.
Not in town.
Good day.
All right, we got to get on point. We got to get ready.
Good day.
Get all pulled up, get ready for some digital violence. How much life leech we've got? Aiming for 400. Have 20. Close. All right, we got to make sure we've got the right shit here. We've got the Widowmaker. All right, good enough. We shouldn't need more than one belt. I mean, this is just Mesa. Character's name is NVD. He's probably set up for versus Necro or some shit. He probably ain't ready. Doesn't look like he's too serious. Yo, what's up, Serenity? All right, let's fucking get this. It's time for some violence. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me, let's do this. Let's make sure we've got the right shit here. Let's make sure we're buffed up in the right ways. A little bit of mana, he says. He needs some more mana.
Not in town.
That's all right. How long do you think it's going to take me to slay a druid? It's just a little druid. How long do you think it's going to take? He ain't going to be here all night. Just a wee fella. All right, here we go. Just fire shrined himself. Yeah, see, he's the type of player that's gonna fire shrine himself. This is gonna be fucking LOL, man. LOL. Oh my gosh. All right, let's jam it. Big hits, okay. I see how we're playing. I see how this is. What it? 62 ping? Holy shit. That was... I think we were lagging. Wow. Fuck, man.
Have a sip.
Sawdust, my dude. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for those Canadian... No, those are... That's straight American. We can do shit. We can do shit with that. We don't even need no conversion and shit. Sawdust, big cheers to you, man. Thanks so much, man. That's huge. All right. Let's get real. No more dicking around. First one's free.
I am overburdened.
All right, it's 1-0. 400 life leech, baby. We back in this, man. We back in this. All right, bust out that bow. Gotta mix it up a little bit. We gotta mix it up a little bit. Mix it up a little bit, you know? 400 life leech, maybe. I mean, sometimes it's just what you gotta do. You gotta be ready for it. You just gotta get in there. Land some shots. Make it violent. We got to get in there. All right. All right. The calm before the storm. Oh, what is this? What are you stomping? Who stomps a barbarian? Who stomps a barbarian? Who does that? Who does that kind of noise? What is it? What do you think this is? NVD? What is this?
I can't carry anymore.
What is it? What does he think this is? NVD? You don't stomp a barbarian. God damn! What a! I gotta prepare for. I'm a barbarian, dude. You shouldn't be stomping. Yeah, what a cheater. What a cheater, dude. Well, I mean, if you wouldn't cheat and bring these fucking cheesy builds to the arena, fucking. Is there any way we can put more cheese? More. Anyway, looks good. Looks good. Yeah, who brings it? What is this? What is this outlandish build he's on? Fucking stupid. Throwing tornadoes. All right. Okay. All right. We back in this. We got this.
Cheese wedge, cheese wedge, cheese wedge.
Four wheel, I see you, bro. Yeah, this guy's just full of the cheese. Look at this. More stomping on a druid. What is this fun? It's all cheese. What is? Oh, there it is. See? That's why you don't stomp a barb. A lot of times they just have life leech, and that life leech is bad. Bad news for a druid. You see all that life leech? That was some good life leech right there. That's why we need the 400 is so important. It's a very, very important thing. Quit stomping! Quit! What is this BM shit?
I can't carry anymore.
Fucking! I thought he was gonna have a good duel. I thought we were gonna have a good mannered duel. I mean, if he wasn't cheating.
Good day.
By the way, big cheers to you, Full Wheel. Thanks so much, man, for the 10 coin tip. Huge. Yeah, I don't think this is the way. I think we had it right the first time. I think we need to utilize this quite a bit more. Brawler Barb. We've got it. We just need to get in there. All right, here we go. FT4. We've got our back against the ropes. But I've got faith. I've got faith, man. Yeah, stop cheating, Mesa. Telly stomping. Who does that? Who telly stomps a barb? That's fucking shit, man. That's shit. Who does that shit? All right, there goes a couple of wolves. We just have to stalk our prey. All right, we just have to keep this up. We just have to keep the arrows up. What the fuck, dude? We agreed. We agreed.
I am overburdened.
We agreed on this shit. All right, you want to do that? All right, all right. We agreed no stomping. I thought that was something we typed that out. Tough match, man. The problem is this throw barb is interesting, but it's lacking some very important things. It's so hard on a throw barb to balance everything. And the thing that we're missing is Pierce. Like, so if we would have had this setup, which is why I temporarily switched to it, we would have had like some pretty good Pierce. But the thing is, you can't pierce the wolves with just, like, you can't rely on the skill alone. Like, you know, the skill should pierce with throw mastery. But 49% is not enough. It just doesn't hit enough. And you need 100% pierce so that you always get through the pets. And it's impossible to balance everything. They did some good work to the throw bar, but it's still so far away. This is the best version of it, I think, that we've ever come to. But you have to give up something when you swap to like good weapons for good range. That, or they need to increase the range of these to 700 times what it is. Like, it goes for like 2 or 3 meters in game. Like, you throw it and it stops like right here. Like, that needs to be like off screen. You know what I mean? Then this would kind of be cool. You know, that would be pretty viable. You could use like War Shriek and shit, but the range is just so bad on those. And then you have no pierce with this setup. So I kind of knew a druid would be difficult. And Mesa's a really good dueler, man. We joke and we kid, but he's really good. We could tell from his you know, the first couple of matchups here in the DFC. Yeah, I mean, possibly, but then you're giving up DR and Life Leech in this matchup, and it's so hard to stack up DR. Like, that's what I mean, is it's so hard to stack things up that you have to eventually, on a throw barb, you have to say, I'm going to sacrifice some things. So you prioritize either DR and Life Leech or Pierce. And it's like you have to, as you saw, if I was just a better barb, I think I could have taken some of those. But, like, clearly the Life Leech and tap and shit was the way to go. Like, you definitely want that. Yeah, prioritize life tap, exactly. Like, life tap, the Life Leech, prioritize getting life back. But, yeah, you just have to give up too much shit. But, I mean, the cool thing is just imagine if we had actual Pierce on this. Me being bad on a barb, just grabbing name locks of pets and shit and just holding them. And then the second that he pauses, he's getting hit, like, because it's going through the pets. Like, that's what I was hoping and praying for a couple of times. Like, I got the pet, just hope that 49 Pierce goes through 5 of them. Like, you need 100% Pierce, which it sucks, but you gotta prioritize something. And I figured that whereas, speaking of life tap, it's one of the only classes that can use it is the Barbarian. I figured this would probably be the most broken approach to it. Like, prioritize the broken thing over the thing that's a little more fair. You know, like, prioritize that. Whirlwind damage, right now we're enchanted, I think. Or are we? No, we got killed. We're not enchanted. It's 6.2k with shit tons of poison charms. But let me take the poison charms out, and I'll show you what it is like with just 451. Yeah, so like if you have a semi-reasonable and what some people would consider non-cheese amount of 451s, which I also think is a bad idea on a barb like this. It's not bad. Your damage isn't great, but it's not bad. It's so hard to like stack up everything. Whirlwind is more like, it's more for just the threat that it's there, and it isn't complete ass when you hit with it is the goal. But it's like 1 point into Whirlwind. What happened to all my charms? I thought I had more charms than this. What did I do with them? Oh, I stacked them over here. That's what I did. These are the shit charms. These are the shit ones. Hold on. Yeah, so like 2.7k. It's not huge. You certainly would prefer to hit with a double throw.
Not here.
But Whirlwind isn't complete ass when you hit with it, which is another reason instead of poison, you could also stack up Crushing Blow, which makes it so that your Whirlwind isn't complete ass. So if you didn't want to go like poison, you could go G-Face. But in this matchup, you're giving up DR, and the problem with going G-Face is, again, another bad thing about throw barbs is your attack frames. They're just really bad. People thought I was kidding on stream until we broke it down and proved it the other day about the barb, but they need 500% more IAS on this build to make it even semi-viable in PvP. Or really even in PvM, I think it could make it a good build, like something that's fun to play. But the attack speed breakpoints with throw need to increase by no fucking joke 500%. It's so slow. Yeah, so like you got to sacrifice something on the build. I just wanted to play it because it's a fun build. You know, it's fun. I think it's something for a non-skilled barb player like myself to play the barb and still have fun on it. So yeah, wanted to jam it, man. I had fun getting my ass beat. Mesa's a pretty savage dude. He's a good one, all right? He's a good player, okay? But by the way, we've got Primo and Sogi over here. If you care, I can show you what I used. Yeah, actually, I'd love to see it. I'm pretty sure. By the way, we're gonna cut over to Primo and Sogi after this. By the way, we've got it on deck. Yeah, let's check out what he was wearing here. Probably a PLR setup, I would guess. Nice little 222 open socket base life double bear diadem with a beautiful F suicide branch. Wow, what is this? 777, 7 faster hit recovery, strength, dex, and 10 all res. That's a beautiful jewel in that thing. Literally no PLR, 0 PLR. Yeah, the reason our poison wasn't hurting so bad is because of Drax. We should have been wearing these for massive poison damage. We might have scored some shit there. Defense charms, dude, that's an interesting choice. A little bit of rep life, faster hit recovery, 44 life LE grand charms. Beautiful gear, man. Yeah, nice little FPK ring right here. 23 strength, 59 life, 60 life on this one. Yeah, 7 FHR, 7 strength, dex. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I misread that. You're right, because it has 10 all res naturally on this. It's 30 poison res. Okay, that's what it is. Thanks, Sound. Yeah, it's 30 poison res in that. And it's F. He did that just for me. What is he? He's just bringing in poison res? What does he think I am? Does he think I'm going to cheese him? Did he think I was going to cheese him? Who does he take me for? What the fuck? Think I'm a little cheeser? Oh gosh, man. You never use poison charms once and people assume you're always going to use them, you know? It's just, gosh, I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is. Yeah, ring's not so bad, man. Oh, is Sogi AFK? Primo showing Sogi might be AFK. That's all right. We got a Flush versus Mildred, I believe, real quick. We can cut over to this melee duel. I think these guys might be throwing down here. Yeah, Mildred versus the Flush. Will Flush be able to flush the Mildred? Or will Mildred show, once again, prove to the world that her skills on this Fury Druid are not to be doubted and certainly not to be underestimated? All right, and here we go. We're looking at Mildred's standpoint right here, going up against Lupin, aka the Flush. Big hits are early on from Mildred the Werecat, but a big comeback from Lupin. Mr. Flush, oh man, flushed. All right, what's the score here, man? Were these guys already jamming and slamming as we popped in? Yeah, Throw Barb needs so much, man. I really want to see them push that build to what it actually needs to be. You know, because it's so close to being a very good Barb build, which I think those changes would be so cool to see in PvP. Seeing like a Throw Barb in HLV PvP would be insane. Look at this. These guys got a bear just stunning their oak over here so that the oaks don't get in the way. Adding to optimum efficiency, optimum fairness in this duel. They've got Alpha over here just keeping their oaks all flushed right out, all standing there on the side. What? This is some high-level melee shit right here. Sound versus Lamp is going on too. Oh man, if you or someone could tell me when the breakpoints, I can help theory craft. I'm a big-time theory crafter. Yeah, CJ, I'd love it, man. Basically, what I use is Warren's thing. I just go to Warren's thing. You need 90 IAS, I think. 90% IAS, and here's the kicker. That hits 9 frames. They say it's the max, but it's not. Like, even calculators can't even calculate how fucking high of IAS you need to hit 7 frames on a barb. Like, for throw, anyway. Like, you can hit 7 frames. You can do it in PVM with the use of Faith on the Mercenary, which is what we did in the video that we put together with the Throwbar back in the day. Like, the PVM version of it is actually not bad because you can hit the 7 frame breakpoint if you want, 8 pretty comfortably. But in PvP, the best you can hit is 9. Like, you know, you just, without Fanaticism Aura, you really can't hit like a higher breakpoint. Max roll is more accurate for a lot of stuff, Max? Okay. Max's site over there. Max's max roll site. It's not his site, but it has the same name as him, so it's basically his site. That's how math works. Yeah, Warren, so max roll also shows the action frame breakpoints past the fastest IAS frame breakpoints. Oh, that's actually really useful. Big hits here from Flush early on, and Mildred Werecat hoping for a big comeback. She gets it. Wow, dude, is it now? What's the score now? Is it 5-4 or is it 6-3? I'm pretty sure Warren's is good enough for Whirlwind Barb, especially if you go greased beef. Greased beef. Beef and greased is a very good combo for the Barb. You definitely want those. You want some beef wherever you go. But no, like the Grief and Beast, if you're using those, I'm pretty sure you just need 40 IAS, and the calculator reflects that. You need 40 IAS on each weapon. Easy to get on Beast, not so guaranteed on Grief. Greased beef, that's what you need. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. I think that's incredible. There's also something funny with Whirlwind and D2R. You need Ink Dagger calculator? What is this? Let me know if you want it. I don't even know how good it is. I don't even know what it is. My opinion, someone needs to nerd out and test things because Whirlwind is weird. No shit. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it definitely is weird, and it doesn't work like it did in LOD. Whirlwind is a bit different in the sense that when you were frozen in LOD, correct me if I'm wrong, Max, but I believe this was the thing with it, where Whirlwind's breakpoints when you were frozen weren't affected. It was just your travel speed. But in D2R, your breakpoints are affected by being frozen in like when you Whirlwind. Yeah, Chill didn't change Whirlwind breakpoints. Yeah, exactly. Bro, we've got ourselves a duel here. Mildred Werecat making a big comeback. It's now 5-5 between these two. Close duel in this Fury v Fury matchup. Yeah, exactly. That's like that's the shittiest thing. So like, as if Barbs needed even more of a nerf, like Whirlwind now is the Chill affects your Whirlwind breakpoints, which is just not good. Like there were so many matchups where you could forego the cannot be frozen. The Druid was one of them. If you had a Whirlwind Barb, you didn't necessarily care about the frozen piece in Barb v Drew because you were teleporting around a lot. You're just trying to close the distance in Whirlwind. But now it's something that you have to plan for because it affects your Whirlwind breakpoints. It's like, it's so bad, man. I think faster run walk still affects the speed at which you Whirlwind. It's now 6-5 in favor of the Mildred Werecat. Yeah, it does use the combined, to hit the Whirlwind breakpoint, uses all combined IAS. But the thing is, if you're making a traditional Whirlwind Barb, it's kind of hard to put IAS anywhere else besides like your weapons and your amulet. You know, like the weapon slot and the amulet from High Lords is really the only efficient place you're getting it. Everything else kind of has its place and needs to be there. Now 6s between these two legendary combatants in Melee. There's also some weird stuff with dual wield breakpoints, in my opinion, needs testing. Yeah, well, that's easy to see from Warren's calculator, is like, even his calculator will say, it's like I was saying, it says that like your 9 frames is max, but then if you plug things in like burst of speed, it drops you a frame. if you plug in burst of speed and like fanaticism, it drops you 2 frames. So there's clearly like it just doesn't show the next breakpoint if it's very, very far away. And that's the problem. That's the inherent problem, is that they're like 400, 500 IAS away is your next breakpoint. They just need to rein those in and make it so you could easily hit like 7 or even 6 frames on a throw barb. Then it would be really good, especially if you didn't need like fanaticism from your merc to do it in PVM. Holy shit, close duel between these guys and some morph backs here at 1 life. Mildred Werecat gets there. 7-6 between these two.
Follow me. Come on.
Yeah, basically in this matchup, this matchup requires probably the most choices among any melee matchup, because they luckily have somebody in here holding their Oak Sages back, but in this, sometimes your Oak Sage otherwise could get killed, right? So you have to make the choice as to whether you recast your Oak Sage. Big finish there early on. Was that CTA side for her opponent? Because that was big. 9-6 right there, or 8-6. Holy shit. That was big. That was fast. Looked like CTA. I was going to say, that was CTA side, man. Those hits were just landing. Fuck it. Run it. But yeah, then also in this matchup, when you go to 1, this is the one matchup where you can morph back in Fury v Fury. So, you know, it comes down to like your timing with morphing back at 1 life and trying to survive, right? You're basically trying to outgame your opponent at 1 life, and the duel's not over. It's not over to that last point of damage gets dealt, man. It's pretty crazy. But otherwise in Melee, no, it comes down, a lot of the skill comes down to your gear choice and, you know, knowing how and when to roll the RNG dice. But there is a lot of skill involved in the gear choice for matchups and understanding the matchups, knowing how to roll the dice in any situation you find yourself in. But as far as the arena dueling skill, no, it's just click and hold for most of the duels. All of the skill comes in knowing the matchup and knowing what to use. That's where most of it comes. In this matchup, though, this one is more of a skill-based melee matchup in the actual arena than most of them, though. Yeah, especially if you have 2 very similarly built characters, it certainly is. It's like a I wouldn't even say it's as complicated as rock paper scissors. I think it's more of just like roll the digital dice. It's pray to RNGesus. Yeah, and that's true too. You're working with like limited info on your opponent, basing your next moves off from what you've seen in the arena so far. How good your hits are landing. You might determine, okay, this setup is better. I need to go with AR. It's like it's a duel that's fought in the stash essentially.
Hey,
like,
I'll do my LLD duel at 9 p.m. Can't do the HLD.
hey, no problem. Shank, man, what a hell of a guy. Just announces that via a dono, dude. What a savage. Thanks so much for the 2 Canadian coins, man. I really appreciate that. That's huge. Huge, brother. Can't wait to see it. That's going to be Nightfall versus Shank. Those guys going at it in LLD. So good to see Shank back in the LLD arena. Hey, how did it go today with the landlord, man? Hope it went well. I hope you guys got everything worked out. And that he's not tied up in the basement somewhere. And if he is, no worries. You just let me know if you need some help. We can come down there. Give him a little bit of top din intimidation. Top dinidation, if you will. And there it is. A win for Mildred Werecat. The female druid that shall not be underestimated ever again. As if she wasn't, you know, as if she already was even. She has been tearing up the melee division.
Good day.
And man, this wolf is scary. Let's see if we can get a look at the gear from these guys. Like, this is savage. Mildred's very good at figuring out what to do in any given matchup as well. And I think that's what it comes down to, man. She was using Metamorphosis for this, man. You gotta love that. That's gonna give you a certain bonus when you land shots in in wolf form. It's going to be pretty insane. Looks like a dual stat lifer there with possibly min damage. Didn't quite catch it, but yeah. Both of these guys going with the metamorphosis. Yeah, it gives the mark of the wolf, which is added life bonus and attack speed, I believe. And 15 maxer, 15 IAS in that SS from her opponent. Very cool ring there. Dual stat, big AR bonus. Yeah, very similar rings. 36 20s for that massive AR on top of a lot of times what Fury Druids will use in this matchup, with very few exceptions, is just an inventory full of shape-shifting 45 lifers. Yeah, and it looks like both of these guys had a very, very similar setup here. Very, very similar. Even right down to the Black Hades armor. Insane. Close one, man. Lupin versus the Werecat. And wow, what a duel it was. Nuts. All right, hey, let's kick back over. Let's have a little cheers, shall we? All right, come on into the tavern, guys. This is the place. Hey, every once in a while, you know, between the matchups, you need to come down for some refreshments. This shit, I wouldn't trust it. Atma was running the show around here before we got here and took this place over in the process of making it great again. But some of this, drink at your own risk. That being said, just because I'm sitting up here at the bar doesn't mean I'm serving you a fucking thing. You come in here and grab what you want, all right? Just come on, yep, just come right behind. You can step behind the bar over here. It's fine. I ain't gonna, just come in, have a seat, have some refreshments midway here and make yourself comfortable, all right? This is where all the dueling and digital violence happens. And we're gonna see. I'm gonna cut back over to Sogi here. It looks like he might be jamming. Yeah, oh yeah, he's ready to jam. We're gonna cut over. Let's check it out. Get your refreshments and let's get back to this, man. It looks like Primo and Sogi finally ready to throw down. Oh, there it is. All right, looks like these guys are chat bugs. So the way that they're gonna communicate that they're ready to go is through the in-game chat. That actually makes a sound, an audible sound, and will also, oh no, these guys aren't chat bugs. These yeah, these guys are just ready to jam and slam in Alabama. They ain't messing around. Yeah, this is FT4. Primo's ready to throw down versus a Savage VT in Sogi. This guy is insane. Primo has got some practice. We got to see a little bit of Primo versus Gators, though, and I got to say, I'm pretty impressed. With the exception of maybe making a couple of mistakes, you know, in where he chose to telly, that was about it. We're about to throw down, boys. This shit is about to get real between these two. And here we go, round one. In this corner, we've got Sogi. We are watching one of the most fearsome VTs going at it versus Primo. This guy far better on the Sin than we might have assumed just seeing him out the gate. This guy knows how to set those traps up and he knows how to lure his opponents into them. He's also very good at looking for those name locks and keeping up the Mind Blast pressure, which is something that can't be understated on a Sin, man. That skill is very annoying, but it also delivers that constant damage, which is something that over the long run in duels like this, you know, it's really good. Eventually, if you're really annoying with it, it'll force your opponent to respond to it in some way. And now it looks like Sogi going in, trying to harass with the FOH from the outside, trying to get in close, grab that name lock, even working his way in with charge. That's a very smart way to do it. So Sogi is trying to work his way in with charge versus Primo when he gets in close. And the reason he does that, it's actually a very risky move, and I'll explain that in a second. But the reason he does that is because you can't be mind blasted out of it. Unlike if you tried to telly stomp, if you just got the name lock and tried to chain with it, you can get mind blasted out of that. You can get interrupted. But if you grab that name lock and you charge in, then that gets pretty bad real quick. Big damage there from Sogi. But the drawback to charging in is that if Primo is ready, what he can do is force him to keep that name lock and then teleport around in circles and just run Sogi through his traps. So like if he gets good at baiting him in with that, he can actually just run him through a shit ton of traps while he's charge locked, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't break it. So that's probably what Primo's looking for as his opponent, as he's noticing that his opponent is apt to charging in. He's gonna try to trap him. He's gonna try to have some traps ready, and as soon as he sees that charge, he needs to start teleporting. Teleport far enough not to get connected by the charge, compensate for desync, and just drag him through the mud and the muck. And there it is. Yeah, he got him. He got him with that FOH PK, man. You weren't messing around. Sogi didn't come here to play. He came here to win. No, Shadow Master banned versus Paladins. Why is he using it? I'll allow it. I'll allow it. This Din wants to charge. You're using that charge, cheese charge. Yeah, we'll allow it. Yeah, okay. Primo says warrior. He says always GM. I mean, yeah, we never would have allowed that. See, if we would have, it would have been an instant ban. So obviously, he didn't do that. Yeah, he could have been. It might have looked that way because he might have had Mind Blast on the right click, and he was looking for it. And it's possible that Master Mind Blasted before he did. Apparently, that's a thing that can happen. Sogi, look at this guy. This guy is the trickster, the famous trickster. Look at him teleporting around using the concentration aura, throwing hams. These hams do not hurt, but they're almost like a Widowmaker in the sense that they make your opponent play differently, just because of the sheer fuckery that has come, that exists in the mind of all D2 players when they see hammered in spinning hammers. They start to play differently, right? So that's the big reason why Sogi does this. He starts spinning hams to fake people out, and far more often than you would think, it works. It actually pays off. Like he can kind of control where people are, you know, he cuts off a few areas. People just see it as some damage they don't want to take. Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty much banned with the sword. Oh man, big hits from Sogi, but he pays a little bit for it there. He gets caught in some nasty traps, taking him for about 20% there. Yo, what's up, Bruno? Big cheers to you, brother. Good to see you. Ready after this match? All right, GG. I think we also have we also had somebody waiting in queue here. We've got Sound versus Lamp, which I'm sure there's a lot of people that want to see that one right there. Myself included. I'm pretty pumped about it. Looking forward to it. Yeah, exactly. I think the Elephant Sin poses some interesting problems, you know, for rules, that's for sure, but also in its own build. It's like Max says, you kind of go down to like 65 FCR, and if you go full bore Elephant Sin, you actually give up Claw Block too with busting out the Infinity. You certainly make yourself weak by swapping to Infinity and laying traps, which is what a lot of them will do. But even so, right? Like even if you sorb up, you better be ready, because those elephant hits are still gonna hurt. Big damage there from Primo. Primo doing a great job keeping that Mind Blast up, keeping those swirlies on his opponent, and trying to keep him off from off from on top of him here. He's trying to keep his distance from Sogi. And now Sogi being very careful he's trying to actually cut in very close and not necessarily rely so much on charge in these recent exchanges anyway. It's possible that Primo is getting keen on this charge and on this lock, and there it is. Primo almost got there. He's dragging him through the muck with that charge lock there, and now the FOH finish from Sogi. 2-0 so far for the Din player. GG, man. I told you it's gonna be a tough duel, man. Sogi is an insane VT player. This guy is nuts. Certainly underrated. Yeah, I would say Primo's probably the underdog in this fight, but he's playing pretty well. He's doing pretty well. There was only a couple of times in that last duel, I think he might have got caught with a desynced charge there, which is what stopped him. You always have to plan on the, like, if you're keeping desync on a charging paladin works basically the opposite of what it did in D2 LOD. Desync is still a thing on a charging paladin, but think of it working completely opposite as it did before. Before, if you were off screen charging around, your character would desync to the max, right? Like, it would just be it would be impossible to see on the screen or on the map where the din was if they knew how to desync. But now, if you're on the din's screen and the din's charge direction is changing constantly, such as if they have you name locked or something, it then desyncs. Like, so, and by desyncing, it usually just means they're a little closer to you, or sometimes a lot closer to you than they appear to be on screen. But that is the only consistent time I've seen desync work, is it's when you're on your opponent's screen constantly and you're charge locked. Oftentimes that will desync. Sometimes if you're charging around a lot too and just changing your direction, it may also desync you. But sometimes if you're manually changing it, it will desync you, meaning you won't actually know where your din is and your opponent will. So like I said, the complete opposite of desync, but it's still a thing. Some residual trap hits there, some little trap harassment from Primo. Sogi looking to get in there, looking to grab those name locks and start up some chains, closing some distance. Oh man, what is this? What is this? A little bit of lag there. A little bit of lag. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. The advantage to it is really only when you have your opponent name locked, is that they don't actually know how close you are. But there's also a drawback to that, because when you've name locked your opponent, you can't get out of it. Like, you can't break the charge lock. So it's also a drawback if they have any sort of AI skills that are damaging you along the way. Great hits from Primo here so far, working his opponent down. His opponent, Sogi, has almost 6,000 life with Oak up here. This is insane. Closing the distance, lands some shots, and now he's charge locked, and there it was. Primo trying to stay on the screen and drag him through those traps. That's exactly what you want to do. But man, it's tough. It's tough when the din starts desyncing like that. Yeah, lag hacks for sure. Well, I'll allow it. Big hits from Primo. Primo making some big progress here. And the thing is, as the Sin player, you can never let up. You can never let up, because that can happen right there. You can never get caught flat-footed, man. It's like you always got to be on point. You got to always be watching, always steadfast, because that is the exact moment that the Dan is looking for. Just one opportunistic moment where he catches you just a little flat-footed. Sins need buffs, he says. Probably RNG, Nimrod, but I wouldn't assume it's an ideal situation for the VT. But you got to figure with the VT, they often have the same skills that a pure smiter has maxed, right? Because smite and its synergy along with the aura that you use only takes 60 skill points. So that's why a VT will go into another skill. It's very rare to see a pure smiter, because you just have 40 points left over. You know what I mean? So it's like you might as well do something else with them. Now, if you really wanted to go pure smiter, you can put them in like Defiance for more passive defense, maybe AR for some more charge attack rating. But oftentimes they're just better off in, you know, in some other distance skill. But yeah, I mean, with tap, probably not ideal for whoever is tapped. I think the damage from grief there, Bruno, is always better, and certainly I mean, I guess with beast your attack frames would be there, but I'm pretty sure the damage on grief is just always better because it's just added to smite, whereas the additional bonus damage doesn't equate to as much as the damage plus. Yeah, it's just way too good. Way too good to give it up. So you're getting in there now implementing the 3-piece chain. A little bit of a charge lock. He luckily gets out of it there. You could see Sogi, he knew he was in trouble. He got that, he clicked on that name, started charging, he knew he was in trouble. He was trying to give up on that right away. Beautiful traps there from Primo. And also, it looks like Sogi does have life tap here. He does have the Drax, so if he does close the distance, there's a chance that all of the damage done from Primo could be negated off from, say, the Shadow Warrior, or a clutch closing of the distance there. That's why it's like you got to be steadfast on the Sin, man. It's an interesting back and forth matchup, but it's like so much harder for the Sin, I think, because they have to always be ready, always be watching, and the Din is always hunting, always looking, with the ability to harass from the outside as well a little bit. Yeah, it's probably more for open wounds too, which is that's true. Like once you get the smite in there, it's so hard to catch a Sin a lot of times. That like once you get that smite, you gotta make sure it counts, right? Beautiful chain, and Primo trying to run him through the traps. He was happy to engage with that chain and run him through some traps. Then he had to go reset there, but he did a great job of avoiding any damage and keeping his opponent running in those traps. That was beautiful. Yeah, Sogi is very underrated, I think, man. Like this guy might not be top of the ranks, but he is certainly top of the Dins. Let me tell you, GG's, man. Props to Primo. This guy just hit 99 on this Sin, steps in, takes it serious, and doesn't even get himself an easy night to start things up. You figure we'd be nice to this guy. He's a pretty good dude, you know. I would just give him Sogi. We just feed him to the dogs, you know. But holy shit, I gotta say, pretty impressive. He also had himself a duel versus Gators tonight. And yeah, that's crazy. He knows what to do, and it's very clear. With a few more reps on this Sin, this guy's going to be unstoppable. I think there was a couple of times where just you notice that he's charge locked, but it's so hard to notice that and respond to it quickly on a Din. But that is single-handedly the most devastating thing on a Din. When you're going up against those dudes, like those trappers, and then you charge them accidentally, and then boom, like now you're stuck. Now you can't get out, and it's literally it just takes recognizing that as a Sin and it's so punishing for a Din. But Primo's right. Like oftentimes it can feel miserable for the Sin. He was saying it takes like 50 traps versus 4 smites, and to some degree he's right. And that's because the lightning damage on traps is it ranges so much. Like if the Din gets hit with a pretty big roll on the trap, it can be a quick night for you. But a lot of the times it's rolling mid, maybe mid-high, maybe mid-low. It's rarely ever rolling at like 12K, you know, so it feels like a lot. And especially when you start getting low rolls randomly, when you have to work so hard to get those traps in there, it feels really bad. You know what I mean? It feels like if you get a roll that's low enough, they can actually sorb it. So then it feels even worse. But here we go, man. This is SVS, sound versus lamp. Sound trying to show his SVS skills against the top sorceress in the DFC here. He's trying to get in there, make a statement against this guy. But I'm telling you, it's a lot harder to do than what people think. Lamp ain't no chump, all right? Rumor has it there's been some places that have just straight kicked this guy out of their arenas and banned him. I don't know who would do that, but you know, they just straight, they hate on this guy. But I'm telling you, he's got some skills on this sorceress. But Sound is a very aggressive player, as you can see. He's so good at chain locking, getting in, closing the distance, and landing some big shots just like that on this lightning sorceress. Sound is using the rune word Obsession. You can tell from his two-handed staff that he's got here. We'll cut over to him. You can see him. You can see him using it. Now that is some pure Sork v Sork shit right there. This guy is ready. Look at this aggression, man. Look at this aggression. And the thing is, the drawback to it all, oh man, he catches him at the mana pool. Just catches him right there. There is no mercy in the arena for Lamp. No mercy. Oh, big hits from Lamp though. The drawback, man, is you can be super aggressive, but Lamp is so good at punishing people when they get overly aggressive, right? Like when you get so close and you think, all right, I'm right there, I'm just gonna go finish. That's exactly what Lamp wants, man. He's gonna kite you into the most devastating bullshit that you didn't expect, man. Like suddenly, as you're teleporting around, chaining him, looking for your opportunity, this dude is just working diligently to set up the nastiest traps. Oh my God, what a first round! Double KO from these guys. Holy shit. Wild, man. 1-1 for these dudes. That's insane. This is the arena. Sork v Sork doesn't oftentimes leave a lot of bodily fluids to be cleared up, so that's good. The only question I have is how the fuck did Lamp get in here? Who let him in here? There was a sign. Did he not see this coming into the arena? Did he not? Who's running the door? Who's running the tickets? Bill! This guy's got another thing coming next week, man. I'm telling you. And the arena is back open for round 2. These guys are 1-1. Epic first round between those two. Double KO. Free pass from Mucha. Who authorized a free pass? From that, we didn't even. Shit was. That's bunk. Whack. Oh man, big hits early on from Lamp. And now Sound is in a little bit of trouble here. He's hunting for those shots from afar. Now Lightning, the good thing is the range on that is quite a bit better than Frozen Orb, and certainly a lot better than Ice Blast. But Ice Blast is not a skill that's in the typical repertoire of Lamp, because in most duels it's not really necessary. A lot of people give it more credit than it deserves. It's not as good. It's very slow to travel, very slow to move, but oftentimes on a sorceress in many matchups, you're probably not chaining and stomping people as much as they say it's a good thing to do. Don't believe them. Right? So that being the case, I don't think he really uses it a lot. He does set himself up every once in a while with it, but he's usually setting up some big traps. Like he's using it to cap off the ice damage on the nastiest slew of cold damage traps he set up as you come in. And now Sound trying to keep the distance, shoot from the outside here. He is literally a name lock away. If Lamp just teleports in, just drops a Blizz right down on top of him, that's probably it. I mean, we're talking even, oh my God, we're talking probably even a well-placed orb is going to be good enough to get him there. Now we've got Lamp pushing the pressure. Lamp closing the distance. And Sound giving him a taste of his own medicine out here. Staying on the outside, making him chase him a little bit. He says, your turn, buddy. Your turn. All right, GG, Shirley. Oh, man, and down goes Sound in round 2. It's now 2-1 in favor of Lamp. LOL. Yeah, oh yeah, bud. I'm telling you. Yeah, Shirley serious apparently. He sent me a screenshot. People are still talking about some guy named Diablo. Don't know who that is, but some guy named Diablo dropping absolute shit dirt TPs in game. The guy's a level 96. I heard on the Diablo news that goes around Sanctuary that a level 96 was dirty TP'd the other day, dropped a few spots on ladder, from a character named Diablo just laying down portals and shit. And now he's going around spreading the good word, telling everybody on Battle.net, watch out. Yeah, it's good to know he remembers the name, man. It's good to know. Yeah, is it really dirty or is it just expected? Actually, we were in Sure Bales last night. That's what we were doing. They looked legit. But you see, it's all about name recognition, man. I'm going to say about 6 of the 8 players in that game recognized. No, it was actually 5 because we got 2 with 1 TP. I'm going to say about 5 of them recognized the name, all right? You never trust Diablo. He's out to get you. He's a prime evil. They knew, but 2 of them didn't. A level 92 and a level 96. Just unfortunately, they think Diablo is an easy game. Just have to remind them. Surely save Bales. There it is, man. Sound looking for that name lock. He has a. You gotta love this, man. And SVS is one of the most successful places that you'll ever see a lightning-based sorceress. And it's so cool to see because you get a player like Sound who's very good at pushing the aggro, looking for the name locks, and that's what he's doing. Oh my God, big hits just like that, man. If you get in a little too close, he will punish you for it. Very well done there. And now 2-2 in an epic back and forth between these two savages. Wild. Wild, man. Holy shit. Sound playing on some sort of foreign installation of the game for style points, I would imagine. All right, and here we go. Round 3 between these guys. Round 4, sorry. And it's 2-2. Big hit from Lamp early on. Man, this guy's relentless. It's just relentless. Uh-oh, a little bit of lag there. Now things are getting real. Okay. 16 ping there from Sound. Wouldn't be surprised if he's Canadian, actually. That's some big ping. Surprised with all the lag spikes in there. That's nuts. No, he's clearly not Canadian. He wouldn't see the lag spikes. North Korean. Who in the DFC? Is that the setup that he has? Is that the language that he has? Yeah. Most success with the most builds? That's a good question, man. That's a good question. We'd have to look at it. We'd have to define success on those builds. Success or just playing them. Who has played the most builds might be a better question. I think Foozerman has played a lot of builds, actually. Speak the devil. Yeah, I think he's played a lot of builds. A lot of different classes. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is, Kreider. Primo too, actually, yeah. Primo's got like a couple of 99s and at least a 98 of every class. That's actually a good point. He's probably up there with having played just about every class. Yeah, definitely counts. Definitely counts. Losses count. You didn't know that there was going to be a spirit award given for playing the most amount of different classes. Bruno just putting the real rewards in to these games. Yeah, Nightfall too, actually. Nightfall is decked out. You would probably have to count LLD characters too. Melee even, like, because there's a lot of different ways to build a character, in which case it's almost certainly Nightfall, right? LLD, Melee, various classes. And actually he's become the champ in Melee, along with performing very well in HLD. Actually, I think the answer to your question is probably Nightfall. And there it is. It's now, what is it, 3-3 between these two? No, 2-3. 2-3 in favor of Lamp. Wow, bros, this is nuts. Back and forth. All right, I gotta re-up, man. I gotta re-up. I gotta keep the liquid drugs going. Oh no, I'll be right back. We're running out of Red Bull, caffeine, taurine, and liquid violence. We're gonna need to re-up on it. I'll be RB. And we back. All right, what did we miss? Did we miss a round? It's looking like Sound has got his back against the ropes here. He's looking for an answer, looking for a way to get in to close the distance between him and the top Sork in the DFC. Sound's SVS skills, though, are not to be understated. This guy is insane. I mean, his ability to pick his shots from inside and from outside of deadly range here versus the Cold Sorceress is commendable. And now he's going to back off a little bit, man. He's going to try to make Lamp chase him. 1-0 Squigs, NVB. All right, GG, dude. All right, we'll cut over after. Hell yeah, Montreana, man. Getting in there. Tough opponent. Squigs rolling up the ranks in the DFC. But does he have what it takes to take out the savage that is Montreana? Yeah, so what was the deal with that? That wasn't even a joke. Apparently Primo banned from YouTube. Just too good. Top mods get banned. I don't think Shirley Sirius had anything to do with it. I wouldn't blame him. Wouldn't look his way at all. Probably wasn't his fault. No use investigating. Beautiful look for the name grab right there, and it's just very quick. Lamp is so good at just getting there, and he has this sixth sense for when he's going to get name locked. And a beautiful cast there from Lamp for a 4-2 victory versus Sound. Absolutely insane. Well, looks like Sound won. It was an incredibly close duel. Some would argue it looked like he lost, but if you want to break the rules around here, you're going to have to pay for it. So I'm going to have to say that pass was fake. Congrats, Sound. Beautiful, beautiful play. Yeah, we already got the arena cleaned up. We're ready for the next one. Yeah, impressive. Impressive, man. It's really good, gotta say. No, congrats to Lamp, man. That's insane. He's a very, very tough opponent to catch. He is quick and agile with a sixth sense. He knows what to do. He knows when he's in trouble. And he knows what you're thinking far before you do. He's one step ahead. That's what he is, man. Let's cut over to Montreana. This guy about ready to throw down, huh? Let's check him out. Montreana on the barb going up against Alucard, aka the Squigs. This guy racking up wins in the DFC and quickly becoming a very dominant Necro, and certainly one that Montreana will have his work cut out for him for. Beautiful use of the bone prison there from Squigs. With this build right here, I was going to say, man, I would love to see an Oak Sage on Montreana right now. Protect him from some of those residual bone spirits that just seem to find their way. They seem to find their way into the most disgusting places, always. Beautiful name lock there from Montreana, and he ends up landing a Zerk right through the bone armor. It's certainly a puzzle, though, man. This is one of those duels where the Necro has got to make that barb chase him, and certainly Squigs knows how to do it. This guy is very, very selective, right? Very selective with his shots. He knows what's up. He knows his angles. Let's kick over to Squigs here. Let's check him out. Launching those bone spirits. Oh, man, and look at this. He's even got the SS. He's got the SS for as much block as he can possibly have, limited at 30% on the Necro. But he doesn't mean he ain't going to take advantage of it. Get himself to 30%, get as much DR as he possibly can, so that in the event that Montreana gets through that bone armor, he's still going to take as little damage as he possibly can. He's going to try. He's going to try to mitigate all that he can. Oh my God, though. Big risk there. Montreana almost punished him for it. Wild, bro. That was close. Montreana, that was a good look. Just closes the distance. Gets that nasty, nasty hit. So far, 3-0 in favor of the Squigs. This guy, certainly a worthy Necro opponent.
Not in town.
But can Montreana solve the puzzle? Can he do it? It's tough, man. It's tough for those barbs. It's tough for those dins. I know how it is, man. I've played on a barb plenty of times. Very standard barb, too. You know, nothing out of the ordinary with it, as you saw today in the barb that I was playing earlier. Just a standard old barb, you know? And life is rough for him. Life is fucking rough for the barbarian, man. And people don't understand that. People think it's an easy life for barbs out there, but I'm telling you, it's tough. Very, very tough. Can Montreana do it? He's looking for a big comeback here. Foozer versus Bonkai after this. GG. Thanks, Foos. Appreciate it, man. Doing a map overlay in corner seems ill-advised. Nah, bro. It's all about how you get used to it, man. It's all about, like, we talk about this all the time. That's one of the things. But you want to know the funny thing is, Squigs duels the same way. He has the map overlay in the upper corner. Both of these guys do. And I think it comes down to what you get used to as you play the game, right? It's like whatever you're used to, whatever you're used to looking at. Because there's some people playing D4, and that's where the map is. You can't necessarily center it, right? Like, it's how it is. And if you start playing like that on D2, and that's just where you're used to seeing the map, it's probably not that big of a deal. But if you were from like the old days of LOD, which is like certainly what I was, the map was a lot more useful to you, especially with CP casting. All right, boys, here we go. Montreana loading up for the final round. And he's got his back against the ropes. It is 3-0 in favor of the Squigs, and now Montreana charged with the task, closing the distance, getting in there and delivering the digital violence that we so know the Barb is capable of. But the real question is, can he safely close the distance, profitably close the distance versus the Alucard, the Squigs, the rising star in the Necro class in the DFC? This guy starting to tear up just about every opponent, and even opponents as savage as Montreana on the Barbarian. Montreana known a lot for his creativity, as you see here, with dual wielding swords. A lot of times you'll see axes on Barbs, but that is not Montreana's style. He's getting in there with crushing blow on the helm, with swords, and this dude has a very weird setup that will likely punish Squigs in a very unorthodox way. When he clips him with that whirlwind, he's got massive crushing blow to get through the bone armor. Like, all of these things are things that without people like Montreana doing this, I don't think the world would know. Like, it's pretty savage. Always creative, always different, and most importantly, always entertaining. Trying to close the distance, looking for his angle on Alucard. Alucard doing exactly what Necros do, being evasive, but still not afraid to close the distance and throw those spears, man. Spears win fights. And now Squigs is stepping it up. Oh, big punishment there from the Bone Spirits, teleporting right into his own bone prison. Very high-level move, and certainly putting Montreana in a rough spot here in this part of the duel. But can he get there? Now trying some predictive whirlwinding. Oh man, and he almost gets there. Right as he gives up on the whirlwinds, that's when Squigs teleports in. And now he lands a few shots of his own here. Landing a few shots of his own. Looking to finish, but he can't quite get there. Unbelievable. Flawless victory from the Squigs. Unbelievable, dude. Very well played, though, from Montreana. The predictive whirlwinds, just getting in there, landing them. That's what you got to do sometimes, man. It's a fine balance with the Barb, and Montreana shows it off very well. Between the leap, the teleport, the predictive whirlwinds, all of these things. It might seem pretty straightforward with a Barb, that you just got to get in there and get aggro, but it's really not that straightforward. There's so many calls that you have to make. You know, do you back off a little bit? Do you look for the name lock with leap? Do you predictive whirlwind? I got to say, very well played on behalf of both of these players. Montreana always putting on a show. Love this Barb. And love this player. This guy's a savage. And Squigs racks up another win in the winner's column. This guy just moving right up, man. Insane. And now we go right over to Foos. Holy shit. Will the Foozer man be the loser man? We're going to find out. It's Foos versus Bonkai, Neck versus Teleboa or Wakazon. We're going to see what he chose there. Certainly not CFs. We don't need that bullshit. We don't need that kind of bullshit. We need to see us some physical violence. Yeah, he's juking too. Yeah, Montreana's a champ, dude. The guy's so good. Love seeing it. Great player, great sportsmanship, creative dude. And look, he's the type of player that even after so long, the coolest thing about it is that this dude is always trying different things. How often do you see a barb stepping into the arena and using G-Face, right, versus a Necro, really switching things up, making them interesting? How often do you see a barb utilizing, like, dual-wielding swords? You don't really ever see it, man. And, like, it's so good to see these, like, interesting builds from Montreana. Montreana probably far more savvy and knowledgeable on a barb in mechanics because he does this stuff. Because he's always taken to the highest level of competition some of the most creative barb builds. You ever want a theory craft? You ever want a deck tech per se on the Barbarian? Montreana might be your guy. You probably want, I would say, 230-22 open socket. Pretty easy, Kreider. With 60 life and 20 all res. Come on, man. It's simple. Should be those things are everywhere. Those things are everywhere. Probably pretty cheap. Haven't checked in a while, you know, but they're probably pretty cheap. Unless the price has gone up. Yeah. Yeah, just the basic shit. Nothing too fancy. No, I would say, dude, really, you could really switch it up. Get a 222 open socket, right? Kind of basic, but put some IAS jewels in there, right? Make yourself an interesting din that uses IAS in unconventional ways. With 30 IAS in the helm and a grief, you can actually hit the smite breakpoint without the use of fanaticism on a PB anyway. Not sure if you can hit it on a Berserker axe that way, but you can certainly do it on a PB. That was something I used to play with back in the day, Kreider Shot, with not relying on the Fanaticism aura to hit the breakpoint. And I mean, that's probably the precursor to the Murder Den build that we have now, where I essentially do use the Fanaticism aura now. But dude, when you switch it up like that, and you start thinking about breakpoints in different ways without relying on things, you'd be crazy. You'd be surprised at how much you can like learn and how much your build can evolve and just become something probably both stupid and surprising. +2 barb skills instead of pally skills. Oh, yep. I don't think. Will that actually affect? I don't know this. Will that actually affect battle orders? Oh, nice chain there from Bonkai. Bonkai posing the threat, man. So this duel right here is a very interesting one. One would think that it favors the Zon. Just looking at it, one would think that the greater range is favored here, right? With the devastating damage from afar. But that's not necessarily the case. As the great Drew G once said, the Necro just gets in there and often you just try to gay him, right? That's as the great Drew G once said. You got to gay the Zon. But you know what's really hard to... It makes it real hard to gay a Zon when they're a telly Zon, right? And they can actually just get out of there. Now, what I mean by that, right, and this is how it was taught to me, all right? Just sharing the good knowledge of how this was taught to me. The way that you quote-unquote gay them in the Drew G sense is that if you have a walk Zon that you're going up against, you just teleport in, full pets, Golem, Oak, full bone armor, all of this. You close the distance and you launch a couple of bone spirits to make a move. Maybe throw some spears in there if you haven't taken too much damage, and then you get right back out, reset, and do it all over, right? And after you rinse and repeat that enough times, that's going to be pretty devastating for the Zon. But the thing is, if they can move, and when they do, they can teleport across the screen, they suddenly can reset into a different spot. They can pick a different angle. They can escape more quickly your bone spirits. They don't harass them for as long. And they can set themselves up for the next exchange, having a slew of multi-shots waiting instead of just waiting to get out of the way of your bone spirits, right? So that's a very interesting thing here in this matchup. Beautiful use of strafe there as well from Bonkai. Taz and Harlot are ready next. GG, Taz, and good luck, man. That's going to be an epic one. DFC newcomer Harlot about to go up against the DFC hard knock in Taz. Oh, beautiful spear there. The Foozer, man, getting in there and landing some profitable spears at close range. And you see, that's what you can do versus the Telezon. If you're very good at getting those name locks and you're okay, you're okay with pushing the pressure. Man, following up with those locks as they teleport away is pretty savage, man. And that's exactly what he did there. Very nicely done. Nice execution. Now it's looking like it's going to be an uphill battle for our boy. Mr. Bonkai. This guy just needs to get in there. Get in there. We're all rooting for him. We're all rooting for the Zan. Nobody likes Fuser, man. I mean, Necros. No one likes Necro. Who likes Necros? No one likes them. All right, here we go. Round 2. Fuser looking for that name lock, looking to punish from just on the outside. And man, he's getting laid out with these jabs. See, that's the clutch thing that the Zon needs to know how to do with the close range, right? They need to be comfortable with it, and certainly Bonkai is. And that is when the Necro does close the distance, you're going to have some arrows chasing him, right? You're going to have those guideds chasing him, but you got to be comfortable swapping back and forth to jabs and being able to punish just like that. Those things can open up the way, right? They can clear that bone armor and make it so that when those guideds come through, they actually hurt. But additionally, man, they can do some big physical damage too, depending on what you have for javelins. But knowing how to balance the two is so clutch. Knowing when to swap back and forth, being quick and being accurate with it is the sign of a very good Zon player, and that's certainly what Bonkai is. You can see it, man, as he quickly resets, picks a different angle to try to approach his opponent here. Fuser, man, lands a nice jab on the retreat there as well. Fancy footwork there from the Bonkai. He's got to be careful around those puddles, though. Those are going to limit the amount of directions that he can go, especially when it comes to walking down, trying to walk away from the Necro. And you even see Fuser, man, speaking of walking, using the walk ability here. So if he has to step down a little bit, he's never really caught off guard. He always has that 30% block, right? He's always ready to go with it. He might not have much block on a Necro, but you know, you don't want to be losing any of it. That's for sure. Someone asked earlier what the methodology and what the thought process was behind limiting block on the Necro. Well, you're looking at it. If you don't need 75% block to have a good duel versus an Amazon, you don't need 75 block. Beautiful name lock there from Bonkai, and big damage now on top of his opponent, but a beautiful push into the pressure there and a bone spear finish. Holy! This Fuser, man. Oh, we gotta watch out for him. It's insane. Guys, come on in. Whoa, who put that up there? This is a new sign? Lamps not allowed in here anymore? Oh shit. They just straight banned him from the tavern too. Wow, I don't know who's running the show back here, but wow, they must have something for those cold sore players. Jesus, man, rough life for those guys. But I don't think anyone's going to miss him in here, though. But come on in, unless your name's Lamp. Apparently, there's a new rule in here. You can't be him. But guys, come on in and grab a glass, grab a seat, and most importantly, big cheers to you guys. It's been a great night of DFC so far with action-packed duels. Let's get back into it, man. Let's kick some ass. Digital violence. It commences. Now we see that Bonkai is in trouble. He's off to a rough start. But is he going to be able to come back? Is he going to be able to pose a threat to the Fuser man? Is he going to be able to make a statement? He needs something here. He needs something. He can't keep getting knocked down without getting up. Insane, man. Bonkai keeping the distance here, but so far has failed to land any big shots, any big damage versus Foozer. And Foozer now utilizing the bone prison too. When he notices that his opponent starts doing these, starts using that fancy footwork, which is crucial of any good Zon player like Bonkai, especially in this matchup. When he notices that, to preemptively stop it, he's just teleporting in and casting that bone prison, dude. Just cutting through all the bullshit right there. But that being the case, so far Bonkai has avoided a lot of the damage too. And those guys have an interesting exchange at close range there. An arrow for a spear. Back and forth between these two. Oh, big arrows from Bonkai. And now what he's got to do is rinse and repeat. He's got to keep it going. He's got to, as the Zon player, actually as both players here, you always got to be, this is one of those matchups where you just have to always be ready. You have to be on point. There's no mental breaks in this duel, right? If you're the Zon player, you always have to be shooting in the right direction. You have to be cutting your opponent off, predicting them. You have to be able to swap back and forth between the jabs on command and most profitably for you. You have to be looking for the name lock. As a Necro player, you got to be quick, right? You got to be quick. You got to always keep your summons up, your bone armor up. You got to pick your angles, and most importantly, know when to push the pressure. This is a very mentally taxing matchup for both players, and both of these guys going back and forth at it. This is insane. Big damage on behalf of both players here so far. Both these guys have taken a hit from the other. And now Foozerman closes the distance, throws a couple of spears there, albeit unprofitably. Catches a couple of arrows for his troubles. LOL, LOL, Foozerman. More like, yeah, I speak very fluent Japanese, as they say in a foreign country, and yeah, that wasn't very appropriate. I can tell. That's what a mean thing to say. Yeah, that's Japanese, I believe. That's my very, very cultured individual here. Might not look that way, but believe it or not, it's true. Oh, word, okay. Dclone spawns push back 1 hour due to CSTZ after Bail TZ is over. Holy shit, there's CSTZ and Bail TZ back to back. Holy shit, what a night. Just went up against Mesa earlier on the throw barb, but no other duels planned on the matchup on the card tonight. For me anyway, but plenty more for these guys. These guys have some savage matchups, and now Bonkai ends up racking up a win here. It's now 2-1, still in favor of the Foozerman. Yeah, that's insane, man. What a night. What a night for Terror Zones. Yeah, it's Chaos Sanctuary next. That's insane. If y'all aren't dueling, good night to level. Great night to level, man. World Stone Keep right now, Chaos Sank. Man, I'm kind of missing it. We have a 97.55 level Din on ladder. We could have been dirty TPing in this Terror Zone right here. But luckily we've had some pretty savage digital violence in the arena, so I'll miss it for that any day, man. 5% into 97 bales now? Wow, holy shit. Oh, it all depends, dude. If we get some slow moments, maybe, but if these guys keep pushing the action, probably not, surely. But we've got a lot of people lining up, ready to enact. We had a lot. We got Harlot and Taz up next. I see Sweaty Betty in there. We might have some digital violence galore. In which case, we got to catch it. We got to jam it. All right, round 4 between these guys. It's now 2-1 in favor of the Foozerman, who is on the Necro. That's who we're watching right now. But in that last duel, man, they had a big exchange early on, guided for spear, and I'm telling you, the guided looked like it hurt a lot more. But now we've got Foozer pushing the pressure, really chasing Bonkai down here. He's not giving him too much space to breathe. But the thing is, eventually he's going to have to. Eventually, when these arrows hit, especially those jabs like that, now he's going to have to back off. And now you've got Bonkai pushing the pressure, closing the distance, looking for those angles. Very good Zon player here, man. It wasn't Bonkai's night in melee, but he's certainly seen some success here in these later rounds versus Foozer. Both of these guys have an adaptive style, I think, in PvP, where the more that they play their opponent, the more rounds, the deeper in the rounds that they go, the more they understand their playstyle. They have such a good grasp on their own builds that they're so easily able to adapt to their opponent and how they're playing, right? Seamless. They're able to make the in-game, in-duel adjustments that they need to score some damage. Big damage here so far early from Bonkai, and he's done a great job at avoiding too much damage from Foozer. Even despite all of the pressure that Foozer has put on him, the limited space he's given him to breathe. Always active, always pushing, looking for the name lock, closing the distance, but damn, dude, catches that strafe. Perfect timing from Bonkai. And just constant damage up, man. He's got the multis, he's got the guidance. It's just raining arrows all over the moor. And now Foozer man pushing the pressure, looking to catch up in this fourth round. You give up Ondals at 97, Shirley? I was thinking about getting me one. I'm level 97. I was thinking about getting one. I was like, man, this game ain't hard enough. We need to give up block too. Holy shit! Onomatopoeia. I see you, bro. Holy hell. We're in the spaceship, so sometimes it takes like minutes for things to catch up, but I see you because I'm in the future on the spaceship. I see you, man. Bro, big cheers to you. Thank you so much for that kind dono. Huge, brother. Big hits early on here from Bonkai, and he's doing such a good job of laying consistent damage. It's like I said, in this matchup right here, there's no room for taking a mental break, right? As the Zon player, you always gotta be on point. And look at this, beautiful multi-shots from the outside, predictive multi-shots. He saw that Bone Spirit train coming, he saw his opponent setting it up, and he had massive multi-shots waiting for him. And now Foozerman trying to get in there, trying to harass with the Bone Spirits from the outside. He needs to get some residual damage or something that's going to discourage his opponent from setting up shop, right? Discourage his opponent from setting up shop, just shooting massive arrows, making it rain down on him. And the way to do that is to just get in there with those Bone Spirits and make him move, right? And once he gets those Bone Spirits locked on and Bonkai has to move, that's going to be his opportunity to push the pressure, get those name locks, get those chains, and try to get that final bit of damage in there with those Bone Spirits. Because it looks like he has actually landed quite a bit of them. Landed quite a bit of them, and now Bonkai is in a bit of trouble. And there it is, man. Foozer gets there, now making it 3-1 in favor of the Foozer. Yeah, those guys ran out of a pool at that point. It looked like mana was coming at a premium. Yeah, I mean that's a good point too, Nim. Is like this is probably another one of those duels where the mental game is. It's very taxing. I mean, there's the mental game of always having to be on point and playing your build properly and presenting the sort of threat that you need to at any turn, right? There's that. But then there's also other matches, right? And this is probably one of those matches where there's a mental mind game as well that you have to play with your opponent. The mental mind game is probably most evident in Barb versus Din, right? It's where there's no clear-cut answer as to what you do at any given time. It's more of how can you trick your opponent into doing the wrong thing giving you an opportunity to get an unexpected whirlwind in with a barbarian, or you know, a telly stomp in there. Get those smite swirls with the din. You know, when do you push the pressure? When do you back off a little bit? You know, and once you get those swirls, how are you gonna bait the din to getting a little too aggressive as the bard player? That's a very interesting one, and this is certainly one of those duels as well, where it's always there. You know, in this sense, it's like if you're the Zon, how do you trick the Necro into getting overly aggressive, closing the distance too much to the point where a strafe is pretty devastating, right? That's something to think about. You know, and when they start backing off a little bit, how do you capitalize on that? How do you give yourself enough space to kind of set up without having that threat, that harassment of the bone spirit? And if you're the Necro, how do you keep the Zon guessing on that? Like, what's, you know, where do you think their thought process is at? It's big, man. Yeah, that's for sure. This is an interesting duel. Yeah, by the way, boom should be what we say to onomatopoeia. You know, certainly some pun intended there. My guy, thank you so much again for that kind dono. The first one ever. My dude, big cheers. Let's help him celebrate, boys. Tip a little back for him. See, we fully re-upped on some liquid caffeine, liquid nitro here, giving us the gas that we need, but we also brought the whole box. We're ready. Some call it performance enhancers, but if you believe that, you should have seen my barb matchup. When I tried playing the barb tonight, my opponent kept doing the cheesy shit like telly stomping and everything, but you know, other than that, it was a good duel. I didn't have no cheese. I only had like 11 poison charms, which could have been 37, actually 27. I only have 27, but could have been that. No cheese, dude. Reasonable amount of diversified damage. That's what I call that. A little bit of Drax and Life Leech in there too. Strategic shit, you know? But then he started telly stomping and shit. Who does that shit? Foozerman getting pieced up from the outside by these very well-placed multi-shots here from Bonkai. Bonkai looking to swap to those jabs, punish him from close range. Bonkai getting a little predictable with where he chooses to be, though. You'll notice that he opts to be by this wall, you know, by the Act 1 wall, and that's what Foozerman is kind of capitalizing on. He's like, he's laying quite a bit of bone spirits in that general direction, and they're paying some dividends. They're actually landing. And there it is, man. Beautiful shots here so far. Close range exchange between those two, and a chain from Bonkai. Unexpected being so low there. Foozerman looking for the lock, looking to close the distance and close this one out. But Bonkai doing some serious punishment at low life and at close range. Beautiful spear placement there from Foozer. Oh man, and a great chain, a great catch there from Foozer. Very good duels back and forth and extremely close between these two. Wow, absolutely wild, man. Yeah, I can tell you what I would do in this duel, man. If I was one of these guys, I've got my strategies, but for whatever reason, people say they're BM or cheesy, but I don't see anything in the rules against them, really. Like, you know, at least I haven't checked the rules in a little bit, but, you know, I can tell you what I would do.
Why get good when we can get gay?
You see, this is the den of evil. And, you know, if you can mind the cobwebs in here and shit, this is where I would be. You know, and when my opponent came in, you know, you just gotta be fucking ready. Right? When they come in, they're gonna be coming right in here. And if you're ready with the bow, you can fucking clean them right out. Yeah, and then when they come in, they start getting prepared for it, man. You just, we out of here. It's like free damage, you know? These guys, they don't expect that shit. Is that... Oh, did we ban... who says that's BM, man? That sounds like some intelligent shit to me. I don't know. Gosh, they fucking ban everything. All the smart shit. Can't get away with nothing. Nothing, man. Nothing at all. That's where we stash them, dude. We stash them in the den of evil. Just like we do other players' gold sometimes, you know? It's just how it is. It's how it is. All right, I do see Harlot ready to throw down versus Taz. Let's get it. Let's check it out. Yeah, I don't know who would ban such a thing, man. Going to the Den of Evil. Apparently they say you can't leave the arena. Like, you can't leave the dueling arena. Oh, that's a stupid rule. I don't know who makes these rules. Where they come up with them. Seems cheesy to me. Just because you can't deal with someone playing smart, using the environment to their advantage. That seems like a you problem, you know? That's what I would think, but apparently the rule set would disagree. All right, these guys gonna throw down. This is gonna be well, it looks like Harlot on the Sork. I believe Taz is on the Zon. Certainly an uphill battle for Harlot here. Definitely tough, but he has come ready. You can tell this guy has himself an SS. Now that's going to pay some dividends. That's going to give him some DR. It doesn't look like he's ES either. It looks like he's gone full Vita, full DR here. He's ready to go. He's ready to throw down. Spam that multi-Taz. Is Taz AFK in it? Taz AFK? Where Taz at? It probably bans links if you're trying to post the link on Montreana. I think we have it set to that. A lot of bots coming in, posting these malicious links. Probably a good idea to just not allow links anyway. You never know. Oh yeah, so the original site to sign up for DFC was gamer.xyz, but it's the site has moved on. The site owners have moved on to bigger and better things. So we're actually still working out solutions for signups, and we're going to have a new one. Just make sure you're in the Discord, because that's where we're going to post it, is in like the announcements. And thanks to Shirley Sirius, we're going to have a new sheet, new setup, new sign-up method for next week. All right, yeah, GG, yeah. So just keep an eye on the announcements. We've got a whole new thing we're working out for next week. Probably will be a Google form, and will be like a little more accessible. Yeah, Shirley says it's ready. Yep. I'm gonna pop in there, check out how it works with some, maybe do some fine tuning. Not on the actual form, that looks pretty good, but just on the where the data goes and shit. Harlot's still looking for his opponent. No problem. Perhaps Taz is taking advantage of said terror zones. It could be possible. Could be what he's doing. Do we have a break in the digital violence here? Do we have? Oh no, these guys. Oh, he's out here. He's out here. He's in the blood more. He's jamming and slamming. He might. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's moving around. He's ready to go. He just might not be. He might be typing in game and not realizing he's not responding to him. That's what it is. Yeah, his chat isn't working in game. Oh, okay. I see what it is. I see what's going on. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, dude, BattleNet chat bugs have been insane lately. Like, you step into just about any pub game and everybody's getting chat bugged. It's kind of wild. You know, Blizzard is a indie company with, you know, limited budget and shit. They can't be wasting money on fixing bugs like this, you know? Like, they need to put it towards game development, paying their people and stuff. You know? It's tough. It's tough when you're working on with a indie company like that, you know? You have no idea the struggles and the resources. Ladder doesn't have chat bug issues. Yeah, the shit servers, the shit chat bug servers on non-ladder now. What do they think? That people just don't care about the non-season stuff? In D2? Come on now. Oh, big hits there. Nice meteor from Harlot. Holy shit, one meteor finish from Harlot. Taz got to move with that Zon. Holy. Big meteor finish there. He's going to need him some fire res. He's going to need him that fire res.
I can't carry anymore.
He might have been ready for the Blizz. He just dropped that meteor from outer space, man, and boom. Boom, holy shit. That's crazy.
I can't carry anymore.
That was crazy. Taz might need a second to recover from that one. Holy.
Alright, well, we tried our best, but in a real duel, me and my partner Z would have just repped all the way to full life, and we would just pin down the Necro and probably killed him.
This might look like hell, but this is the blood more after that vicious meteor. That's what it was. This whole fucking place is lit up now. It's on fire. We gotta tell Harlot to turn the temperature down a little bit. It's getting a little too hot out here. It used to be a very nice looking arena, but now the fucking thing looks like a cavern of hell. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it. Fucking sorceresses. All right. Look, guys, one rule in the DFC, don't be a dick. All right? Don't be a dick. No, what do you guys? This is strategic movement in the blood more. We need maturity in this chat, okay? We need maturity. Where is the maturity from you denizens of the internet? What did you... Maturity. Alright, see, this is some strategic movement. A little bit of... See, that's a face. That's a face. Why don't you guys... He's drawing art. That's a face. Alright, here we go. Looking to get that blaze in there. A little protection from the tree. Oh, and he stomps. Now, this is going to force Taz right here. This is very interesting. Taz does have the ability to use Impale when the Sorceress stomps like this, and it's a very good idea. It really makes it so that it discourages those stomps. The Impale is always going to hit, and it's going to do devastating damage to the Sorceress. It's going to get right in through that block, and that is one of the tools that Taz has, hopefully has at his disposal here to discourage the stomps. Otherwise, if the Sorceress is in no threat of getting impaled when she stomps, man, it's a tough night for the Zan. But if the Zan is right ready with that Impale to punish, it's a different kind of hell. That's some beautiful eyes, perfect round circles that he's drawn here. Yeah, see, look at this. Great artist. Great blaze artist here. Yeah, a lot of immature people in the chat thinking that was something else. It was a face. Yes, Jesus Christ. See, there's the nose. It's coming down. It's probably had a big honking nose. Yeah, just that's some Bob Ross shit, man. It's beautiful. All right, let's see if Taz swaps it up and tries to punish Harlot when he comes in with that Impale. Oh, there it is, dude. Big hits from the multi too. Keeping those multi shots up, dude. Once they land, man, it's big news. But he's also going to be ready because now the Sorceress is going to go balls to the wall, and he's gonna look to get in there, close the distance, stomp, and finish. And that's where Taz has to be ready with that Impale, dude. Got to keep those arrows up too. It's such a mind game with the Zon here. And now we've got Harlot trying to cook him in that firewall as well. Full Vita Sorceress, full Vita Fire Sorceress versus the Zan here. And that's going to be some epic damage here. That's going to be epic damage on both ends. Loving the walk skills here from Taz. Walking now out of that firewall. He's got to be able to get out of that. And now we see some Hydras going off. Holy, the full force of fire damage being rained down by the Harlot. Holy. The full force of it. The Blood Moor has now become the Fire Moor. Come on, Taz. Everybody's rooting. You can't be letting the Sorcerer stun on you like this, man. Show him what's up. Give him a piece of that Zan tribal dick. Just feed it right to him, dude. He comes in. There's no fucking around no more. Feed it right to him. He's trying to stunt over here. You tell him if he wants to be an artiste, you can make him regret all these drawings in the Blood Moor. You gotta feed it to him, dude. Show him what the Amazonians do. Yeah, I mean, they're basically, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they basically have one. Toshank versus Nightfall starting after this. GG, man. Thanks for the heads up, Toshank. Oh, beautiful stomp there from Harlot. Closing the distance, constant pressure, really making it hard for Taz to set up and start landing any shots with multi-shot, with anything. So much pressure, so much fire. Insane, man. Lighting this whole place ablaze. And there it is. Flawless victory from the Harlot, but damn. Can't help but feel for Taz there, man. That was crazy. I did not expect that. I did not expect that. That was savage pressure from Harlot. Wow. Big props to Taz. Good movement there, but tough to get out of all that fire, man. There was a lot of shit going on. There was a lot of shit. That was a lot. Insane, man. All right, we also have Shank versus his opponent, Nightfall here, man. This is LLD, level 30 dueling. And here it is. It looks like it's Sorceress versus Necro. Oh, man. Y'all better buckle up. This is about to get insane. Heads are about to roll in the blood more. And here we go. These guys up for the interim title. And here we go. Round one. Who's going to get it, man? Sork versus Necro. Beautiful shots from Shank early on. Great spears. Now he has himself a little bit of a telly staff here, and I don't think Nightfall expected this here on his cold Sork. I don't think he expected this at all. Some vicious pressure and a telly stomp battle between a Necro. I don't think he expected that at all. Beautiful spears and pressure from Shank. Holy shit, man. Who would have expected that? That was insane. Let's check that out again. Wow, look at this. Engaging in a teleport battle. Look at this. Shank just immediately swaps to telly side. No F's given, dude. Just constant chain locking on the Necro. That's probably something right there. Nightfall might not have expected round one. Just a constant telly battle between these spear locks, the beautiful aim of all of this right here. Look at this. This round for an LLD duel certainly didn't last long. That was insane. And that very well could. Nasty, bro. Wow. Insane pressure. All right, here we go. Round two, man. Shank is up 1-0. Interim title on the line. Will we see ASD to unify it next week, or will the next bout be official? Official title contention, official title holder. We're going to see beautiful shots here from Nightfall. Nightfall getting in there now, trying to capitalize on the aggression of Jess a little bit here. Trying to punish him for making that swap and going to telly side. When he goes to telly side, he's likely going to have less resistances, right? Which is going to be big here in this matchup, especially versus the Cold Sorceress. And now Nightfall trying to punish him a little bit for it. Beautiful orbs here. Shank still getting out of the way, now posing the threat of Bone Spirit. And the Cold Sorceress in this division right here at level 30 doesn't really have a lot of pets to protect her from these Bone Spirits. So if they're well placed, well timed, man, they can really mean a lot. Oh my God, beautiful lock there yet again from Jess. Being patient that time as he gets whittled down. Just being patient. That was nuts. And here it is again. You can see him frozen. Just waiting for his opportunity. Launching these Bone Spirits, and like I said, in this division, there's no pets, there's no Oak Sage that Sorceress is going to cast to protect her from it. He's looking for it, looking for his opportunity, looking for him to get a little too ballsy, a little too close, and that's exactly what he does. Shank capitalizes on it. That's insane. Beautifully done, and here we go, round three between these guys. Now Nightfall having a better understanding of this matchup and the opponent that he's up against. And now what Shank is doing there is he launched a whole bunch of name-locked Bone Spirits. So what he did there was follow up and telly stomp to try to hit Nightfall with a Bone Spear to put him in FHR animation, which was going to give those Bone Spirits a chance to catch up. But unfortunately for him, looks like Nightfall dodged a lot of them. And in this particular duel, there is no mana pots, right? In this division, there is no mana pots to use, so you can't necessarily keep spamming. The longer he can make Shank shoot and miss, the better it's going to be for him. But Shank, he ain't missing too much. Oh my gosh, another Bone Spirit hits, and now Nightfall in trouble. Just picking his shots here. Beautiful chains. Holy shit. Big exchange there at close range. This is incredible play on a Necro, especially in LLD, man. Beautiful chain yet again. Oh, caught caution thrown to the wind from this guy. Absolutely beautiful. It's like every round's a highlight. Look at this. Absolutely no regard for safety, throwing out the res on the shield side and everything in favor of looking for chain locks and spears. Spears win fights. And this LLD matchup right here is no exception. Shank showing the sheer power of what this aggression can mean when you get in there. You're good at these chains and you're good at pushing the pressure on opponents like this, even a sorceress. Holy shit, man. Wild. I'll be back with all the fire res. It's hard to get the full gear against all characters. Yeah, dude, I hear you, Tabs. And especially on Azan, there's so many different swaps too, you know? It's like for every element, you got to switch it up. Yeah, it's tough, man. But hey, either way, well done for what you were working with, man. Like, that's the thing. It's tough. And it's especially tough when you don't have all the fire res you need, brother. So that being the case, still well done. Fancy footwork. It's just hard to get out of the way of those. It's hard to get out of the way of those firewalls, man, when they're all over the place, and when all of them really count, you know. But yeah, well done, my dude. Had some Bone Spirits hit there from Shank. Now this is going to become a long-range battle as Shank's mana slowly dwindles down. And as he's getting kind of hit by these cold spells here. Nightfall now figuring out the timing, the cadence, trying to give himself some space from Shank. Oh, beautiful blitz there from Nightfall. I made up my mind, Tad says. Yeah, dude, that Sin looks so fun, man. You look good on it too, bro. It was tough with no fire res, that's for sure. Shank has a plethora of telly staffs at his disposal here. A plethora. This dude ain't running out of telly charges here. And there's an interesting challenge in LLD as well when it comes to teleporting around, right? Like, if you're a non-sorceress character, then what you've got to do is swap, right? Oh my god, and a flawless victory there for Shank. This was just incredible. Masterclass on this Necro for LLD. Insane. Yeah, let's check out this gear from these guys, man. I'm actually very curious from oh, never mind. It looks like Shank's leaving. But oh yeah, he's going back in. Yeah, we would love to see it. There's some people that might have seen, you know, this might be the first time they're seeing an LLD Necro. Holy shit, beautiful wand here. Look at this. 5 Bone Spear wand, 2 socket, 20 cast with cold res jewels in it. This guy came ready, and he was giving this up a lot of times, switching to his telly staff on his swap. With 10 rep life, beautiful 230, 22 open socket helm here too. Incredible gear. I mean, some of this stuff is equally as powerful at these levels. And look at this, big mana, 5-point amulet here, 210, 59 life, 86 mana, beautiful amulet. That is insane gear already. Yeah, and the rhyme for Cannot Be Frozen with Fire Golem, Bone Spear, Bone Spirit. That's an incredible gargoyle head. Yeah, and then just the basics other than that. And I can imagine his charms in the stash there are actually 15 12s. 15 life, 12 mana. Yeah, wow, holy shit. Yeah, all 15 12s with a cube for all the telly staffs. Insight in there as well in case he needs it. This guy came equipped, man. Yeah, that is nuts. Beautiful setup, beautiful plays. Even 75 on the swap. Yeah, he says, GG's, man. GG's. That was insane. Wow. Just an incredible play. Incredible aggression. And this is what I mean, man. This is what I mean. There's an interesting challenge when you're on a non-sorceress build in LLD and you've got a telly, right? You don't have Enigma in this division. You don't have an easy way to start chain locking. So to chain lock, or even to teleport away, you have to swap weapons, right? As you saw, Shank had a teleport staff on his swap. So he has to, at any given point, swap back and forth between his main hand, where he's doing a lot of damage. He has more cold res. He has to swap. He has to give that up to be able to teleport, to be able to chain lock so easily, to be able to escape. It's a decision you have to make. And when you get a player that plays it so seamlessly, that has the skills of Shank here, he makes it look so seamless. He makes it look so easy. This is the type of player that playing on a character like this, probably people look at this and they're like, wow, LLD looks the same as HLD. LLD, man, this looks fun. It's just the same thing, but level 30s. Nah, man, there's some players that make it look easy. And certainly Shank is one of those guys. That's insane. Incredible performance from this guy. Nasty, man. What an incredible duel for the interim title. And new interim title holder, Shank. This guy, man, savage. Who else we got, man? Who else we got? Is there anybody throwing down in the Discord? I can't even dirty TP people in Chaos, man. It's friggin' hard. Do we give people a few minutes? Try to join up on some games? Who's the current champ of LLD? Bale plus Chaos TZ back-to-back, bro? Yeah, exactly. That's probably where everybody is. The current champ is ASDX, which is Brian. We haven't seen him in a few weeks, though. So basically what we do is, as with anything, is when we don't see the champ for a while, we just do like an interim belt, which is kind of a way to let the champ know, like, if you want to unify it, go for it. But like, regardless, the next time that if you duel and win, then then you're just the champ, like official champ. Interim belt just means like the next duel that Shank has and wins, he's the champ, like official champ. I missed him being fat. Can't even PVM right now. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel, man. I'm missing all of these. Hold up, this is probably where everybody is. So we gotta look. 96 TZ was shit ping. TZ 96 Chaos 18. Hold on, we gotta get ready. This looks like it might even be done. These guys might just be fast. These guys might be super fast. You never know. Yeah, these guys might already be gone. We need to get in, get a little bit of levels in there. Oh no, these guys, this is legit. All right, TZ 96 Chaos 19. I think, right? Did I type that right? No, yeah, TZ 96 Chaos 19. Holy shit. Oh, these guys got dirty TP'd or something. All these guys died. This guy's just straight died. Was this a dirty TP? No, these guys are just terrible. Gotta get good, man. Oh, they're going from the start. That's probably why this wasn't any good. This is why everybody just bailed out of this. This is why right here. This is why this game's it could be good. They could be making a TP at the boss packs. What the hell is going on with this? This is like already cleared or something? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on with this TZ? These are almost good. All right, well, this TZ went to shit real quick. We're gonna try this. Game is full. Probably they finished up. Yeah, it looks like the game is actually good, but people didn't realize they'd moved on to the next one. That's basically what it is. OD Timber Chaos. Timber is level 78, so it's an 80 terror zone. Or no, it would be 85. Shabri Chaos 11. Is this good? Oh, okay. All right, you got one going. All right, I'm gonna wait for this one. So wait, this is 96 Sure Chaos. Whoops, 96 Sure Chaos 20. This is almost certainly full. Yeah. Well, wait. This is gonna be quick. This is a Surely Chaos. This is gonna be quick. We're just gonna spam it. Spam it and jam it. You know what? In the meantime, hold on. We're gonna re-up. Re-up on the sauce. That's what we're gonna do. Re-up on the sauce. Get ready for the digital violence. while we wait for people to fire up in the arena, we have to be ready. You've got to be ready. You can never get caught with your pants down. They always have to be slightly up, or you have some sort of like protection. You know what I mean? Always wear protection. That's the Cooley stream, the message of the Cooley stream. Always wear protection. Man, you guys thought we were all about violence around here. Nah, man. We have positive messages sometimes.
Not here.
That's how it is. All right, here we go. Looks like people are going to be jamming for a few minutes in places like this. So you know what? We're not going to miss out. We're not going to miss out. We're going to get in on this. We're 97.53, it looks like, when it comes to experience. Going to get in there, show these guys how it's done. I say that, but this is Shirley's run. These are going to be good runs right here. Bro, they had Bale, TZ, and Chaos back to back, so all of the real PvPers are doing those terror zones. So we just got to be a real PvPer. The real PvPers, especially on non-ladder, they don't miss them. This is ladder, but that's because we are the top of the top real PvP players. Taking a little bit of a break in the action for to set ourselves up for future action. That's what it is. This is a Sunder charm, or it could be a Geeds. There's a small chance it could be a Geeds. It's a completely non-perfect Sunder. Poison Sunder at that. All right, is this 100? Oh, it's F. Is it 100% perfect? No, but it's F, which is kind of cool. It's close. We got to keep it because it's F. Style points. All right, let's jam. This is where all the real PvPers are, right here. Oh, Kraken Shell. That could be good for melee. These are fast, man. Shirley running some fast runs. See, I love this. I love having a fast, competent runner. I hate like when I'm streaming TZs. I actually hate being the streamer trying to run the runs and like enacting all the digital violence and trying to run them. I'm so happy that we have the competence of Shirley Serious, which is next to none. Next to none, dude. This guy's on a different level. Different level of TZ competence. Looks as fast, efficient, violent. Alright, and we will keep an eye on the Discord too if anybody else fires up. I know that there's probably a lot of duelers in all seriousness that are jamming these TZs. It's just a great place. It's a great time to get experience. You know that all of the PvP players are looking to get Yeah, not sure what happened. Not sure what happened there. It was... How long has that been? How long has that been muted? Jesus Christ, it's been the whole stream. Just been a silent stream. Wardrobe malfunction, yep, possibly. Yeah, not sure how that happened. Spaceship is moving too fast. All right, hold on. We got it. Fast, efficient, violent. All right, there we go. We got it. All right, now we good? All right, GG. Yeah, that's all right. We weren't saying anything about lamp or anything in the tavern. It was fine. We weren't making fun of anybody.
What do you need?
Yo, I'm not sure what happened there. But there's too much violence, I think. There's only so much violence a mic can handle. Appreciate the heads up, man. Thank you. We just swapped it out. Got a new mic for the stream. Because you never know where we're gonna end up. Like we could be in hell one moment, and then we're in the tavern, and you just need a mic that can follow you around anywhere, you know. But I tell you, there's a little bit of a drawback sometimes with them. You know, when you travel 7 times the speed of light, weird shit happens. Extremely weird shit. Like they cut out. You know? Oh, man. Well, this could be like a 100% perfect breastplate. 3 socket for Enigma. Oh, How Play got slain. How Play is 92. He needs to learn how to play. Cheating on the WoW mic? Damn, yeah, no, dude, we still, you know, if we're in some sort of stationary environment where we don't have to travel between dimensions, we still use the WoW mic. Oh my god, that's a lot of gold from that monster. Holy shit. Wow, what a low level was that? Oh my god, he was 97. Hold on, my TP level 97. My TP. My TP for Bod. He was level 97. Holy shit, by the way, Taz. I'm just seeing that, brother. He says thank you. Is he gonna go for it? We'll never know. By the way, big cheers to Taz, my dude. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. What a savage. Holy shit, man. Huge. Bro, really appreciate that. My guy. That's huge. An official welcome to the team. Make sure if you were gifted a membership from this guy, you send a big thank you his way, man. That was super generous. Super kind. I was so late on grabbing that charm, I can't believe I got it. We blowing them up. Yeah, that's huge. An official welcome to the team to Saltitude, Tim Steven, John Hinkle, Mr. Jeep, Tom Landry. Big cheers to you guys. Thank you so much. Official welcome to the team, courtesy of Taz. This guy is a savage. You better hope not to see a Zon in the blood more. Or you better hope to be a fire damage based character, because we learned today that his fire res is a little sus. But other than that, you better hope not to run into this guy in the blood more. If you do, you better be ready. Moving right on. Fast. Yeah, big cheers, man. Really appreciate that, Taz. That's awesome, dude. Can't thank you enough, my man. And I'm so excited to see you on that Zon, dude. I think it's a far more powerful character overall, but I also think that you enjoy it more. I think it's more of a mental challenge. The Sin has its own mental challenges, but like the Zon is such a rewarding class too. Like a rewarding class to play. It's powerful. It's got a lot of good things about it. And man, when you master it, it feels discouraging for your opponent. More Zans, less sins. I would agree. I think sins are, ever since the Shadow Master banning, have been in a pretty good spot. Like, data would suggest that they are, for the first time in the DFC, not in a winning spot versus everything. So now it's like, I think the current DFC rule set really favors or really reflects the wins of extremely good trap sins. Where hybrid sins too can get some wins in there, but like it really favors the trap skills and the inherent skills of being able to manually look for name locks and cast Mind Blast. Like it really favors those types of players. Those types of players are really rising to the top on sins, like the top tier sin players. And you know, it isn't just an play a sin auto win sort of meta for DFC now. You know, it's like play a sin, get good, win. You know, like get extremely good, win. Is it perfect though? Is it 100% P? Not even close. It's just going right on the ground. We don't keep shit unless it's 100% P around here. What do you think this is? What do you think we are here? Joke? Think we joke? 100% P or it ain't me? Oh man, there's a lot of shit to check here. A lot of shit to check. We gotta check that for F. Look, we gotta be pure PVM skills, man. I knew it. I knew I was slow. I knew I was slow, man. The violence just wasn't there. God damn it. Well, you know what that means. Just come on over, man. Come on over to the bar. Up to the tavern. Where do we go when we fuck things up, man? We just go over to the tavern. That seems to solve a lot of problems. You can hear everybody in this tavern just spamming the join button on Shirley's games. You can hear me, just listen. All of them in this bar, you would think that they're just sitting relaxing. No, they're sitting over here on their laptops, which is completely out of character for a place like this. Doesn't look like a laptop belongs in here. And these guys are just sitting over there clicking, spamming. Probably hear it in the background. Like I said, if you listen, put your laptops away. Get in the fucking game. Yeah, these guys, man, just ruin the tavern experience for you, you know? Trying to jam their way into Shirley's games like a bunch of cheeseheads. Oh, dude, they got our merc. They ganked him. He was slightly slow on that, just slightly. We're amped. We ain't even pro. Oh wait, no, he's right here. Whoops, never mind. Yeah, we'll take him. We'll take him out. We're just gonna stay right here. Try to jack the drops, you know. We get the best of both. There's people killing shit down here, but there was also champs up there. Sometimes it's all about the positioning, you know. You got to know how to leech. You got to know how to cheese, and a lot of times it's where you choose to be. You know, it's the positioning you choose that allows you to leech at full potential. So if you see a bunch of groups and someone's trying to be efficient and someone's trying to do the mission, you just stand right in between both of them. You get the experience from both. That's how to do it, man. There's levels to the cheese. It's like right here, these guys trying to be efficient, these guys going for the mission. We're just gonna get the best of both. And we're gonna get the sparkling ball, and we're gonna get the alpha helm. We're just prime PVMing. We should put together a master class on leech PVMing. I think there is sort of a cadence to it. There is sort of a, you know, to be like we call it the class of the coolie quick hands. If you want to be quick, you want to be violent, and you want to be rich, you got to be able to jack the drops and jack the experience. Look at this, we've got like 5%. We joined this TZ late, like probably 4 or 5% already. Yeah, you remember what they used to do back then, right? The 15th century physician shit. Yeah, that shit was bad, man. Now this is like next level leeching. This is like the next level leech. See, like these guys, someone's surely was going ahead and trying to do the right thing. These guys, and then eventually you just opportunistically shoot the dude, get the experience. Like, yeah, I mean, that's probably why we get so much. People probably wondering, holy shit, how do you do it? How do you leech so much? Leech, cheese, and jack drops and just come out ahead. I'm telling you, man, there's levels to it. This is a master class in leeching. You just teach me how to jack. Well, you see, it's all about the substance you choose to assist, right? It's all about the substance you choose. You know, is there lubricants involved? Is there, you know, things to make the situation easier for you? So you're like, look at this. This is probably, yeah, we'll just take that kill. Should be an easy one. It's down here. We're now lagging a little bit behind. Not optimal, but we're going to take that mage plate and just move on with our lives. Could be perfect for LLD, but you got to know within a split microsecond. You got to know within a microsecond. And you got to get in, you got to get out of there. GG's, Crider. So good seeing you, brother. As always, big cheers to you. Yes, how you know the sign of true PvPers right here. We paused the action for terrorized. Oh man, look at this. These guys are just jack and drops for terrorized chaos. Pretty sure just about every PvP player pauses for the terrorized chaos. If you's a real dueler, if you's any kind of a man, you're pausing for this right here. Experience at its prime, at its most efficient, and with, might I add, we have the absolute best run on the show right here. Surely serious running these runs. You might be familiar with how good this guy is and how good these runs are. From back to front, man, always savage. Prime, efficient. No messing around. Oh, really, Squigs? Yeah, I wouldn't turn that down, man. I appreciate that. Good to be able to have the option to leech if need be. All right, not a lot of violence going on down here, so we'll just let somebody else teleport in, and then just opportunistically go right in and steal it. Yeah, it's just like that, man. And then you get all the 10% experience bonus over everybody else. Better than normals, really. And same here. We're just going to let these guys get in there, start being heroes, and then we're just going to finish right up just like that. Always go in with Holy Shield too, dude. Even if I had an Ondals on, I would go in Holy Shield CTA side. Because even though my block isn't optimal, like you never know, dude. These TPs could be dirty as shit. You gotta be ready, man. Always be ready. Notice we didn't even step in bow first. A lot of people just step right in bow. We stepped right in and chose violence. That's how you got to be. A lot of people step into those portals, and that's why every once in a while they'll step into portals and like they'll just unexpectedly, people think it's some dirty TP, but it's really just the guy wasn't expecting that he would have to be ready and, you know, not battle orders, but he would have to step in and choose violence. See, this is another thing. If you're taking notes about the masterclass of PVM, you got it. You should write that down. Always choose violence. Like, you know, pre-buffs and everything is the backup option. You step in, get violent. Pre-buffing keeps you alive, but you know what else keeps you alive? Violence. See, I know that you think I know a lot of people think that it's just something we say and that it has no meaning behind it, but it's like Cobra Kai, you know what I mean? You gotta be ready. See that? Because we were ready and because we had violence on the mind, we were able to quickly maneuver, save ourselves. That's just what it comes down to. There we go. We can steal that kill from the Mosaic Sin and get ready for the next. Simple as that. Yeah, exactly. Keeps me alive IRL too. You never know. You always got to be prepared. You never know when someone's going to take it to the next level. And then you got people like that making games a nightmare, trying to troll Surely Serious. You can't be having that. See, there's a lot of people jealous and mad that they can't get in on the run, so they try to fuck them up. That's a sign of a true loser. All right, a true loser. Right there. Complete and true loser. Not only did they forgo getting any experience in the terror zone, they chose passive aggressiveness over violence. And those guys always lose. Always straight losers. That's right. Don't ever listen to those guys or follow their runs. By the way, X, my dude, I see you, man. Holy shit. Xtimus the Legend. In case you guys don't know. In case, just in the rare event, you know, you're watching this stream and have no idea who Xtimus is. This guy, an absolute legend in his own right. A big cheers to you, dude. Thank you so much for the Legend tier membership. Good to see you, brother. And thank you so much. That support keeps us going, keeps us alive. It keeps the violence flowing. You guys wonder where it comes from? It's from the support of people like Eximus as to why we're able to step into these portals and choose violence in the first place. That was, I know that was a question that I'm going to guess probably 98% of you had on your mind. It was, how do you wake up every morning ready to step into a portal and choose violence? And now you have your answer. It's a support right there from people like Eximus, people like you guys. Allow us to do it. Allow us to get in there and deliver the Diablo-based digital violence that the world needs. Yeah, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. In all seriousness, Eximus means a lot, dude. Huge. Yeah, we're just hitting this terror zone up right now, X, because all the real PvP players, this is what they do. You know, there might be some big PvP event going on, but you never seen it pause so quick as when chaos gets terrorized. A lot of people get picky and choosy with the zones that they get into, but you can't be doing that shit. Chaos goes, you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready, man. Oh, hell yeah. And a big cheers to that, man. 6 months. Holy shit. Another cheers, man. I feel like that's a whole separate one in and of itself. And then 15 mins till Dclone, too? Holy shit. We got a lot of violence to choose today. That's for sure. Wow. But we're ready. Yeah, we're just going to stay right here. We got these guys clearing something. Steal that kill real quick. See, that's what I mean. PVM leeching at its finest. That is a 15 life level 9 charm, which is actually perfect for level 9 dueling. It's a perfect roll for a level 9 charm. However, we usually only keep these days if it has an additional add to it, like whether it's, even if it's something simple like max stamina, it has to have something. We got too many of them kicking around now at this point. We don't even ever duel on level 9s. Grand Vizier spawned down here. Holy shit. And we got a boss up here. Just to pop in and steal that real quick. Get up out of there. Simple as that. Prime Leech. Hell runes are always good, so we're going to steal those. Joe staff could actually be a teleport staff. Could actually be an LLD teleport staff so that we may all dream to be like Shank with the absolute show that he put on an LLD today. We should get the Merc in here too, just for added feckery. No, it was terrorized chaos. So whenever that happens, like, there's always a lull in the DFC because all of the duelers go over to terrorized chaos. So yeah, but other than that, it's been pretty action-packed. So at this point, yeah, we're following suit. We don't want to be accused of not being a real dueler. Anybody who saw me playing Barb tonight obviously knows the difference. That the true duelers are rocking Barbs. You know that, Bruno. You know the struggle. All right, the real duels run the Barbs and the Dins. Everybody knows that, but we can't run the risk of people being like, "What are you not a real PvP player? You're not doing chaos." We couldn't run that risk. So that's why we're here. Enacting digital violence upon the Chaos Sanctuary itself. But yeah. And then we've got a Dclone, and then we'll give people a couple of moments in there, and we'll see. Perhaps there is an early end, but we're going to see. I would just bet, whereas it's not even 10 p.m. Eastern at this point, I'm just going to bet that there's a lot of people doing this. That would be my official guess. Can't believe we got that one. Once you miss that first go, when you take the risk hitting enter and not getting your mouse ready, I always feel like there's just a point where we're gonna miss it. Like, it's just what I'm like, yeah, we're gonna miss this one. Especially in Shirley's runs, man. People just jamming them and slamming them, just piling right in. What percentage of players never obtained Enigma? I would guess anyone that's played online, it's a very small percent. That's what I would guess. But yeah, I don't know. There's still probably a lot of people that play online and just don't like trade or anything. They don't interact with other players. When I was younger, Vex was unachievable. Trash. But you gotta check them, man. You gotta be ready. That's another part of being a top PVM leech. You always gotta check them. You gotta know what to check, how to check it, and how fast to check it. You think it's that high, Bruno? You think it's 65% of people have never got Enigma? That seems high. But then again, I was actually surprised by this. Did you know that they ran stats in D4 to determine how many people had never reached level 100? Like, which was, you know, from what most people who played, who were like, you know, actually played the game is what I thought. Level 100 was just a given. But apparently there was like over half, well over half of people never obtained level 100, even when it got super easy. Now, if you would have told me those metrics like season 0, I would have believed them. I'd have been like, yeah, it's probably 90%. Like, you know, because it was actually pretty hard to get to level 100. But like in the most recent season, certainly wasn't hard. And it was still like, what was it, 55 or 60% of people never hit 100 in D4. So it's surprising. Never underestimate the internet's ability to fail. Xmas has never had a 99. Funny story, man. D2R was the first time I ever legitimately had a 99. I used a lot of bots back in the day, and that was how I would get to 99 in LOD. All of my 99s that you ever saw, they owe all of their existence, or a predominant amount of their existence, to botting. Like back in the day, that was just how I did it. I mean, it was a that, or otherwise you're just going to be doing 5,000 bail runs, and it was so miserable. Nobody in their right mind with any sort of life was going to do it. And I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people that actually just botted, like, and that's how they got to 99. But in D2R, this was the first ever time where I had my first ever legitimate 99. Santiana. No, yeah, it was Santiana was my first ever legitimate 99. Yeah, and then and now I have, I think, four legitimate 99s, 2 Dins, a Sork, and a Barb. And if I get this one to 99, he's 97.6 right now. This will be my 3rd Din. One might think that I would balance these out and try to get some other classes to 99. But people who believe that might have never played a Din and might not know that the smartest thing you can do is just make another level 99 Din. We got a 99 melee Din, a 99 main Din, and this will be the 99 VT when I finally get it. Which all of them, definitely a reason to be there. Definitely a reason to be 99 on all of these builds. Yeah, I remember that, but he probably means like legitimately achieving it, like I was talking about. Yeah, I think I remember that, dude. It was for like some dueling tournament that we were doing. I think it was like an arena GL based dueling tournament. I remember that shit. Oh yeah, yep. Dude, X remembers too, man. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, see, but it doesn't count if it was given to you. It doesn't feel the same. Just like achieving 99 legitimately in D2R didn't feel the same. It felt way different than when we bought it our way there. We're probably gonna miss this game. No, we luckily got it. They didn't kill Infector there. He teleported away. Smart Infector, good dueler right there. You wonder why these guys are so good at dueling. It's because, man, look at this. They're practicing, honing their skills in the Chaos Sanctuary. When Vizier teleports away, most of these guys, you notice 90% of them didn't know how to handle themselves, didn't know what to do. It's only the top duelers that know what's going on. Still plenty of time. 4 minutes, probably 3 or 4 runs, man. In search of 99, please. Will pay in e-hugs. Bro, the easiest way to get to 99 these days, especially on non-ladder, is just wait for this exact thing to happen. This is why action dials down, I think, in PvP tournaments when this happens. Certainly in the DFC. Like, because everybody's just waiting for this to happen. They wait for, like, you know, it's just so opportunistic. The amount of experience that you get in such a short amount of time is so huge. It's so worth it. That's why just a lot of people just wait for it. Everything else you kind of have to grind TZs for. You have to grind the TZ. Sometimes you got to fight for it. You got to hope for the P8 all to get maybe 10% experience an hour if you're doing real good at level 98, like which is kind of insane. But when it's TZ Chaos, you can just passively wait for it, you know, get carried. We'll probably get, you know, we're approaching 8-9% here this hour, and we were late to it. We were late to the TZ, and we're 97. That shit would never happen in an hour back on LOD. Never happened. But yeah, that's the way to do it, man. A lot of people they're super patient and they just wait. I mean, that was how I got Santiana. I think was the only character I really pushed to 99. Like, I tried to get it in the season, and other than that, the rest of them were just waiting for Chaos TZ. Like, if you're just diligent and you wait for Chaos TZ to go off, like, you'll be surprised at how fast, like, you reach level 99. You gotta be kind of diligent about it. Like, whenever you see it going off, like, just be like, all right, I'm gonna make a commitment for an hour to just jam this, right? We'll jam this TZ. And that will be it. And before you know it, you'll be leveled up so much. It's like, it's wild. Before you know it, you're like level 97, 98. And you're like, oh shit, all right, I'm almost there. Is Shirley going for another one? There's no doubt he's going for another one, dude. It's like 2 minutes still. Yeah, this guy's gonna go right till it's socially unacceptable to make a new game. That's what I fucking love about this guy, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Follow me.
Jam and I ready for the brawl? All right, dude. Are you guys doing? Did you guys end up going NVD or are you going DNV man? Man, I was really looking for. I'll be okay with whatever you guys do, but man, I think the world is ready for din on din violence. You know what I mean? I mean, if it's NVD, all right, we'll check her out. You know, we'll check her out. But I think the world was like ready for din on din violence. But yeah, NVD good team. We'll check it out. Entering the Chaos Sanctuary. These guys can have that essence. We don't even need it. All right, is this this Dclone is going to be on non-ladder, huh? All right, let's just have a non-ladder game up just in case. We're going to go in with Lucille. That's who we'll be in there with. All right, man. Holy shit. Wow. It's insane. That was crazy, bro. What an hour that was. Let's check out the action. Oh, what the shit. Well, this Chaos Sanctuary doesn't look the same now that it's not terrorized. We done killed all the monsters. There's no more threats down here. There's nothing. Fuck, we trashed it. This looks like the Blood Moor after Harlot was done with it. You know, there's just nothing around. We killed everything. This is why you wake up, you enter those portals, and you choose violence first. Look at this. There was a problem here. We solved it. And now there's another problem. It's hot as shit down here, man. Why are you guys even down here still? Like, you know, maybe come down here and tell you that the duels are back on. God damn, you gotta stop living in the past. Let's get out of the Chaos Sanctuary, get back to the arena. Come with me. This is the exit. All right, man. We're now parked in game, and I believe they're going to be popping Dclone on non-ladder if you want to get in on that. That's what the rumor is, man. That's what the rumor is. And while we sit here, we're going to kick back over to the action. We're going to cut this down to classic graphics to save the frames. And now let's cut over to the action. Let's see what's going on. We've got Serenity
Greetings.
versus... This is going to be some NBD. This was going to be some din-on-din violence. But these guys chose something else, you know? They chose Jamie James and Serenity. They chose NVD. We don't get to see enough VTPK in the DFC, man. We don't get to see enough of it. But that's only because these VTPKs don't like to show off their skills for the world to steal all of their strategies. They like to get in on this, keep it secret. They're trying to win VTPK tournaments all around the world. They don't need people seeing their styles and their setups. I get it. Oh shit, all right, yeah, I'll pop over and grab that, Squigs. Thanks, man. Just gonna check that real quick. Squigs has got an Andals for me. A good old Andals. Much appreciated, my dude. That's the next step in leeching. Is you always got to be ready to leech with the Andals as well. And that we shall be. Thanks to Squigs, man. Big shout out. Huge. Thank you so much. All right, and here we go. Round one between these two guys. They're going NVD for this, the classic, most fair matchup, not only in FPK, but some would argue in all of PvP. This right here, they say it's pretty balanced, and the DFC numbers would agree. Pretty back and forth, possibly with a slight advantage for the Druid, but nothing really that significant. It's a duel that really favors, with the way that it's set up, it really favors your strategy and your ability to push the pressure on your opponent and punish them for making mistakes, right? That's really what this type of duel rewards here. The Necro's mission is to often set up a Bone Spirit train, to protect themselves. Not necessarily to win the duel like that, but to start the engagement, right? That's why you'll often see the Necro teleport away, try to reset, get a couple of Bone Spirits going, so that when this type of thing happens at close range, they can do some walk spearing, just like Jamie Jams was doing right there. And, and those walk spears, those will land, those will blow up the pets, and then hopefully the Bone Spirits that you've got going will actually connect on your opponent. That's the goal, that's the ideal. It involves a little bit of setup, but then on the Druid's end, the challenge is keeping those pets up, keeping the bear up, the oak up, all to protect you from these Bone Spirits. And all while those are up, you got to be looking, hunting, stomping correctly, and you got to know what to do when your opponent has the answer to your stomps. When they start doing the walk spears, when they're walking down, they're being very evasive. You got to know how to catch them. Got to know how to do those double tellies like that. Got to set yourself up and know how to get on the inside and land some of those shots. Right now, Serenity. The biggest challenge is keeping that Oak Sage up. He almost didn't even care. I think he didn't recast his Oak Sage there probably just because he was more interested in pushing the pressure.
Hello.
Already 99 my Druid super early into the ladder. Yeah, dude, I think I remember that. Didn't you send me a screenshot of that, Squigs? I think I saw that. Yeah, that was insane. No, Druid too, I would say that's probably one of the most challenging classes to actually 99 it, man. Like, a lot of people go on the Windy Druid, and I think that's probably the best way to go. Some say the funnest way to go is with the Shaman Druid, the Fire Druid itself, but God, not nearly as effective, I wouldn't think, as the Wind Druid, man, especially now that Sunder Charms are a thing. All right, man, let's kick over to Jamie Jam's point of view here and see what's going on. This guy is on the Necro here. Now, this is going to be typically the more defensive play style. The Necro is going to be waiting for the engagement to happen, and what you'll see on Jamie Jam's end here is him setting up these engagements, much like he's doing right here. He's trying to set up an engagement with a few Bone Spirits, right? Got to make sure to kind of keep those tight to the feet as you would in any matchup, and kind of keep them aimed in a certain direction, because when those spears blow up those pets, those spirits got to be right behind them, right? Like that's the thing. Jamie Jam's hitting the well, gaining him about 5% life there. I'll allow it. I think he meant to just eat it for the mana. He had a little bit of residual damage there from the hurricane. I'll allow it. All right, I'll allow it. Yeah, that's going to be sick, man. I think a Druid is a very powerful PvP character as well. Very fun, and especially if you have the Necro already. Yeah, very nicely done there from Serenity. This guy is ready. This guy is ready.
Not in town.
Yeah, especially if you're used to the Necro and you're used to the matchup, and especially learning it from that end. I think it can really help in the matchup in general. Playing it from both angles and having like a Druid too. So it's always good to have a level 99 Druid when you do that. There's no excuses at that point, you know? It's like, all right, man, I got all my gear. I got it kitted out. I'm the max level. I have the most life I possibly can have. Skill points, none wasted. Some bonus. Yeah, it's the way to go. Discord PMs. Oh, you've got a throw barb set up yourself with oh, I see this. Good old ghost glaive there. Yeah, that's insane. And wow, man, that's cute. That's a really nice ghost glaive. Holy shit. I'll show you guys this in a second. Yeah, after this round, we'll check this out. Leroy has apparently sent me his setup. He sent it to me earlier and says you could try it out versus the Druid. I probably still would have gone with mine just because of the IAS breakpoints on the Poons versus the Ghost Glaives. They're a little bit better. And man, it's so hard to reach the IAS breakpoints or even any reasonable amount of IAS. But yeah, we'll check that out in a sec. Because right now, I believe it's 3-0 in favor of Serenity. And then I think these guys are going to swap it up, and then we'll see Serenity on the Necro.
Not in town.
Hey, Foos, big fan, especially when you throw matches for my confidence. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to watch some duels either way, man. If you guys want to just start dueling, find yourself a worthy NVD opponent and we could jam. Right now, we've got Serenity and Jammy Jams jamming. And these guys are doing NVD mirror. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to set them up on the fly. So, I mean, I would say I would opt for an exhibition match against, unless you find a really worthy opponent. Should be 8K life Druid, I think, with Oak and all that. Damn, son, that's huge. Yeah, it's going to be good. These guys now switching it up. This is very common when people duel NVD. They do what's called a mirror. And that means you do one set of an FT3 where you're on one class, and then you switch it up. And you know, you if you're on the Necro, you switch to a Druid. If you're on the Druid, you switch to the Necro. And then you do another set, FT3. And you know, the better score wins. Right now, at this point, I believe Serenity just needs one win on the Necro. We're going to see if he can do it, man. We'll be watching his point of view here for this first part. Let's Jammy Jam start slamming. Watched a little bit of the Necro last time. It's usually the Necro, like I said, usually the more defensive player in this matchup. And for viewing purposes, it's usually better to watch the aggressor. But that being the case, there's some exciting Necros in this too. Like, you know, there's some exciting Necro play. But you usually see the Necro play even from the Druid standpoint, because the best Necro play often happens at close range, right? You can see it whether they choose to chain lock and follow the Druid as he goes away and tries to recast pets. You can see him walking and how devastating it is from the Druid's point of view. But, you know, for this first round, we'll watch it from the Necro standpoint, and you can kind of see. I can take on Foos. All right, yeah. I say winner takes on Foos. Winner of this takes on Foos.
I am overburdened.
Jam it, slam it. NVD King. Hell yeah, man. All right, here we go. And the second part of the mirror between these two. We're going to see if Serenity's got what it takes to do the same thing that he did to Jammy Jams on a Druid, but this time on a Necro. It's a different style of playing, man. It's a different way to go about it. But if you do it right, you can get there. And here we go. Here we are. Why they say this is so fair is because it's so dependent on how good you do. It's very rare to see a matchup that is exactly even in D2R. And by that I mean, sure, you probably have a chance on just about any class to beat anybody else depending on skill level, which is in and of itself pretty rare in, you know, for any ARPG, and certainly something cool to be said for D2R or Diablo 2 in general. But there's certain matchups that aren't really that fair. Like if you've ever seen, oh my god, beautiful aggression there, that's exactly what we're talking about. The good necro play, when you push the pressure on a druid and you finish up like that when they're teleporting away trying to recast those pets, bam, there it is, man. Every once in a while you find yourself a ballsy necro who will push that pressure and actually chase, and that's what it looks like, man. Very well done. And that is the win for Serenity, dude. From the necro side, all he needed was one, and the reason he only needed one is because he went 3-0 on the druid. And he only needed the one to win, and there it was. And would you look at this? Diablo has invaded Sanctuary. I think it's time to kill. So I think it's time to enact the digital violence on this Dclone that thinks he can just come into this game and own the place. We're going to have a fair duel. No pots. All right, no pots. We don't believe in that shit here. No pots. This is going to be a fair duel. And, yeah, we're going to be ready. You guys ready? All right, go Dclone. This shall be a fair and balanced duel between us two. No pots, no nothing. All right, there we go. There we go. See, yep, we just built up. No pots. No pots at all. Y'all saw that. That was all life leech, man. That's why I say, you guys wonder why I tried to stack up 400 life leech on the Bard. There's a reason for it, man. Life leech wins fights sometimes. All right, that's why. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Are they popping this again? Does anybody know? Like sometimes when Mott J, by the way, big shout out to Mott J. These are the guys that usually pop these. And the fact that Taz had the heads up there probably tells me it was Mott J. He's usually in pretty tight with Mott J, and he knows, like, he knows when that's going down. Sometimes, point is, they pop this multiple times. This is going to be a shit, Annie, because I didn't re-equip any of my gear here. It's going to be complete shit. This was almost complete and utter trash. I mean, it is complete and utter trash, but it was almost even worse complete and utter trash. I'm going to have a game up just in case. I would highly suggest. Handful of times. Thank you, Mott J. All right, yeah, they are going to do it. All right. We'll set this over here to save the frames. Set this on Giga Chad mode with the G button. If you hit G, it turns it into Giga Chad mode. Bet you guys didn't know that. Yep, a little bit of a secret feature of the game right there. Hit G for Giga Chad. Save the frames. Remind you what the game used to look like. Waiting on Riz Sin. I got a quick 20 minutes. Let's go. Let's do it, man. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm happy that you heard back from Riz, Jin Shin, because that was a fight I was looking forward to, man. It's going to be a good one. Like 6 walks or something every 10 minutes. That's going to be nuts. Holy shit. Maybe we should dial up on a couple computers here. Hopefully rip ourselves another 20-20-10. Yeah, rather glorious for 2001, man. That game was ahead of its time, let me tell you. Ahead of its time. All right, I think Foozerman is trying to throw down and prove his NVD prowess in the arena. All right, let's make sure that this arena is clean. We don't need any residual shit, any wells kicking around. Let's check it out. Let's go ahead and check out the arena. Looking clean. Arena is clean. We're ready. Ready for some violence. By the way, just want to say a big cheers to Mott J. Appreciate all these server pops, man. They're usually pretty good about doing it in the DFC times. Jamming and slamming. Big cheers to those guys, and a big cheers to you guys for being here. This is a big highlight to my week, and I hope it is to yours as well. Let's get back into the arena and check this out. I can see him dueling down there. Let's not miss a damn second of it. And here we go. We've got the Foozerman going up against Serenity. Now, the Foozerman, different kind of necro dueler here. This guy, all right, we give him shit all the time, but that's only because he's the Foozerman. And this guy is surprisingly good on a lot of different classes, but also very well known on the Necro. He's extremely good, but I mean, as we've seen, so is Serenity. This guy knows how to push the pressure, and you're going to see a lot of different moves here from him because Foozer, look at these double tellies right there, like double teleport stomps. See, we didn't see this in the last round. A little bit of less predictability, less of the traditional NVD cadence from Jamie Chams there, which could have been a good thing versus a player like Serenity who's used to these specific walk down angles, specific grabs, specific timing that Foozer man has given him so far in this duel. But Foozer has also landed some pretty sick spears here himself so far. So this one's very close. Serenity has landed some nasty NATOs, but Foozer still deadly at half life here. Duel ain't over till it's over. Now, when the Necro gets down low enough, it gets pretty scary because then the Hurricane, it gets into a point where like the bear can kind of put you in stun, and you're getting hit multiple times by the Hurricane, and it gets to the point where chain locks even get dangerous. So you don't even have to throw a NATO, because when you get to like 100, 200 life or something, when you get low enough like that right there, it didn't end up mattering because he didn't get away. But man, that Hurricane can actually finish you. Serenity in there, proving that prowess on the Druid at least. Beautiful gameplay there from him. Those the tendency to hold down teleport, not immediately throw a NATO after the stomp. That's something you got to get used to, and it's very I would say it's very specific for this matchup too. It's often that a Druid, after they stomp, it's very common for them to just immediately throw a NATO. But when you get these types of players in these exchanges that are walking down, the reason that they're using that walk down strategy is to get out of the way of the stomp, right? When you stomp and you immediately throw a NATO, it's not going to connect if they're walking down, right? They're going to be too far away at that point, especially if they have adequate faster run walk. And that's something that Foozerman certainly appears to have. Well, a good thing to get into the habit of is to do these double teleports, right? To quickly grab the name lock, recenter your cursor, and then just hold down teleport until your opponent stops moving. Right, that is when you throw the NATO. Right, you try to get ahead of them like that. You try to time them. You try to outpace them. And so far, Foozerman with walk down strategies has been fooling Serenity. Has been allowing him to has been throwing him off just enough for him to land some spears. And that's what this matchup is all about. Druid has Mars on, I think. I don't know, man. His cast seems all right. Seems like 163 cast. I think he swapped out.
I am overburdened.
Damn. And look at that. That's good necro play there from the Foozerman too. Is as soon as the Druid comes in, that is exactly what you don't want to see as the Druid player. You don't want to see the necro already throwing a spear at you the second you land. Like, that's the first thing the Necro should do when the close range engagement starts, is the Necro should just have a spear right there, accurately thrown at the Druid, because it's the biggest discouragement. And the reason it's a big discouragement is because it forces the Druid to immediately get a name lock or move, right? So it sort of sets them off a little bit. They're either going to stomp and then you're ready for it with your walk down, right? Or they're going to have to move, and then it's going to tell you something about, about that engagement. They either don't have the name lock, and that's too quick for them. But either way, regardless, you're just going to want that to happen. You're going to want it to be, you're going to want that spear to be up and ready to go as soon as the engagement, as soon as they come on the screen, man. That's one of the most devastating things you can do as a Necro player. Just makes them react quick. They have to, right? And we say this all the time, but it's so true in just about every matchup. Spears win fights. That's what it is. Spears win fights, man. We'll have a game up if you want the clone kill. Oh, GG. Yeah, I think I might. It's all yours, Squigs. I might be fine with just getting mine and cutting back to the action. We should have just enough time in between rounds. So yeah, you're fine, dude. I appreciate that though. Super nice of you. We already got our 20-20-10 for the highlight vid this year when we do the best the best MF vid ever made of the year. We already got our 2020-10 Perfect Annie. But it looks like Clone just did pop there again, and Serenity just landed some big NATO damage on the Foozer. Oh man, and another good stomp there. Foozer now with his back against the ropes. He was looking really good there. He was looking very healthy, looking to be in a very good spot. And then all it takes, man, is a sudden turn of events where that Druid pushes that pressure and you can't quite get away from him. And then suddenly the tables have turned, and now it's looking as though Serenity is in a better spot. He's still at about half life, but at the same time, that half life is going to mean a lot more to him because Foozer man's probably one good NATO. Foozer's going to have to play perfectly here. The more that Serenity closes the distance and has that Hurricane up, especially now, just like what we were talking about, Foozer is at just low enough of a life where that Hurricane is starting to get annoying, starting to get deadly. Nice spear there from Foozer. And that's how he's got to play. He's gonna have to, like, he's on a clock at this point, right? Like, he's got to land these good shots. He's got to make them count. Because every time Serenity closes that distance, man, it's gonna be probably profitable for him. You know, just in the Hurricane tick alone. See, just like that, no significant damage landed there, no NATOs, but I mean, again, that Hurricane, you know, a lot of times in this matchup, you'll see some rep life, you know, come into play, right? But that Hurricane just kind of stops the rep life of the Druid, and the Necro doesn't really have anything to return the favor, you know, against the Druid, except for good gameplay, just like that. Very nicely done, man. Foozer man makes a big comeback for that one. Hell yeah, dude. All right, and while these guys wait, I suppose we'll do another good duel with Dclone. Make sure we're not going to use any pots. This isn't the kind of duel where we use pots, right? We try to enact a good duel versus Dclone. All right, we try to chuck them hands a little bit, right? Chuck them hands. He's going to chuck his own hands. He's going to do his thing. We're going to do our thing. We're going to try to get there, right? That's just what we do. And then, yep, here we are. Here we are. We have commenced the duel, and it was a good duel. We barely got touched. Yeah, it was a good duel, though. All right, let's see what we get for an Annie. Here, I gotta key this correctly here. I'm gonna put this over here. We don't need to be having a lot of DR versus Dclone. That's kind of unfair and kind of cheesy, if you ask me. I'm gonna give him a shot here. All right, what did we get? We better re-equip this gear, is all I'm saying. We're not even getting excited if it don't come back on. We need those claws to show up. What is this shit, man? They're just jamming us at this point. Complete trash. Complete trash. Man, that's garbage. All right, let's make another game. Get ready for this. These guys are getting ready for the next round here. Let's get it up. Let's get it jammed. Let's get it slammed. Let's get it ready to go. Back to the action. NVD of the toppest of top tiers. And here we go. Still watching it from the Druid standpoint here. Like I said, I think this is typically the more interesting viewpoint to look at, because if you're watching from the Druid standpoint, you're typically seeing everything that's happening. You're seeing how deadly the Necro is, how good the Necro is at, you know, at landing bone spears, at being threatening, because you see from the Druid standpoint how annoying it is to have a very good Necro throwing those spears, right? Walking down, being evasive. But you also see how rewarding it is for the Druid to grab those name locks, catch the Necro. It's, you know, this is why it's typically, from the aggressor standpoint in a duel, usually better to watch. It's why we always watch the Dins. It isn't just with the bias. It's just, usually they got to be the aggressor. In a very rare exception, when you see H-Din versus Wind Druid, well, then it's different. Very nice hits landed there from Serenity. Yeah, are these guys doing mirror? I think I would guess they're probably doing mirror. I would guess. Let's cut over to Foozer. See what it looks like from the Necro standpoint. So you can see this is what the Necro does. You notice that every time he's going to teleport away and he's going to throw 1 or 2 bone spirits because he's trying to set up this engagement so that those bone spirits land when he's able to clear the pets of the druid. And the way that he does that, sets these up and looks for that bone spear, right? And you'll notice he's been so good at this so far, is that when the druid comes in, he was re-upping on mana right there, but when the druid comes in, you'll notice he immediately looks for that name lock, immediately looks to click on either those pets or the name of his opponent, because he's looking at, he's looking at landing that spear just immediately. It's just immediate. You see what it looks like from here. Doesn't really care if he grabs the pet or the player, just clicks up in that general direction, tries to get that name lock. Beautiful walk downs here. Let's see if it pays off. He was able to get out of that exchange without taking too much damage. Starting in a couple minutes. GG, Jin Shin. Awesome, man. Thanks for the heads up. Can't wait for that one. It's going to be an interesting one. Riz, one of the most aggressive Sin players in all of D2 history. And he's going up against one of the most savage Zon players that the DFC has ever seen. Gonna be an epic one, man. We'll be sure to be ready for that. Mentally, physically, physiologically, spiritually, we're ready. Beautiful aggression there from Serenity. Man, and he gets caught with that residual NATO. Always having that threat of the NATO, man. That's the thing. NATOs seem to be a lot smarter in D2R than they ever were in LOD. And by that, I mean they almost seem to seek out a target when they're down there. Like, that was sort of a theory that I had, early on in D2R, and I wasn't sure if I was just overreacting and making shit up. But the more that I see NVD duels and the more that I see Wind Druids in PvP, the more I notice that's probably correct. Like, they just kind of slowly work their way towards the closest target is what it seems like. Beautiful spears there from Foozer. And down goes the Foos. Man, this guy's in a lot of trouble here. Terror begins to form. Oh no. Oh no. We're about to get another one here. Yeah, very good duel between these guys. It's insane. Alright, I do see Jin Shin streaming. We're gonna cut over to that, man. Do we get a Dclone pop? Is it jamming? Hold on, is it here? Oh man, it's spreading across the Shank. The terror spreads across the Shank. We better get ready. And then after this, we're gonna cut over to our boy Jin Shin versus Riz. It's gonna be nuts, man. I hope you guys are ready for it. I don't even know if mentally I am. It's gonna be nuts. The most aggressive Sin player ever. Riz gonna throw down against top Zon player in the DFC. Hybe Sin versus Zan. And we're gonna see. All right, here we go. No more of this shit versus the Dclone. No more of the fade. We don't need that kind of stuff. Yeah, see, this is the type of duel we need. This is a good duel. Oh man, wow, this guy's insane. Good duel so far. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, that was close. Yeah, see, that's why, man, focusing on the life leech is good. I know that I should try to show you guys right there how cheesy the duel is and how bad it feels if you don't leech life, right? See, I still won, but that's only because my opponent just wasn't on point, right? All right, let's see what we got. Just wasn't at this skill level yet, you know? It's skill level, really, the higher you get in skill level, the less the life leech matters, so they say. 11, 11, 10. Are you kidding me? Not even a collector's edition 10, 10, 10. Man. This is just wild. This is ridiculous. You know what I want to see? I want to see us a good duel. That's what I'm ready for. You guys ready to see Riz versus Jin Shin? I'm about ready to cut over to it. Let's check this out. This is gonna be epic. I see Riz streaming as well. Man, oh man, I'm pumped. Let's check it out, guys. Let's see what this really looks like. In this corner, we have a loading screen for Riz because this guy hacks so much. His game can't even load. We're going to cut over to Jin Shin here real quick. These guys throwing down. And wow, Riz off to a great start, but both of these guys, incredible damage. And Riz takes the first round here. This was back and forth, man. This is back and forth. That one was close.
I can't carry anymore.
We've got Riz on the hybrid Sin. Now what he's going to try to do is close the distance, land those whirlwinds against his opponent, and all the while it's going to force Jin Shin to be on top of his game, to punish him for coming in, to be quicker with the jabs, the ability to shoot arrows, lock on, grab the name locks, and most importantly though, protect himself from those whirlwinds. That's what it's going to come down to, man. Does he have the shield up when he needs to, or is Riz going to catch him? That is the question. And here we go. What looks to be round 2 between these guys. Riz taking round 1. Oh, big hits from Jin Shin early on. And so far, Jin Shin has dodged a lot of the damage here. Beautiful, flawless victory for Jin Shin. And that's why with this guy's Zon skills, man, you gotta be on point. If you give him the space that he needs, he's gonna take advantage of it. Right there, and you notice as soon as Riz came in and he's getting ready with that whirl, man, Jin Shin had the shield out, he blocked the hit, and he was able to punish with vicious jab damage. Yeah, he is a specialist, period, on the Zon, but certainly a different player when it comes to this matchup. And here we go. It's now 1-1 between these two. Very close round 1. A flawless round 2 for Jin Shin. How will round 3 go? And now Riz throwing down some traps here, trying to confuse his opponent, or at least proc the dodge, avoid, and evade, and keep him in one space longer than he should be there, so that he can land those whirls just like that, cut his opponent open, get him with that venom, and deal some serious damage over time. That's going to pay off in these long duels, especially where he's going to come in, he's going to get those licks in, and he's going to increase the distance, right? He'll gladly take a multi-shot from afar, rather than those vicious jabs and guidance from up close. Beautiful gameplay here from both players. Now Riz falling behind a little bit. And it's hard to tell how much Riz has focused on one end of damage or the other. I would guess on the whirlwind damage that we saw up close, these traps are probably going to deal some pretty significant damage as well. He's likely gone with the spider approach here, because you notice every time he gets in and lands a shot, Jin Shin is getting cut open, right? Like his life is consistently going down. That means Riz is probably focusing more on that open wounds, right? The open wounds, the venom, the damage over time, rather than focusing on vicious damage from the claws, which is certainly something he's also able to do. Riz, most players know this guy from DFC's past as being the best Ghost Sin player to ever grace the Bloodmore, and certainly the most aggressive, right? But that comes with some pretty serious high damage claws, right? So he has the ability to do that. Now Riz backing off a little bit, likely very low. Looking for an opportunity to get in there. Approaching from below. But can he do it? Now harassing with the traps from the outside. Beautiful hits there from Riz. Opportunistic whirlwind cuts him open, and now he's low. It looks like he didn't cut him. Actually, he didn't cut him open. He just landed some pretty savage damage, and Jin Shin got lucky to not be won by that. And this could be it. Oh my God, big hits from Riz. Close duel, man. Incredible skill displayed on behalf of both players here, man. You know, it's like Nim says, Jin Shin is a specialist in this matchup, but Riz is a specialist in Sin aggression. This guy knows how to close the distance and knows how to punish you when you make mistakes, right? He knows how to play in a way that manipulates the way you deal with what's going on. And that's how he caught Jin Shin in that exchange. He laid those traps, made him think that he was on that plan. And before you know it, he's in there closing the distance and whirlwinding. Yeah, this is savage, man. What a matchup. Both these guys re-upping on the mana pools. They're bowed and ready to go. Ready to throw down for what will be the 4th round. In a very close matchup. Every round has been close. With the exception of that flawless one on round 2. But here we go. How's this one going to go? Riz rebowing, getting ready, making sure he's in it for the long run. That's what it could turn into. Jin Shin patiently waiting by the mana pool with his bow out ready to shoot. And here we go. Let the next round commence. Early hits here from Jin Shin. Big hits from Jin Shin. And now Riz has got his work cut out for him, man. He needs to methodically work in on the inside. He does proc some open wounds on Jin Shin there. After this, we'll cut over and see if Riz's perspective is fixed at this point, because it is so good to see this from the Sin's perspective. Just Riz's ability, especially, to get on the inside and enact Sin violence like you've never seen before is what this guy is a specialist in, man. I personally have never seen a better Sin player than Riz. I mean, just when it comes to the level of excitement, right? I mean, there's certainly higher ranked Sin players, probably in Sin PK, right? But that are better at laying the traps. But when it comes to enacting the Diablo-based digital violence, there is none better than this guy. Landing a clutch whirlwind there, setting it up with some traps. This guy's on a whole different level, man. Close range exchange between these guys. Big hits from both players, and down goes Riz. Unbelievable, dude. Jin Shin leaving the game, re-upping here. Wow. That was nuts.
Good job.
It is now, I think, 2-2. I think it's 2-2, right? Is that the score? Maybe 3. I done lost count, man. This shit is just so exciting. Riz is was top contender in Sin PK too. Good ghost, yeah. He's so good, man. You can just see he just plays on a different level. That's the thing. I mean, you see a lot of like, I think all the other Hybe Sins give players like Riz a bad name. I'm willing to go that far and say it. Like, there's a lot of you know, I see some comments about the World Girl cheese from Quill Rat. I think in a lot of senses, you do see World Girls going in and trying to cheese with open wounds. You rarely see it enacted so flawlessly and so seamlessly as you do with players like Riz, who are using the traps not only for damage, but to set up opportunistic whirls and to just make them look clean, make them look good, right? And not just to get in there and try to deliver open wounds damage, but to do it in a strategic way, right? To set it up, to make sure your opponent is on bow side, and not just by random chance, but by playing in a way that encourages it. LPC and I running SVS. Good to know, man. Thanks for the heads up. Botosaurus!
Riz makes me look new at Hibson. Exciting duels.
Absolutely, man. Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Botosaurus. That's huge, man. 2024 in typical Botosaurus fashion. Bro, thank you so much. That is too kind of you, man. Too kind of you. Big cheers to you. All right, we're back to it. We just got another clone pop here.
I can't.
Right in real time, in the moor, in the sanctuary here, we've got Dclone jamming. Of course, we're gonna have another duel versus Dclone. You guys just, just be patient. We're so far like 3-0 versus Dclone. I know I make it look easy, but it's top PvP skills required to do such a thing, obviously. But speaking of top PvP skills, Jesus, man, these guys. This is a master class on each one of these classes right here. The Zon, and look at this beautiful chain from Jin Shin there, and certainly something Riz didn't expect in that exchange. Trying to get in there and finish, and boom, there it is, man. I believe it's 3-3 now. I think it's very close, man. Holy shit. These guys, this is back and forth. All right, let's get in here. I think it's 3-3. I think the next round is going to be the last round. So let's give these guys some time, to get ready while we do a quick intermission duel here with Dclone. Now, look, to be a good dueler, you got to get in there. You got to be. Look at this Sin play. Holy shit. We don't believe in mana pots. We don't believe in healing pots in duels or anything like that. This is just pure good Sin play. We don't believe in potting. Yep, that's just pure aggression and the ability to get on the inside. No cheese, no nothing. You guys saw it live right there. Riz better watch out, man. I'm coming for that S. That's where it is. Let's just check this out, then we'll cut over to the final round here. The final round of the Sin v Zon to see what's going on. All right, and this one is clearly going to be a great Annie. Oh my gosh, everything's re-equipped. 15-10. Apparently it doesn't take much. You know what? All right, let's get another game up. Let's get over there. Let's do this right. All right, and what would this round be without the epic battle music that has defined it thus far, man? I don't think there's a better way to do it. Let's hit Bill, bring it back. Bring it back, man. This could be the last round. Back and forth between these two, a masterclass on Zon and Sin. You're seeing it live, man. It's very rare that we see players at this level so evenly matched, so back and forth going up against each other and putting on a show for their build. I say it's rare. I mean, we see it a lot. Right? But we rarely see it in this matchup, I should say. These guys are insane. It appears as though Jin Shin pulling ahead right now in this very close matchup. But he did take some damage, and all it's going to take is a mistake. It's going to take him, Riz, setting things up like this. Making it challenging for Jin Shin to actually get that damage in there. Riz escaped relatively unscathed that time, but also didn't land much damage of his own. He's going to have to set these traps up, and now Jin Shin on the back pedal, trying to increase the distance between him and Riz, and just getting a savage hit in there. And there it is. I think that's it. Is that it? Or is that the 3-3? Do we get another round? Tell me we get another round. You should see a link for the Discord in the description of this, Liquid. Okay, this is 3-3. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see this. I'm so happy to hear that. We get another round of this absolutely epic shit. Yeah, you should see the Discord link in the description here. We used to have a command set up for it, but it breaks all the time now, dude. So, yeah, I'm not sure why. It's just, it is how it is. But you should be able to get in there. Should be able to see it. Should be able to join up on the Discord. And the signups are changing. You're going to see a little bit of a little different sign up this week. We just lost gamer.xyz, which was the backbone of the DFC for so long. For especially for matchups, signups, made a lot of things simple, but hopefully it'll be a little more simple this time. We're going to see. But either way, just make sure you're in the Discord. Keep an eye on the announcements channel. That's where we post the signups for these events. Usually happens Monday by the latest. But we tried to get him up earlier. We were doing better getting him up earlier and shit. But then we lost gamer.xyz. We gotta implement the new solution. Hoping to have it out by tomorrow, so that we'll have signups live tomorrow is what I'm hoping. I'm gonna focus on that either tonight or early tomorrow. And here we go, man. 3-3. 3-3 between these two titans, man. Big damage early on for Jin Shin. Riz trying to next level Jin Shin there, trying to and make him. He was anticipating that Jin Shin would swap to the bow there, knowing that he's sort of lulled him into this false sense of security that that's what he's going to do every time. But that time Jin Shin didn't. He was ready. This guy is a veteran of this matchup, man. This isn't his first time in Hive Sin versus Telly Boazon. This guy has been here before, and it really shows. Almost a full life total versus Riz, and Riz in trouble. Jin Shin landing even more shots. Now Riz backing off a little bit, relying on those traps, trying to put Jin Shin in a bad spot. But it's a pretty hard thing to do. Especially when Jin Shin has room to mess up here. Right, he's got room to mess up, but there it is. Riz just landed a shot. Unfortunately, didn't cut him open there. The RNG gods weren't on his side with that whirlwind. He's gonna have to do it again. And that's gotta be discouraging. When he doesn't cut him open with such a well-placed whirlwind like that, you know he's gonna catch damage going in like that. And Jin Shin seems to believe it's only a matter of time. But he's not letting it slow him down or affect his diligence and his caution upon approaching one of the most vicious Sin players of all time. And there it is, big hits, man. That one was close. Riz is probably won from that exchange, and that is it. Jin Shin with the win. And just like that, incredible, man. What a matchup between these two. You couldn't ask for better. You couldn't ask for a more epic matchup. Holy shit, man. I gotta say, it doesn't get much better than that, huh? That was just wild. Absolutely wild. So glad we got to see that matchup. When I heard that these guys might not be throwing down this DFC, I was a little upset, not gonna lie. But I'm so glad we got to see it. That match, so long in the making and so epic, as we would expect nothing less from those two combatants, man. Let's get this arena cleared up, shall we? Clean it up, Bill. Get this shit out of here. Oh, that was quick, man. All right, how much are we paying him? 15 foreign gold a day. Jesus. Wow. There's nothing down there. No poison. No blood from the open wounds. Doesn't even look like he used a rake. Jesus. All right. Well, I guess we can't stay mad at him forever, man. Bill's doing okay in there, I guess. Let's get over to it, man. I hear that LPC and the Sweaty Betty are throwing down SVS style, and that's certainly something I want to be in the arena for. Let's check it out. And here we go. Sweaty Betty on the lightning variant of his sorceress here. I guess it's technically always the lightning variant, right? I guess it technically always is. But this time, more SVS ready, right? He does have, and Sweaty Betty is known for this, the sort that made the Sweaty Betty famous, right? It's like the pony trick that the audience keeps clamoring for, right? It was Sweaty Betty on a bow sword. This guy took what NYC Maxim brought into the DFC at one point, and this guy just took it to the next level, made it famous by taking down Lamp with it. And what a win that was. And you can see how powerful it was in SVS. Some beautiful use of charged bolt there. versus LPC. Now, LPC is certainly a veteran in the SVS arena himself, and it looks like he's on Fireballer versus the Lightning Sword here that is Sweaty Betty. Sweaty Betty using the charged bolt there. I'm kind of surprised to see that, because I wonder how much damage that actually does if your opponent has a T-Gods, right? I was always under the impression that if your opponent had a T-Gods, that it didn't really do enough damage to counteract their absorb, which is probably why it hasn't discouraged LPC from stomping at all. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I'm no pro at the SVS myself, but I would figure that Charged Bolt, if your opponent has T-Gods, wouldn't necessarily be a good choice. But it's possible that in SVS, he hasn't come equipped with T-Gods here. Yeah, Seabolt heals with T-Gods. That's what I thought. Oh, he did. Okay. I see what you mean. You guys kind of both... He came up with it independent. I knew that you had one. I wasn't sure if you guys were in close cahoots with such chuck fuckery or what. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, he came up with it independently, and I think you guys had met up after that and discussed your findings. Yeah, different builds. Word. Okay, very different. All right, cool. It's good to know that the builds can be that different on a bow sork, man. Like, and still both very, like, equally as effective. It's kind of weird. Like, that bow sork's really cool to see, though. Tough ping, but good duels. Yeah, man, that was epic, I gotta say. Epic duel. Very good to see. Thank you so much for that, Jin Shin. You and Riz's duel was nothing short of one of the most epic duels I've ever seen. All right, let's try to cut over to LPC real quick. Hopefully not miss any of the action. It looks like he is pretty low. I guess we'd find out if he gets hit with Charged Bolt, if it does anything, but he's super low. Yeah, the Charged Bolt took him out. It's very possible that he doesn't have T-Gods on here. That or perhaps Charged Bolt does damage through T-Gods. I wouldn't think so. But it's possible he went like, oh yeah, okay, he went low, no T-Gods. Okay, that's what it is. It's possible that that's a thing in SVS where T-Gods is banned.
Not in town.
That's also possible. I'm always root for the light sorks. They're so rare, man. They're so rare. And Sweaty Betty's certainly famous light sorceress at this point. I think he's played more matchups now, I think, with the light sorceress than he has with the bow sorceress. Like, this guy is really becoming defined on this build, which is huge, you know. Once you start that with the bow sorc, man, once you get the fan base behind you rooting for you on that bow sorc, man, you've got an uphill climb to prove yourself on any other variant. But certainly Sweaty Betty has done that. This guy has shown his valor in combat on the Lightning Sorceress here as well. And you can see both of these guys using the Obsession rune word, something very common in SVS. Big hits from LPC. He may be using 200 FCR. No shit. So low. Okay, I see what you mean. So he's going 200 FCR in an SVS matchup, which is certainly going to make a big difference. And to do that, you can't use T-Gods. Totally makes sense, man. That's wild. I didn't even think of that. 200 FCR. I mean, there's very few times where having a 200 FCR sorceress matters. But in SVS, it can come into play, man. It can certainly make a difference. Epic matchup between these two guys as well. All right, we'll watch this from the Fire Sorc perspective here. Now, the challenge of the Fire Sorceress, you're going to have to aim. You're going to have to aim those fireballs a bit. Now we can see the devastation of the charge bolts from Sweaty Betty. If he lines those up, you can see the amount of damage this is actually doing. You can see how it actually pays off. And it's also forcing LPC to play a little bit differently. Instead of always looking for those stomps, he's going to try to clear he's going to make sure the coast is clear before he goes in for it, just like that. But LPC, as we've seen, is also a very savage Sorc player, man. We've seen this guy get super creative, even going against U-Punch. In some of those duels, man, this guy had to adapt on the fly to a Phoenix. You know, and a lot of Fire Sorcs, including myself, I would have had trouble adapting to that so quickly. But this guy just relies so heavily on his superior aim with these fireballs and his ability to get in there, get deadly, get violent with these name locks so quickly. Look for them, grab them in a matter of seconds, close the distance, and get ready. But the way that Sweaty Betty is playing here, it's forcing him to kind of be a little cautious looking for those. Not always just go right for the stomp, but instead make sure the coast is clear. Light has higher top end damage. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense, but certainly a lot lower on the low end damage. You could potentially get hit with a lightning bolt that just doesn't do anything. Yeah, I would say lightning does way higher damage. I would guess, honestly, the fireball Sork's probably doing around that 27 28k. I would guess with the fireball. Light Sork, I wouldn't be surprised to see 50 plus k around there on the lightning sorceress for lightning. Now the damage is a bit deceiving though, because there is a range in which it rolls. So, you know, it's like between literal like 5 damage, actual 5, like no PvP damage, and 50k or whatever it is. Like it's, you know, it's ridiculous. The range is insane. So, you know, something to take into account. Now, granted, if you just get real lucky with the RNG, you just get super high rolls. Well, you know, that's a different story. Yeah, let's cut over to Sweaty Betty's standpoint here with the Lightning Sorceress. A little bit more crisp. A little bit more crisp and clear in this scene right here. But also, you get to see the beautiful TS. You get to see the beautiful charged bolt chains setting up the engagements. A little bit of screen freezing going on over here. That's not on your end, that's on ours. Yeah, I think how you have to do it, Frog, is you have to cut it in half, because it's, you know, on average that's what it rolls. All right, and here we go, the next round in this SVS matchup. Now, if you're going to have some teleporting around, sorceresses chucking spells at each other, this is the way to see it, if you ask me. A lot of times we see Sorks going up against other builds. The Sorks are very rarely the aggressor, but somebody's got to be in this matchup. Someone has to push the pressure. And guess what? It's going to be a sorceress. It's going to be one of them. And we can see that LPC is no stranger to that, man. It seems as though they've fallen into this pattern with LPC being the aggressor, right? It's so common to see this happen in really any matchup, but certainly here. Usually someone takes that initial role as the aggressor when basically everything else is equal. And now we see Sweaty Betty trying to look for that angle, trying to catch LPC coming in. LPC's challenge, getting the name lock, getting that damage in there, and not letting Sweaty Betty have any room to breathe. And so far, he's landed quite a bit of damage. But now that LPC's backing off a little bit, it very well could be the case that he's low. It could be the case that he's low. He's lighting the more up here with you know, with some fire spells, with some firewall. It could be that he's just looking to get in there from afar and not stomp anymore, and that's because he's very likely low. That's what I would guess. So that's gonna force Sweaty Betty now to sort of step into that aggressor role a little more. This is basically the SVS equivalent of saying your turn. And now both of these guys are low. What's going to happen now when both of these guys are practically one shot? You would figure that possibly, oh man! And there it is, LPC steps into the aggressor role, gets ganked there by a big hit. Holy shit. Did we get a spawn? Did we get a Dclone spawn? What are we looking at? Do we get a duel? Oh yeah, hold on. This guy's stepping in. Dclone's trying to step into the arena and wreck this duel. Gosh, I hate it when people BM like this guy. All right, no pots this time. We don't appreciate pots in these kind of duels right here. That's not something that we support in the DFC and in PvP in general. We don't really support that stuff. We appreciate fine dueling, just like that. Fine dueling. No cheese, not an unreasonable amount of life leech. I think this only gives, well, yeah, like 400 life leech. That's not bad. That's pretty reasonable, right? That's what you would expect. That's what you would expect. All right, let's get after this. I see this other round going on here. While I pick this up, we'll jet over. We'll jet over and check out how this is going. Make sure to pick this up so we can see the ID. Oh, man. Big hits there from LPC. And that's exactly what he wants to see, right? You see him kind of setting up these exchanges from the outside now. He's sort of learning how to duel against Sweaty Betty. He's learning his style, what he's doing. And this is something that LPC does. He's very good at adapting to the duel. And right now, he's trying to set up these exchanges from afar, right? So he'll throw fireballs in the direction that he plans on engaging, right? So as to not necessarily be caught off, you know, by surprise, but to also pose any sort of threat in case Sweaty Betty does what he's been doing sometimes, and that is turn the tables with his aggression, right? And, you know, and switch things up. And there it is, LPC teleporting right into probably what he thought was his own firewall, but appears to be the blaze of his opponent. Next level juck fuckery with the skill casting over here. LPC, though, at least seems to be getting the better of this round. Let's put over and see what it's looking like on his end. I would guess he's somewhere, oh man, I was going to guess he was about half, but it looks like he's getting pieced up a little bit here. It's so interesting to see a sorceress with no Oak Sage, and look at his life total. 4.9k life, almost 5,000 life on a sorceress with no Oak Sage. There's no Oak Sage on this sorceress. He's almost got 5,000 life. That's insane. These Sorc v Sorc SVS duelers take the sorceress to a whole new level, which is why it's so good to see this in the DFC. King Britar is JSP is the one that spawned 6 Dclones in a row. Was that him? Is he part of the Mott J spawning? Was he part of the Mott J Discord sending it? Is he the one doing it right now? No shit, dude. That's sick. That's sick. Big cheers to that guy. That's big. And there it is. Sweaty Betty trying to get in with the finish here. Both players very low. Oh my god, and a double KO from these guys. Just double knockout for that round right there. Holy shit. Back and forth. All right, it's time to talk Kane into giving us a good Annihilus charm after going and picking this up. Well, it's complete shit. Don't get your hopes up. Wow. I guess once you beat BattleNet once, you beat the system, you get a good Annihilus. That's just futile to ever try again, especially if you're Cooley. When they got that F Cooley button checked over at headquarters, just scoop them up, dude. Scoop your cards up, go to the next game, okay? They want me to be playing D4, I guess. I guess that's what they're trying to say. Like, hey, why don't you come and be the top Dan over in D4? Why don't you make a paladin in D4? That's what I say. Fuck you, all right? Uncheck that fuck Cooley button. God damn. What's it gonna take, man? I need to go over there, over to California myself, and just tell them, look, show me the button. Show me where it is. You know, uncheck that shit. Oh my god, big hits from LPC early on, man. He's off to a good start here, but he needs to be careful because he's been punished before by getting overly aggressive, right? He needs to pick his shots. Otherwise, Sweaty Betty's going to punish him for coming in. I mean, the more he comes in and doesn't score that final bit of damage, every time he's going to take that hit from the TS. Now, granted, both players have TS active here, but Sweaty Betty's TS is going to hurt a lot more because he's an actual lightning sorceress with actual lightning charms. LPC trying to get sneaky with these name locks, gets punished with that lightning. Now he's going to try to light this map on fire. He says, all right, you don't want to come in? I'm going to light this map on fire. We'll see how you feel when we set the Bloodmore ablaze. Yeah, he could be looking for the name lock to cast Firewall down on him, which probably isn't a bad idea, because then you get this residual fire damage, which is going to negate any life, replenish life that they might have. But additionally, it's going to allow you to deal damage instantaneously right down on top of them without really risking a stomp and getting in there close. I kind of like this strategy. But it also will, over time, lull Sweaty Betty to this false sense of security, thinking that he knows how the exchange is going to go, right? That's probably the highest power. Oh, my God, and he gets there. He gets there with a firewall drop right down on top of him, man. Sneaky with those name locks. Just gets right in there. No F's given, man. Let's take a look at the replay. Just gets right in there, man. He's hunting for it. You can see that he's being very patient. He knows now, like I said, he adapts to these duels and he's recognizing where Sweaty Betty is punishing him. So he's being very patient, trying to light the more on fire with these firewalls. But more importantly, do two things. Light up a firewall for the instantaneous damage, which could get him there, much like it just did, or could lull his opponent to sleep. That's what I say. Could lull him to sleep, lull him into this false sense of security, making him think that he knows how the interaction is going to go at close range. When you do it enough, when you do a similar attack enough in PvP, you're not dealing with a robot. You're not dealing with PVM, right? Where the monsters just always aggro you, they're always pushing. You're dealing with a human being behind the keyboard that's trying to learn you as you duel. And that's the most beautiful part about PvP. So when you do the same attack enough, right? It's like in boxing, going body, head, right? Like 2 shots to the body, 1 to the dome. It's because you're conditioning them to play in a certain way. You're trying to trick them for later setups to these, you know, just like that, man. A beautiful play there from LPC. And he's setting them up. He's setting these exchanges up, those opportunities for those beautiful stomps, just like that. And now he tried to switch right there and finish with the firewall yet again. And Sweaty Betty's probably going to assume, yeah, there it is. He's probably going to assume he's going to be looking for that name lock. And there it is. I believe it might be 3-3 between these guys. I think this is 3-3. What a matchup, dude. This is savage. Sick Sork v Sork duel. I'm sure they are. Yeah, you could probably bring an Infinity Sork in there. They're certainly not banned in the DFC. The question becomes, do you really want to give up that much FCR and, you know, for added damage when your opponent could easily just stack up the resistance to negate everything that you're doing, right? You put your Infinity on and you think you're cute with your Conviction Aura and the minus 55 light res, but then your opponent just overstacks their light res and now you've cost yourself a shit ton of cast resistances and everything just to, you know, try to cheese them for a round. Like, yeah, I mean, it's probably not as effective in PvP. Again, we're not going up against monsters here. We're going up against players that are going to adapt to what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. They're just going to stack the res, and now you're stuck with a shitty high damage weapon where you should have just had an obsession. Big hits from Sweaty Betty early on. I'm pretty sure this is 3-3. I could be wrong. But either way, it's a close battle between these two. One would figure that the longer it goes on, the more it favors Sweaty Betty, but you never know, man. Because then if he just closes the distance, these residual AI hits from Thunderstorm are really going to start paying big dividends, man. They're going to, you know, negate any rep life. Doesn't look like any of these guys have any rep life, but they're going to just deal consistent damage over time. That's going to get there. Perhaps rep life is banned in SVS, I would guess. Like, these guys appear to be going by their own rule set. Like, they appear to be having some respect for some SVS. Only Betty got life rep? Oh, okay. All right, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what the SVS ladder values is GM versus BM, but these guys might be respecting that, whatever it is. But regardless, I can't imagine it's too much different than DFC. Usually in SVS, why you don't typically see a lot of ES sorceresses is they say that ES sorceresses are outclassed by the full Vitas, which makes sense. You know, especially in DFC, it would be in your benefit to go full Vita in SVS, because if you use ES, you're limited on your sorb options. In fact, they're non-existent. You can't sorb at all. But if you go full Vita, suddenly you can put on sorb. So it makes a big difference with how many shots you can take. Beautiful shots there from his back against the ropes to the winner. LPC showing the SVS prowess. Unbelievable duel between these guys, man. Wow, what a great DFC tonight, man. This has been insane so far. Holy shit. All right, and Dclone still trying to come into the arena, still trying to screw things up for everybody. We can't be allowing this, man. He's trying to get in here. Mont J keeps encouraging him to come in, keeps selling SOJs to vendors, and they know Dclone can't turn that shit down. When you start selling SOJs to vendors, for whatever reason, he shows up. Like, doesn't really make any sense. But the point is, we can't be allowing it. We're trying to have a dueling tournament here, and this guy just keeps poking his head in, trying to BM the duelers and all of this, man. We can't really be having it. Good duel. Good duel, bud. We got the amp going off, and that was it. All right, let's check this out. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, GG LPC. That was a really good duel, man. Sweaty Betty, always at the heart of some great sorceress-based duels, and tonight was no exception, man. Like, LPC versus Sweaty Betty, that was way more fire than I expected right there. Like, that match was insane.
Hello.
Oh, we got the re-equip, which doesn't really mean shit, honestly. But let's check it out. I don't even think we've gotten above average Annie tonight at all. Not even above average. It's been just complete shit. I'm not sure how many times they're popping this, but we're gonna get ready just in case. Just in case. We're gonna be in a game. Big shout out to these guys. Holy, popping so many servers. This is wild, man. It's been crazy. While we wait, yeah, come on out, man. Let's step out for a smoke. I'm down for that. Let's get out. Let's get out of this dusty, atmospheric tavern that we often go to. I say we just, yeah, come on out. You guys anyone got a smoke I can bum off you? Running low, bro. No, let's do it. Come on out, guys. This is where I only come out here for you guys. This shit's allowed in the tavern, but I know some of you really smoke that wacky shit. Atma gets real pissed in there. Yeah. By the way, if anybody's interested, there's the palace down there, but last I checked, all the hookers were dead, so if you're going to go in there expecting a good time, well, we're going to have to rebuild this place a little more. We're still working on getting the right shit there on the shelf, so, I mean, this might be a while. But feel free to check it out, you know, depending on what your fantasies are. You might still find them down there, if you know what I mean. But regardless, yeah, what a great DFC so far, huh? Let's go back inside. Is there no one else ready to step out here? Look, we don't have to duel in the arena. You could pop in down here, just start throwing down in the streets. I mean, we'll watch. We don't give a shit, man. It's all the same to us. Let's go check it out. Yeah, pull up a seat, man. Pull up a seat, grab whatever you see on the shelf. This is like a self-serve bar. Obviously we don't give a shit in this town, man. Just have whatever. The only thing that matters is the pure digital violence. Yeah, for real. For real. Yeah, we'll give people a little bit. You never know, dude. You never know when they're going to show up, when they're going to be ready to go. We'll give them a little bit. You never know what could happen. Check the arena. We'll see if anybody's in there. I think I see Serenity down there. Hard to tell. He's got his armor off and his pants down. I don't really know if we want to cut over to that kind of shit. Yeah, it's gonna be that would be a little awkward. So, what have we got on the card? Anything? What have we got left? What have we seen? We've seen the Serenity jammy jams. We've seen, dude, theoretically, GVN versus Polythea still willing to be throwing down. We've seen the Green Lungz Bon Kai for Green Lungz being the interim champ. We've seen the Sawdust versus Julvan. We ain't seen CJ versus Butter. Yo, CJ, have you heard from Butter yet? That's going to be an epic one, man. H-Din or Barb, he's got the option. Butter known for his Barb skills. But damn, H-Din versus Zon is so fun to see. By the way, holy shit, Sweaty Betty.
GG's LPC. Shameless plug for the D2R SVS League. The Discord SVS bot is finally live. Come check it out on the Diablo Dueling League's Discord server.
Ain't no shameless plug, man. You pay me enough money, I'll allow just about anything. You know, so, dude, holy shit. Sweaty Betty, thanks so much for the 25 spot, man. That's fucking awesome. Big cheers to that. Certainly. You're too kind, man. Too kind. Huge. Yeah, and wow, man. It looks fun, man. I might have to join up. Might have to check it out myself. Because, wow, you guys, it's a whole different level of Sorceress gameplay, man. We were checking out some builds there. With Sorceresses having nearly 5,000 life, it's just a mind blower, man. Like, you just don't expect that shit, you know? Like, it's so wild to see. It's so different. And that is the SVS for you, man. Like, that is the ladder. That's what these guys do, is straight min-max Sorceress builds, push them to the limit against each other. And then you get to see epic matchups like the one we saw tonight between yourself, Sweaty Betty, and LPC. That shit was wild. Yeah, also Dio Wind on the card. Ain't heard from him in a bit. Yeah. But hell yeah, boys. This has been great so far. I gotta say it's been good. Yeah, we'll get Bill. How's he doing? All right, yeah. Cleaned up the arena. I mean, it's technically there. It's technically there if you want it. Serenity, Sweaty Betty, LPC throwing down yet again here. Well, I'm down for checking out another SVS. You know what? I think we could do that. I think we could check that out. I think we could give it a little look-see. Let's give her a look, huh? These guys about ready to throw down again. SVS, maybe switching it up a bit. Yeah, I hope you guys got some good refreshments there in the bar. Took an old smoke break with us every once in a while. It's good to pace yourself in these kind of duels, in this kind of digital violence. It's good. You got pacing is important. Wow, what is this, dude? What is going on over here? Gonna get to see some SVS savagery. Oh wow, dude, look at those crafted boots. You guys just wait. I'm working on a project right now. And we played some 1.7, some of the shit in that patch. Like I'm trying to do a whole breakdown of it for like a good video that shows off some of like the nastiest shit about that patch. There's one thing I'm gonna suggest in that video. They're never gonna take me up on it. They're never gonna do it. But dude, they need to bring back what was called greater crafting recipes. It was something that they scrapped in the beta version 1.07, and man, they shouldn't have. Like, Sweaty Betty has some great boots on right now, like 3 10s with, you know, nearly 60 mana, but the crafting bonus is like a slight increase to your mana pool, which in this matchup, okay, it just means you got to drink mana pots less, regenerates your mana a little bit more, right? It's a cool little mana bonus, but it isn't making a big difference, right? You used to be able to craft with like 15% increased mana and like way more mana regen. The shit was insane. Yeah, like it was, and that's just scratching the surface of greater crafting recipes. It seems to me nowadays that crafting recipes just suck in general. Right? Think about it really. Think about it for a second here, right? We like crafting items as PvP players because we can get 15 rep life on boots. Okay. We like it because we get a slight increase to our mana. We get 220 crushing blow dual stack gloves. Those are probably the you know, the king of all crafts, right? We like them because we get 220 amulets, right? Like some builds rely on those, and that is, you know, a good crafted item. But I think even the gloves, the 2010 gloves, right, aren't really that impressive. If you think about it, they're not really that impressive in the grand scheme of things. You're using them on very specific builds. 220s are the only impressive thing in crafting. And it's simple as that. But just imagine if in just about every slot with these greater crafting recipes that they used to have, and I do mean just about every slot, you could craft something that you could make an entire build around. That's how it used to be. I'm actually working on that section of the video now because I want to do it justice, because some of the shit blew my mind that could actually happen. I had to test it in 1.07 to be like, there's no shot the internet's correct about this and that this could happen. Internet was correct. Like, that shit could happen. It was insane. And in version 1.08, literally the day one patch, they nerfed the greater crafting recipes. And they are what they are today. They've never changed. And we're kind of left with these subpar crafting recipes that we kind of deal with in PvP because sometimes they're slightly better. Sometimes. But you're rarely ever doing them in PVM. Like, they're rarely ever making or breaking builds in PVM. Maybe you could argue a 220 would. But you just wait. Some of the crafting recipes are insane. And what could be done with crafting is nuts. Yeah, dude, same thing, Frog. Same thing. I came across a really good pair of crafted boots for my ES sword. And you know what I use? I use a set of rare boots because they're actually just better. Because they have 6 abilities, all of which I want, and the crafted boots just give me a little more mana. And I'm like, I really don't care about that. Like, give me a lot of mana, or don't give me anything at all. Like, if you just get regular rare boots with 40 mana, they're rarely worse than crafted boots with like 60 mana, increased mana 5%. They're rarely worse. See, I disagree. I think it's, I mean, they still wouldn't max is the point. You would still use crafted boots on, you know, very specific builds, right? There's still probably going to be a PvP item. But yeah, they probably would outshine a lot of the rares, and good. It isn't like in any of these slots we're at such a plethora of options, like gloves, boots, belts, weapons. It isn't like, I guess weapons you could argue that like we have a plethora of options for, right? But like in those 3 spots in particular, gloves, belts, boots, what do you really have for options, especially when like you might have some rare options for boots, and you'll still have those with crafts because you won't be able to craft tri-res boots. Well, you technically could, but it would have to be a specific kind. But anyways, point is, they don't have the ability to ever completely overtake rares, but they do have the ability in some specific circumstances to undoubtedly be the best in slot. And I think that's where they should be. Right now, it's questionable if they ever are. Like, you know, certainly with 220 dual stat, smiter, anti-VT gloves, sure. But like, it isn't like it's an across-the-board sweeping, this is best in slot, you should go get them. Yeah, it's like everybody who's wearing gloves is wearing Trangs or Mage Fists, and that probably still wouldn't change with crafteds, but that's exactly the point. It probably still wouldn't change it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they certainly will. They certainly will. Blues will still have their place. If they brought back greater crafting recipes, blues would still have their place in 320 gloves. Those would still be best in slot at some points. Rares would still be better. sometimes, you know, very rarely in the glove spot, but rare boots would still be better in a lot of situations, in a lot of builds, than the best crafted boots, than the best crater crafting recipes. They just, in an age where mana pots weren't sold at vendors, is when a lot of these decisions were made. And the game has changed so much since then. And where it could be argued that melee was a little overpowered. And the only reason that melee was overpowered, I'll also get into that in the video, is potentially because of the charms that could spawn. We found a few of them on a playthrough. It's like the charms were fucking wild in 1.07. And then they nerfed those and they wonder why melee characters don't do shit anymore. They probably needed to do it for the Boazons, because Boazons with max damage, you know, 40 max damage charms in their inventory were probably pretty busted. But any other melee character probably needed them. All you need to do is just change how the max damage charms work. Stop applying it to the weapon damage and, like, you know, apply it in some different way, and it's probably way better. Like, you know, just apply it to damage added on afterwards. Like, yeah, it was 40 max damage GC was what you could get. It was insane. Big props to you, Nim. Thank you so much, brother. I'm glad you enjoy, now, dude. It's always fun. A GG SVS battle between these two. Yeah, man, this is cool. I almost just want to join this Discord and, like, join this approach, because this guy's got a this is Sweaty Betty. He's on an ES sorceress right now, dueling in SVS, which is really cool. You don't really see a lot of that, but you know, he's still got like 2.3k life, 2.6k mana, which is about what Santillana has. But when they switch to like full Vita, holy shit, man, like that's a whole nother level. That's like, that shit is wild. Makes me wonder how good an SVS like that would do, like in these other more traditional matchups. When you have like a sorceress that even without Oak, you have 5k life. Bro, you put Oak on that, what are we at when we do that? 7k? 8k maybe? I don't even know, but it's a lot of life on a sorceress. It's like an unreasonable amount, which is kind of wild. Like, I kind of want to go up against a druid or a necro with that. Like, I want to see what we got. Hell, I'll go up against a Din with 8k life. Oh shit, 8k life and Oak. Give that to a cold sword, man. That's unstoppable. Yeah, old LOD is nuts, man. Like the older versions of it were just, some stuff has just changed for the worse over time, and it hasn't really ever been revisited. I don't even think some of the devs nowadays know about how some of it used to be, which it wouldn't surprise me. It was like that for less than a day on Battle.net. Less than a day. Day one patch 1.08. That came out allegedly on day one. ES Sork takes it, man. You never know with this stuff. You never know. Holy shit, man. What a night it's been. What a night it's been. This has been pretty epic. You know, it really means a lot to me that you guys come out here. We get to jam, slam in Alabama all the time with such savage shuck fuckery in the arena, in the tavern, and everywhere we go. I think it's about that time, if you know what I mean. You guys don't have to go home, but you got to get the fuck out of my tavern, all right? It's how it is, all right? I hate to say it, but you got to get the fuck out of here. Guys, thanks so much. Another DFC in the books.
There it is, boys, just like that. AFK 6 hours.
What are you still doing in here? Get the fuck out of here. Arena is clean. We're ready for next week, man. It won't be long. Big cheers to you guys. Appreciate you being here with me, not just this week, but every week. You guys make it all possible. Thanks so much for your support of the DFC. You don't just make my week, you make everyone's here. Guys, have a great weekend. We'll see you soon.